Chapter 1, Is This Daddy? Tang Weiwei, I like you, be my girlfriend. Under the harsh lights, Jiang Nian held a bouquet of bright red roses, on one knee, looking up at the young girl on stage who had just finished singing. Down below, there was a burst of jubilation. It was Jiang Nian, and he had confessed to Tang Weiwei again. How many times has he confessed? I don't know, since freshman year, it must be at least 100 times, if not more. He really knows how to woo. Do you think Tang Weiwei will agree this time? Who knows, dog liquor, at the end you are destined to have nothing. Jiang Nian pretended not to hear these harsh words. Today was the farewell party for the fourth-year students of the School of Computer Science at Zhongbei University. Although graduation was still 2 months away, some students had already signed a job offer and were preparing to leave school. As the school flower of the School of Music at Zhongbei University, Tang Weiwei was invited to perform. With her innocent and pure makeup, she took the microphone and looked at the young man kneeling on one knee. As the lights came on, Tang Weiwei's eyes drooped slightly, and her voice carried a hint of grievance. Jiang Nian, why are you like this? Are you trying to force me? There was an instant flurry of discussion from the audience. Yes, confessing under these circumstances would make the girl feel really embarrassed. Even if she doesn't like him, she dares not refuse, right? It's possible that she'll even be exposed online. This guy is really crafty. Only Jiang Nian calmly raised his head. Looking at Tang Weiwei, he suddenly smiled. It had been 4 years. He had been chasing her for 4 years, and every time he confessed his love, Tang Weiwei had taken it lightly. He thought that this time he would definitely succeed. 3 days ago, he had already been ready to give up, but Tang Weiwei dragged him to an empty corner. She looked at him and said softly, Jiang Nian, have you watched the latest new drama? The male lead confesses his love at the college graduation party. It's so romantic, I love it. Jiang Nian, I want to fall in love, what about you? There was a lot of implication in these words. So, there was this grand declaration of love. A few days before the party, Jiang Nian ignored the advice of his roommates, bought roses, spent his last bit of savings, booked a suite at a 5-star hotel, and decorated the room with a sea of roses and gifts for her. He wanted to give his 4 years of university, and also this relationship, a conclusion. Now, the ending is here. Okay, I get it. Jiang Nian casually threw the flowers in his hand into the trash can and walked out. Behind him was Tang Weiwei's weak voice. Jiang Nian, are you angry? No. Jiang Nian's voice was very calm. Goodbye, Tang Weiwei. Never again. In the end, she even teased him a little, and he didn't even know what role he played in this relationship. Tang Weiwei's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Jiang Nian. It wasn't until the backup dancer next to her reminded her that they were still under the spotlight that she calmed down. She opened her mouth to say something, but in the end, she said nothing. Jiang Nian walked all the way out without looking back. He couldn't understand why people who time-traveled were either rich or surrounded by beautiful women, while his own time-traveling experience was so ridiculous. Yes, he was also a member of the army of time travelers. 4 years ago, Jiang Nian, before graduating from high school, was invited to a class reunion. After dinner, he went to a karaoke bar to sing off his hangover, but someone drove him to a hotel and he passed out. Jiang Nian, whose soul had crossed over after a delivery driver had a car accident in heavy rain, felt groggy. He reached out and felt a soft body in his arms. It was a woman, but he couldn't see her face clearly. She seemed drunk too, and was snuggled up in his arms like an octopus. In his previous life, Jiang Nian had never gone to university, never been in love, and had never even touched a girl's hand, so how could he resist such temptation? So, in a daze, he had a night of passion with the woman. Afterwards, he passed out, and when he opened his eyes the next day, Jiang Nian saw Tang Weiwei sitting by his bedside, crying. Jiang Nian, what am I going to do? Jiang Nian, who had never done anything bad and was extremely responsible, panicked. The memories of his previous life flooded back to him. He had slept with Tang Weiwei, the high school beauty queen and the person his previous self had always secretly loved. In his previous life, Tang Weiwei had been like a bright moon to him, beautiful, kind, and good at school. Jiang Nian thought that this was a gift from the heavens for him to travel back in time. He immediately said, "Don't worry, I will take responsibility until the end. When we are old enough, we will get married." Tang Weiwei's eyes sparkled. "But, I've never been in love or been chased before." "Then I'll start chasing you today." Jiang Nian kept his word. From that day on, he began to seriously court Tang Weiwei, and he did whatever she asked. He gave gifts during the holidays, gave red envelopes, took her out to dinner, personally went to the hospital to take care of her when she was sick, worked long hours to pay back the debt he incurred by skipping classes, threw a big birthday party for her, and spent all his living expenses. Jiangbei University had many people chasing after Tang Weiwei, but Jiang Nian always felt that he and Tang Weiwei had had that night together, which was a promise of sorts. She was just enjoying the chase, and once she saw how sincere he was, she would agree to him. Unexpectedly, this was how it ended. Perhaps he should have given up long ago. Ignoring the barrage of messages from his roommates on his phone, Jiang Nian walked straight out of the school gate. He took out his phone and dialed the number of the 5-star hotel, but hung up dejectedly a minute later. The customer service representative said that they did not have a refund service, but they could keep the room for him for the whole night. His last money was all gone, so Jiang Nian slapped his head hard and went to the street park and sat there for 2 whole hours. The sky was gloomy and it started to rain, and he finally sobered up a bit. Jiang Nian stood up and went straight to the hotel. Since he couldn't get his money back, he couldn't waste the room. In his 2 lives, he had never stayed in such an expensive hotel. When he arrived at the hotel and checked in, Jiang Nian, holding the room card, pressed the elevator button in a daze. His room was on the 28th floor. Perhaps his mind was too chaotic, and after getting caught in the rain, Jiang Nian felt a little dizzy. In a daze, he saw a baby doll standing in the corner of the elevator, about 3 years old. The baby doll had a pretty double ponytail, a nice puffy dress, and was carrying a box of fruit in her hands, her little tummy bulging. I don't know if she's scared or what. Her eyes were wide open and her mouth was open in an O shape. This cute look made Jiang Nian's mood slightly better. He looked down at himself and saw that he was wet and disheveled, which was indeed scary enough. So, he forced a smile that he thought was kind. Kid, I'm not a bad person, don't be afraid. Jiang Nian's words had barely finished when he saw the baby doll, which had been half a meter away from him, suddenly move. She took a few short steps and rushed to him at great speed. Then she stood on tiptoe and reached out her hand, as if she wanted to jump into his arms. But because she wasn't tall enough, she had to settle for the next best thing and wrapped her arms around Jiang Nian's legs. Daddy! Are you Xiao Yu's daddy? Woo, Daddy, Xiao Yu finally found you. Jiang Nian? What's going on? He hasn't been drinking, so why is he starting to dream? What is this chubby, little tiddler, who isn't even as tall as his legs, shouting at him? Daddy? Chapter 2 Su Xiao Yu. Who are you calling daddy? The elevator began to slowly ascend, and Jiang Nian felt dizzy. He pinched his face with his hand to find out if it was a hallucination, and then crouched down to try to pull the little girl off his lap. But he found that he couldn't move her at all. The little one was using her best strength, holding onto him like an octopus, and she refused to let go. Hey, kiddo, you've got the wrong person. I'm not your father. You're Xiao Yu's father, and this is what Xiao Yu's father looks like. She shouted, while rubbing her chubby face hard against Jiang Nian's leg. Jiang Nian had a headache for a moment. He took a deep breath, patted the little milk doll's back gently, and comforted her. Little friend, I really am not your father. Didn't your mother tell you not to call just anyone your father when you're out? You'll meet bad people. Is Daddy a bad person then? The baby doll looked up, her eyes brimming with tears, looking at Jiang Nian with a pitiful expression. Jiang Nian. At that moment, he felt like a weirdo who had just bullied the baby doll. He shook his head. Of course I'm not a bad person, but I can't guarantee that other people aren't. Jiang Nian said, noticing that a bag of tears was about to fall from the baby doll's eyes. She hadn't listened to a word he had said. He looked so pitiful. Jiang Nian's heart melted, and he no longer cared about scolding her. He asked softly, little friend, which floor do you live on? I'll press the elevator for you. Seeing that Jiang Nian refused to admit it, Su Xiaoyu felt even more aggrieved. In her little head, there were big doubts and misunderstandings. This brother's face was clearly exactly the same as the look of her father in the photo. Why didn't he admit that he was her father? Could it be that her father didn't know her? That's right. Her father had never seen her since she was born. He probably didn't know she existed. So, how could she make her father know that she existed? The little girl was in deep thought. Jiang Nian saw that the little girl was in a daze, so he held out his hand and waved it in front of her eyes. Little friend? Ha? I. Was wondering what to do when the little girl's phone watch on her wrist suddenly started ringing. She subconsciously pressed the answer button, and a woman's voice came over the line. Su Xiaoyu, where have you run off to again? Su Xiaoyu was startled and quickly spoke in a plaintive voice. Mom, Dad. No, it's you. The delivery is here. I saw you were busy, so I came downstairs to get it. What are you talking about, Dad? What are you talking about? You went downstairs to get the delivery? Couldn't you just call me and tell me to go? Su Wanwen was very angry. This little girl, she often sneaks out to play when she's not looking. It's fine if she does it at home in the countryside. But now she's at a hotel, she has no idea what the world is like. Su Xiaoyu shrunk her neck. Mom, I'm sorry, I just want to do something for you. Xiaoyu has grown up. Mom. You're only 3 years old. How have you grown up? What if you get lost? Ling and I will go downstairs to get you. No, Mom, I'll be right back. Su Xiaoyu looked up in fear and looked at Zhang Nian. Dad, I live on the 30th floor. Zhang Nian hadn't reacted yet, and the woman's voice on the other end of the phone suddenly became urgent. Su Xiaoyu. Who are you calling Dad? What's going on? Didn't I tell you not to talk to strangers? Where are you? I'm coming to get you right now. Oh no. Mom heard that. Su Xiaoyu shivered with fear, and she quickly pressed the hang-up button. Mom, I'll be right back. Jian Nian? This little one, quite rebellious. But the mother is also quite careless. She sneaked downstairs to pick up the takeaway, so it can be seen that it has been quite a while, and she only just realized it. I wonder what was so busy. Zhang Nian suddenly felt a little sorry for this little one. He couldn't help reaching out and stroking Su Xiaoyu's fluffy little head, and couldn't help pinching her round face. Okay, I'll help you, but you can't call me Dad anymore, okay? Su Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, then nodded seriously. Okay. Let Dad know about Ji-Chi first. We'll talk about the rest later. There's always a chance for Dad to know that she's his daughter. My name is Su Xiaoyu, Dad. Oh no, brother. Zhang Nian nodded. The little one and the big one fell silent as they waited for the elevator. Su Xiaoyu tilted her head and looked at Zhang Nian earnestly. At the age of 3, this was the first time she had seen her father. In the past, she often asked her mother why other children had fathers but she didn't. Every time, her mother would take out a photo of her father and tell her that she did have a father, but that he had died when she was very young. Although Su Xiaoyu was very proud to have such a father, she was still very sad and thought she would never see him again in her life. Unexpectedly, today, she met her father. Mom doesn't know yet that her brave and righteous father is still alive. Every time Mom mentions him, she looks sad and unhappy. I wonder if Mom misses Dad. When she thinks about this, a thought suddenly pops into the little girl's head. Maybe if Dad and Mom meet, Dad will get to know her. And then the three of them can live happily together. The little girl's thoughts were always very simple. She didn't even think about whether her father and mother really liked each other. The elevator stopped on the 28th floor. Zhang Nian turned his head and looked at the baby doll. Kid, I'm getting off, so you take care. Su Xiaoyu saw that he was leaving and eagerly grabbed his shirt. Her little head turned and she instantly thought of a good solution. Brother. I'm lost, I can't remember the room number. What if I can't find my mom upstairs? Wow. Zhang Nian suddenly felt a little at a loss. In his past life and in this life, he had never seen such a cute little baby doll cry. In a panic, he almost subconsciously said, don't cry, or I'll take you there? Okay. Su Xiaoyu immediately clapped her hands and jumped twice happily. Zhang Nian. I feel like I've been tricked. What's going on? But there was no time to think. The little guy quickly stopped, as if disgusted by the clapping, and gave a double ba. Then he took Zhang Nian's hand again and said seriously, thank you, brother. Zhang Nian couldn't help laughing at this cute gesture. What are you doing now? Su Xiaoyu giggled. No, clapping is too childish. Xiaoyu is no longer a 2-year-old child, I can't be that childish. Puff, so how old are you? Su Xiaoyu happily held up 3 fingers, 3 years old. At this moment, upstairs, Su Wanyin in room 3008 had completely panicked. She put down her phone, stood up and ran towards the door. No, I have to go downstairs. Ha! Muling, who was next to her, was a little anxious, but it was too late to stop her. Su Wanyin came to the door, quickly threw off her slippers, picked up the only pair of shoes next to the shoe cabinet, hurriedly put them on and walked out. All the other shoes were in her suitcase, and there was no time to change. But Su Wanyin had completely forgotten that the heels of these shoes were a bit high. As soon as she took a step, she felt a piercing pain in her ankle. Su Wanyin let out a cry and fell over. Muling, who was standing nearby, panicked. What's wrong? You've sprained your ankle. It's nothing, don't worry about me. Muling quickly grabbed her. No, don't be stubborn, you rest, I'll go get Xiaoyu. But I can't say no. The security is so good these days, I'm sure it'll be fine. You still have to go to training to prepare for your comeback. What if the injury is serious? And you said you didn't want to expose Xiaoyu to the public eye anymore, right? You're kind of a celebrity, even if you're not popular anymore, people will still recognize you, right? You can't just show yourself off like that. From now on, let me take care of these things for you, don't worry. Xiaoyu is also my goddaughter, I care about her just as much as you do. I'll go. Muling forced Su Wanyin back to the bed and went out the door to the elevator. In the elevator, Su Xiaoyu took Jiang Nian's hand, looked up, and smiled at Jiang Nian. The more she looked, the happier she became. Jiang Nian wanted to laugh when he was being looked at. He patted Su Xiaoyu's little head. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Xiaoyu is not afraid. Su Xiaoyu answered seriously. After answering, she squeezed Jiang Nian's big hand with her small hand. Brother, can I call you daddy again? Seeing Jiang Nian's puzzled expression, the little girl hurriedly said. You look a lot like my father. My father, went to heaven. Her voice grew smaller and smaller, and Su Xiaoyu was about to cry from being wronged. Jiang Nian couldn't stand this. He quickly said, okay, you can call me daddy. Su Xiaoyu happily hugged Jiang Nian's thigh, rubbing against him while shouting. Daddy! 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 Jiang Nian looked at her lovingly, but his heart was a little sad. This girl must really miss her father a lot, right? In this life, although he has parents who love him, Jiang Nian was an orphan in his previous life. He knows what it's like. Jiang Nian couldn't hold back any longer, so he squatted down and held the little girl in his arms, gently patting her back. The little one was even happier. The elevator stopped. The little one finally stopped clinging to him. Dad, Su Xia is in room 3008. Hurry and take Su Xia there. You'll see your mommy when you get there. Jiang Nian heard this sticky voice and completely forgot what the little guy had just said about not remembering the room number. He nodded and said, okay. In the meantime, the elevator door had already opened. Chapter 3, What if Dad were still alive? At the door, Muling, who was about to get into the elevator, heard the sound of Dad and saw Jiang Nian looking like a homeless person. She panicked instantly. Without waiting for Su Xiaoyu to call out to her, she quickly took Su Xiaoyu in her arms. Xiaoyu, who are you calling Dad? Although this young man has a handsome face, his hair is wet and his clothes are stuck to his body. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't seem like a good person. After saying this, she didn't wait for Su Xiaoyu to respond, and she looked at Jiang Nian again. Who are you? Do you like being someone else's child's father so much? Jiang Nian froze for a moment. He did want a daughter in the future, but this sister seemed to have misunderstood something. Judging from the anxious look, she must be the child's mother. Thinking about this mother letting a 3-year-old go downstairs alone, Jiang Nian, who was about to explain, felt that she should be taught a lesson. So, Jiang Nian deliberately said, it's not important who I am, but it's a good thing I'm not a bad person and won't do anything to her. If you really need a bad person, try it? Mu Ling. It seems like she's being lectured by a young kid. She was about to say something when Su Xiaoyu in her arms tugged on her clothes softly. Sister Ling, you've got it wrong. It's Xiaoyu who wants to call him daddy. Xiaoyu misses daddy. Mu Ling felt heartbroken when she heard this. Xiaoyu has never had a father since she was little. Although she acts carefree and happy every day, Mu Ling has seen her several times silently following other children as they played with their fathers. Her eyes were full of loss whenever she did this. Mu Ling's voice suddenly became softer. Even if that's the case, you can't just call everyone daddy, understand? Su Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. Mu Ling then looked back at Jiang Yan. Sorry, I misunderstood just now. Thank you for bringing her up here. How about I give you a red envelope as a token of my appreciation? Could you show me your receipt code? Jiang Yan frowned again, no need. Although he had mistaken her for the child's mother, the way she kept asking for money didn't seem like a way to say thank you, but rather like a way to hurry him away. This person is being a bit rude. Just tell the child's mother to take good care of the child in the future. After saying that, Jiang Yan directly pressed the button to close the elevator door. The baby doll had already been delivered, and it was time to go back. Su Xiaoyu saw that the elevator door was about to close, and anxiously shouted. Dad, brother, won't you meet my mom? Sister Ling, my brother is very nice. How about letting Mom invite him to dinner? Otherwise, Mom won't be able to see Dad. Mu Ling anxiously shouted, no. It wasn't that she didn't want to invite Jiang Yan to dinner, she had thought about it just now, but Su Wanyin's identity made it inappropriate. It would be troublesome if someone recognized her. So paying was the simplest, most direct way without any worries. Mu Ling was very resolute. I'll give you a red envelope instead. You can go back and take your friends to dinner together. By the time she finished speaking, the elevator doors had already closed. Really, no need. Jiang Yan refused again, and his mood was a little gloomy. His confession was rejected, and he was even resented for trying to help. He really was, really bad. Back in his room, Jiang Yan took a shower and then threw himself onto the bed, emptying his mind and closing his eyes. What he didn't know was that upstairs, Xiaoni Baozi was watching him leave, so anxious that she was on the verge of tears. Her emotions didn't subside until he had entered his room. Su Wanin saw this and quickly reached out to hug her. Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Were you bullied? Su Xiaoyu hugged Su Wanin, and her tears could not be held back as they fell down her face. Mommy, forget it, men nowadays can't be trusted. I just hope that Xiaoyu can grow up happily, and I'll take care of the rest. At least the men she's met over the years can't be trusted. They only saw her good looks, and she can't see them being good to Xiaoyu. She doesn't want Xiaoyu to suffer, and just wants to give her the best she can. Even if she never gets married, that's fine. Su Xiaoyu sobbed in Su Wanyin's arms for a while before looking up. She wiped her tears away with a strong hand. Mom, what if Dad didn't go to heaven? Is Dad still alive? Su Wanyin was taken aback and sniffed. That person never died, but the night they spent together was just an accident, and they didn't have any feelings for each other. How could she make that person responsible? Maybe he is already living with his girlfriend and preparing to get married. If she takes Xiaoyu with her, she will only cause trouble. If Xiaoyu is not accepted, she will be even more sad, right? This kind of thing must never happen. She cannot let her Xiaoyu suffer even a little. Su Wanin gently scratched Su Xiaoyu's nose and said seriously. How could that be? Xiaoyu, don't think about it. Dad has been gone for a long time, and Mom doesn't need Dad. Mom will take care of Xiaoyu. Even if he really is still alive, he has never taken care of Xiaoyu or Mom. He is not suitable to be Xiaoyu's father, understand? Sorry, young man, I can only temporarily create an image of an evil father for you. Otherwise, this girl, Xiaoyu, will definitely keep asking, and she doesn't know how to explain it. You can't just say that she is the product of a one-night stand between Mom and Dad. Mom and Dad don't even know each other, do they? Su Wanin silently muttered to herself. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyu's nose turned red again. Mom doesn't seem to expect Dad to be alive at all. She doesn't seem to like Dad. I don't think she wants to see Dad, either. What should I do? Mom, can I see a photo of Dad? Su Wanin opened her phone and looked through the photo album. Mu Ling wanted to peek over, but Su Wanin stopped her. You can't look. Mewling. She helplessly turned her head back. Okay, I won't look. By the way, Wanin, I've already started preparing to find a nanny for Xiaoyu. Don't worry. During the 3 months of your training, I'll also come back to see Xiaoyu often. Xiaoyu and you will have a very close relationship. Okay, thank you. Su Wanin nodded. Mewling looked at the mother and daughter and sighed deeply. For years have passed, and Su Wanin is still tight-lipped about that man. Mu Ling really couldn't understand what kind of man could make her give up her career at the peak and go back to have a baby. 4 years ago, 21-year-old Su Wanin was a junior in college, just like her. She was the most outstanding student at the Jiangbei University School of Music and the first singer to be signed by an entertainment company. With her sweet and intellectual voice, an online song made her a little bit famous and she had a large number of fans. The web drama she appeared in was also praised for her superb acting skills, and she was hailed as the most promising newcomer with an unlimited future. Everyone was waiting for her to shock the entertainment industry and become the next rising star, but she suddenly chose to withdraw from the industry and cut off all contact. When Mu Ling saw her again, she saw her living alone in her small house in the countryside with her baby doll, Su Xiaoyu, and leading a difficult life. Mu Ling was shocked. She never knew that her best friend had a boyfriend and was pregnant. She asked countless times, but Su Wanin never mentioned the father of Su Xiaoyu's child. This matter had almost become her taboo. Whenever she talked about it, she would get angry. Mu Ling never dared to ask again. But she never gave up on launching Su Wanin's career. Even after giving birth, Su Wanin still had unique conditions. She has a pretty face and a fuller figure than before. Without makeup, she is a pure and lusty young girl. With makeup, she is a cold and beautiful woman. Her voice is still beautiful, and the internet song that became popular 4 years ago is still popular. After Mu Ling had spoken earnestly for a long time, Su Wanin finally agreed to try her debut when Su Xiaoyu turned 3. She also wanted to give Su Xiaoyu a better life. But there was one condition: Su Xiaoyu could not be known to the outside world. Mu Ling knew that she was afraid of public opinion hurting Xiaoyu, so she agreed. But who was the man who made Su Wanin give birth to her child? Mu Ling was curious. She didn't see Su Xiaoyu, who had just been crying. After confirming the person in the photo, her small hands were clenched into fists. That older brother is definitely daddy. But how can I make mommy like daddy, and daddy like mommy? Let them be together so that Xiaoyu can have a complete family? The little baby doll fell into deep thought again. She decided to figure it out herself. Chapter 4: Su Wanin. Strange, that back view looks a bit familiar. It was dawn. Jiang Nian had been lying there with his eyes wide open all night. He had thought about a lot of things throughout the night. It was only at this moment that he realized how stupid he had been. In order not to damage Tang Weiwei's reputation, he had promised Tang Weiwei that he had slept with her and had never told anyone about it. In the eyes of others, Jiang Nian was a licentious dog with no bottom line. Tang Weiwei, on the other hand, was an innocent and beautiful schoolgirl who could not bear to refuse others and hurt others. For the past 4 years, he had devoted himself entirely to Tang Weiwei. He had hardly ever attended classes, and for the final exams, he had basically relied on his roommates to pass the exams by passing on the answers. He hasn't learned anything, and now his senior year is almost over. His roommates have all returned from their internships, but he hasn't found a job, doesn't have an internship certificate, and hasn't done his graduation project. He's even in danger of not graduating. Jiang Nian hates himself for this. He really should die. There are only 2 months left, and he has to do something. In WeChat, Tang Weiwei sends a message. Jiang Nian, where are you? She must not have heard from him for a long time, because she sent another message. I'm back at the dorm. Jiang Nian smiled as he read it. Did she think that if she looked for him, he would appear immediately as he used to? Jiang Nian ignored it. He opened the roommate group app and saw the 4 male models in the boutique section. Jiang Xiyuan, Jiang Nian, where the hell have you been? Hurry up and reply to your father. Yuan Huai, hey, if you're willing to reply, I'll make an exception and wash the smelly socks you've been saving for a week. Su Minghai, talk to you later. Su Minghai, so what if your confession didn't work? I get heartbroken 800 times a year. What did I say? Yuan Huai, exactly. You should learn from the Sea King Su. If it doesn't work out, just switch. What's so great about Tang Weiwei? Come back and let him introduce you to some girls, and you can pick whoever you like. Jiang Xiyuan, when you come back, let Yuan Huai introduce you to a job. Yuan Huai? Why can't you introduce me? Jiang Xiyuan, I haven't decided on a job yet. Yuan Huai, forget it, as long as you're fine, I'll introduce you even if it's embarrassing for me. The last message came at 3 a.m. At this hour, they were still frantically looking for him. There were dozens of missed calls on his phone. Jiang Yan's heart warmed. He thought for a moment, clicked on Yuan Huai's last message, and replied. Jiang Yan, really? It's 7 a.m. At this time in the past, his roommates were all asleep. After all, it was university, there were no classes, and they wouldn't get up before 12 o'clock. But today, Jiang Yan quickly received a reply. Jiang Siyuan, holy cow, you finally agreed to call your godfathers back, where are you? Jiang Yan took a photo of the hotel room and clicked send. Jiang Siyuan, you brat, you're staying in a 5-star hotel by yourself and you're not inviting us? Jiang Siyuan, okay, hurry back, they've all fallen asleep waiting for you. Come back and let's go eat first, we're having a get-together tonight, Su Minghai is leaving tomorrow. Jiang Yan, okay. Jiang Yan got up, pulled out the room card and walked out. The greatest thing he's gained from coming to this world are these 3 roommates. Jiang Siyuan is obsessed with celebrities, Su Minghai is a ladies' man, and Yuan Huai is a nerd. But this has not affected their friendship in the slightest. They are also the only ones who have seen him lick dogs for 4 years and have not laughed at him. Su Minghai has already found a job and is going to report for work tomorrow. Jiang Siyuan is going to develop in Kyoto. Yuan Huai was hired by a big company a long time ago. He is the only one left in the dormitory. Jiang Yan silently lowered his head. After going downstairs, he went straight to check out and leave. Jiang Yan didn't see that as soon as he walked out of the hotel, the door to the lobby elevator opened. Su Wanyin, wearing sunglasses and a hat, was holding Su Xiaoyu and walking out. Mu Ling followed behind her, carrying her luggage. Seeing Jiang Yan, Su Xiaoyu smiled happily. She opened her mouth and shouted, Dad. But soon, realizing that it was wrong, Su Xiaoyu quickly corrected herself. Mom, I want to come down and walk by myself. Okay. Su Wanyin pushed her sunglasses and let her down. Under the sunglasses, her eyes fell on the back at the door. The back had some sails, and every move was full of youthful energy. But Su Wanyin frowned. Mu Ling. Ha? Mu Ling, who was looking for something, looked up. What's wrong, Wanyin? Do you feel like that person looks familiar? She pointed in the direction of the door. Mu Ling looked back doubtfully and saw the departing back. She was slightly stunned. Him? Su Wanyin hurriedly asked, Do you know him? Mu Ling nodded. He is the person who returned the fish yesterday. He is not old, probably a college student. He didn't want the money I gave him. Really? Su Wanyin nodded doubtfully. If it was the person who brought Xiaoyu back, she shouldn't have known him. But why did this back always feel like she had seen it somewhere before? Oops, I've forgotten my room card key. Wanyin, wait for me here for a moment, I'll go get it. Mu Ling handed her luggage to Su Wanyin and turned to get into the elevator. Xiaoyu took advantage of the situation and rubbed himself down from Su Wanyin's arms. Taking advantage of the fact that Su Wanyin wasn't paying attention, he wandered around the lobby. Since she could see her range of motion, Su Wanyin didn't pay any attention. She kept staring at the door until she couldn't see the figure anymore. Almost unconsciously, Su Wanyin walked towards the door. Chapter 5. It seemed like she had missed something important. Su Xiaoyu took advantage of her mother's inattention and ran to the front desk with a tap tap tap. The 2 receptionists were so happy to see such a cute little girl that they couldn't stop smiling. One of them picked her up, while the other one gave her some candy and squeezed her little round face, overjoyed. Little girl, what are you doing here? Su Xiaoyu held the candy in her hand, peeling off the wrapper while saying seriously. Sister, who was that young man? He is so handsome, I have never seen such a handsome young man. This sister made the 2 receptionists very happy. You have to understand that other children call them aunties. One of them quickly said, Ha, you're so young and you're already looking at handsome guys? Let me see, it looks like he's a student at Zhongbei University named Jiang Yan. Su Xiaoyu secretly glanced in the direction of Su Wanyin. Then she looked at the notebook in the receptionist's hands. She didn't recognize many of the words, but she knew the numbers her mother had taught her. The little girl secretly turned on the camera function on her phone watch and took a picture. After taking the picture, she put the phone watch away. So his name is Jiang Yan, what a nice name. Your father's name is really nice. The 2 receptionists couldn't stop smiling at her. Indeed, he is good looking and has a nice name, but I wonder if he has a girlfriend? A girlfriend? Su Xiaoyu shook her head seriously, definitely not. Dad can only be mom's. No other girlfriends will do. Humph. The receptionist started laughing again. How do you know? Are you interested in that young man? Su Xiaoyu, I'm interested for mom. Su Wanyin, who was on the other side, had already reached the door. She looked up and saw that the teenager's figure was no longer in front of the hotel. At that moment, she suddenly felt a void in her heart. It was as if she had missed something important. Su Wanyin wanted to lift her foot and chase after him, but behind her suddenly sounded the voice of Su Xiaoyu chatting with someone. My mother is also very beautiful. Su Wanyin instantly pulled back to her senses. Her heart began to pound wildly, and she felt full of self-reproach. She was now a mother. She almost left Xiaoyu alone in this hotel lobby because of a man. This is really too much. She quickly turned around and walked towards Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, who was about to praise her mother to the receptionists, turned her head and asked, Mom, what's wrong? Su Wanyin calmed down a little and felt a lot more at ease. No, it's nothing. Su Xiaoyu seemed to sense her mother's uneasiness. She reached out her hand and stretched her arm towards Su Wanyin. Mom, give me a hug. At this moment, Jiang Yan had already gone out the door and around the corner and got on the bus. At that moment, her phone rang. He picked up the phone and saw that there were a few more messages in the group chat of the 4 male models in the boutique area. Jiang Xiyuan, right, I'll come back and bring some breakfast for my godfathers. There's a cup of soy milk and 2 buns at the door. I'm starving. I've transferred the money to you. The other 2 men also woke up. Su Minghai, ditto. Yuan Huai, ditto. Then Jiang Yan received 3 private red envelopes. Received red envelope 100 yuan. Received red envelope 52.1 yuan. Received red envelope 88 yuan. Jiang Yan smiled helplessly. A baozi and soy milk cost less than 10 yuan, and they knew it, but they transferred so much to him. Jiang Xiyuan, oops, I accidentally transferred too much. I must not have been awake. Never mind, you can keep it and spend it. Su Minghai, shit, I transferred the money to your 100th girlfriend. Yuan Huai, I was blind, I just lost it. Jiang Yan felt a warm current run through his heart once again. Jiang Yan, okay. From today on, he will start a new life. Tang Weiwei and all that is no longer important. Back to school. After breakfast, his roommates pulled out their chairs and quickly gathered around Jiang Yan. Jiang Xiyuan spoke first. Jiang Yan, Tang Weiwei really isn't right for you. It's almost graduation, why don't you consider someone else? Yuan Huai also took Jiang Yan by the arm. That's right, it's been 4 years, you're tired and we're tired of watching. Su Minghai directly opened his phone's contacts. 500 girls on WeChat, add whichever one you like, Buddy will help you woo her. Over the past 4 years, the 3 of them have watched everything Jiang Yan has done for Tang Weiwei. In the words of Su Minghai, if it were any other girl, their child would already be able to make soy sauce. They have tried to persuade him countless times, but Jiang Yan has never listened. But today, they still couldn't hold back. Tang Weiwei really has gone too far. They were prepared to spend the morning talking to Jiang Yan, and they would do whatever it took to get his love brain back to normal. Jiang Yan laughed as he listened to their words. I know, I won't chase after her anymore. I'm not saying anything about Jiang Yan, but your love brain is really something, isn't it? Su Minghai was about to say something else when he suddenly stopped. He looked at Jiang Yan in disbelief. What did you say? Su Minghai had even prepared his water bottle for a long battle. But why did Jiang Yan suddenly stop pursuing her? The other 2 were also looking over in surprise. Jiang Yan took a deep breath and said, I said, I will not pursue Tang Weiwei anymore, and I will not fall in love again. In the last 2 months, I want to finish my graduation project and internship certificate, and think about what to do after graduation. I should also think about myself. The 3 roommates looked at each other in shock. Su Minghai slapped Jiang Yan on the shoulder and said, Good boy, you've finally woken up. But there's no need to avoid relationships. If you want a girlfriend in the future, just let me know. Jiang Xiyuan was also very excited. Yes, if there's anything you need to tell us, UNY's company is still hiring, so you should hurry up and make a resume and let him help you apply. UNY, I'll do it right now, I'll give it a try. Jiang Yan was silent for a while. Okay, thanks. Zhang Nian started writing his resume while everyone else climbed into bed and went to sleep. They had only slept for 2 or 3 hours yesterday because they had been worried about Zhang Nian. When they woke up, it was already afternoon. Zhang Nian handed Yuan Huai the resume he had written. Yuan Huai had a headache after reading it. You really have been. Zhang Nian knew what Yuan Huai wanted to say. In the past 4 years, he had not obtained any certificates and had not participated in any activities. Even his exam results were barely passable. While other people's resumes were densely packed with information, his was just a few words long. He smiled helplessly. It's okay if I don't succeed. In the end, Yuan Huai's words stopped. Well, let's try first. In the evening, Zhang Siyuan suggested going to the hot pot restaurant in front of the school to have dinner to bid farewell to Su Minghai. After all, the next day, Su Minghai would leave the school and enter the workplace. They discussed it for a while and then went out. At this moment, in front of Zhongbei University, a car stopped. Mu Ling turned her head and reminded Su Wanyin. We're here. Su Wanyin nodded while straightening her hat and sunglasses. I know, don't worry, I know what I'm doing, but why did we have to come so far to eat at a hot pot restaurant? Isn't there one nearby? You should ask your little fish, she chose it. Su Xiaoyu jumped happily from the back seat. Mom, isn't this the university you went to? I thought you'd like it. When Mu Ling said she wanted hot pot, Su Xiaoyu immediately said she wanted to come here. The receptionist told her that her father was a student at Zhongbei University, and she was eager to come here, so she might be able to see him again. Su Wanyin nodded. That's fine, Mom is leaving soon, Xiaoyu can go wherever she likes, and I'll be with you. Mu Ling picked up Su Xiaoyu and got out of the car with Su Wanyin. The entrance to the university was bustling with people. Su Xiaoyu opened her big eyes and started looking around. She wondered if her father could sense that she was here. She wanted to call her father, but he probably wouldn't believe her. Su Xiaoyu felt a little sad. When they arrived at the hot pot restaurant, the three of them went straight to the private room on the second floor. After ordering, Su Xiaoyu started peeking out of the door. What are you doing, Xiaoyu? Su Wanyin was curious as she ordered the food. Without turning her head, Su Xiaoyu stuck her head out halfway, looking to see if there were any good-looking young men. Pop. Mu Ling couldn't help but laugh. I didn't realize that this girl was still such a flirt. Su Wanyin was also very helpless. Be careful. Okay, Mum. Su Xiaoyu quickly agreed. But after looking around, she didn't see her father's figure anywhere. Su Xiaoyu felt a little sad. Just when she didn't know what to do, Su Xiaoyu suddenly saw 4 people enter the door. The one walking on the far left was Zhang Yan. Su Xiaoyu was overjoyed. Ah! She exclaimed. The words Dad almost came out of her mouth. Su Wanyin asked curiously, what's wrong? Su Xiaoyu, no, it's nothing, Mom, I have to pee. Su Wanyin, okay, I'll take you. Su Xiaoyu, no, I can see the bathroom, it's on the first floor, Xiaoyu is a big girl, don't need mommy to take. After she finished speaking, she didn't give Su Wanyin a chance. She quickly rushed downstairs. Ha! This child. Su Wanyin helplessly shook her head. Downstairs. Zhang Yan and the others had already reserved a seat. It was by the window. After sitting down, Zhang Siyuan handed Zhang Yan the menu and gestured for him to order. Zhang Yan looked at the menu intently. However, for some reason, he always felt that a gaze was on him. Zhang Yan's hand paused, and he looked in the direction of the gaze. He saw the person standing by the window looking at him. Tang Weiwei. Chapter 6. How could Zhang Yan be heartbroken? It's not possible. Since last night, Tang Weiwei has been a little uneasy. Although Zhang Yan said he wasn't angry, Tang Weiwei still felt that Zhang Yan was a little different. As soon as she got off the stage, she started looking for Zhang Yan. In the past, whenever she had an event, he would always be waiting for her with her favorite snacks. But this time, he wasn't. Tang Weiwei thought Zhang Yan had something on, so she took out her phone, but there was no explanation. Tang Weiwei suddenly felt a strange feeling in her heart. Zhang Yan wouldn't really be angry, would he? What did he mean by goodbye? It wasn't until the evening that Tang Weiwei couldn't help but send Zhang Yan a message. Zhang Yan, where are you? In the past, Zhang Yan would have replied immediately and asked what was wrong. If she said something, he would do it. But this time, she didn't receive a reply. After tossing and turning in bed for a long time, Tang Weiwei made up an excuse and said, "I'm going back to the dorm." After sending this message, she waited all night. To this day, she still hasn't received a reply from Jiang Yan. Tang Weiwei was going crazy, inexplicably irritable and miserable. Holding her textbooks, she went to the library. In her years at university, Jiang Yan would go to the library to read when he was free. If she went there, she should be able to see Jiang Yan, right? At that time, she would definitely ask Jiang Yan why he hadn't replied to her. Jiang Yan was very handsome. This was something Tang Weiwei had known since high school. Whenever his gaze fell on her, she would become the center of attention. This feeling always made her happy. But today, after wandering around the library all day, Tang Weiwei hadn't seen Jiang Yan. She hadn't read a word in her book. She frantically checked her phone, thinking that maybe she hadn't heard it and had missed Jiang Yan's message. But there was nothing. In the past, he would send her dozens of messages every day asking after her health, and even if she didn't reply, Jiang Yan, who had never stopped, had not appeared for a day and night. Tang Weiwei felt very upset. She was anxious and didn't know what to do. At dinner time, her roommate called her to come and eat hot pot. Tang Weiwei felt that she was finally feeling better. What's the big deal? If he ignores her, she will ignore him too. Anyway, they have that night's bond, and Jiang Yan will not leave her. Tomorrow, Jiang Yan will come to see her as usual. As for this day and night, he might be sick. Or his phone might be broken. In any case, Jiang Yan would not have no reason to look for her. Tang Weiwei thought about this, gathered her things, and followed her roommates out the door. It wasn't until they were in front of the hot pot restaurant that she saw Jiang Yan waiting with her roommates inside. Tang Weiwei felt a little foolish. She couldn't help but stare in Jiang Yan's direction for a long time. She saw Jiang Yan looking at the menu and looking in her direction. She thought that Jiang Yan would, as usual, simply abandon his gathering with his roommate, turn around and come out to find her, and take her out to eat something delicious. But Jiang Yan didn't. He just gave her a flat look, then quickly turned his head and started joking with his roommate again. Tang Weiwei suddenly felt very sad. What was going on? Did Jiang Yan not see her? How could that be? Obviously, before, he could see her from a crowd and come looking for her. Now she's standing just 1 meter away from him through the glass window. How could he not see her? No way. Absolutely not. But he looked fine. He wasn't sick and his phone wasn't broken. Why didn't he come looking for her? Why didn't he reply to her messages? Tang Weiwei's heart was in a complete mess. She quickly took out her phone and sent a message to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, I'm outside. She saw Jiang Yan pick up the phone that was lying nearby, glance at it, then put it back down again, with the screen upside down on the table, and continue chatting and laughing. Tang Weiwei? He saw it. He clearly saw it, but why did he choose to ignore it? He is Jiang Yan. The Jiang Yan who has been chasing after her for 4 years, with only her in his eyes and in his heart. Tang Weiwei was so angry that she decided to go in and have a look. Her roommate Su Nuanyuan saw this and quickly held her back. Weiwei, what are you doing? There's no more room inside, the waiter said we should wait for a while. In the meantime, she had already seen Jiang Yan. You want to go in and find him? Don't, Weiwei. Didn't you reject him last night? But, Weiwei, this isn't the first time I've rejected him. In the past, I've rejected him countless times. But Jiang Yan never gave up. He would just act as if nothing had happened and keep coming to see her. Why is it different today? That was before. Today was such a big occasion. It was Jiang Yan's graduation party, with all his classmates and teachers there. If you didn't say yes, that's fine, but to say that he forced himself on you. Weiwei, have you considered Jiang Yan's feelings? Do you know what his classmates say about him? They say he's a dog-licking floor licker. They despise people like him. What's the big deal about a woman? He actually pursued her for 4 years. He probably finally figured it out and gave up, right? It's almost graduation time, Weiwei, so just leave him alone, okay? Over the years, Su Nuanyuan had seen everything Jiang Yan had done for Tang Weiwei. Although it was other people's business, she shouldn't get involved. But now, she just couldn't help herself. Heartbroken? Tang Weiwei's voice suddenly rose. After a moment, she calmed down. No, he won't be heartbroken. Tang Weiwei knew since high school that Zhang Nian was a very honest and responsible person. His greatest strength was that he was handsome without knowing it. He also liked her silently. Therefore, that morning 4 years ago, she had no doubt that Zhang Nian would always be by her side in the future. Everything he has done over the years has confirmed this. How could he suddenly be heartless? Zhang Nian's relationship with her is not as simple as just liking her. As for yesterday, she was just enjoying the feeling of being publicly confessed to, and she didn't really reject Zhang Nian. Why is he so petty? Tang Weiwei ignored Su Nuanyuan's attempts to stop her and walked towards Zhang Nian. Su Nuanyuan couldn't even hold her back, and she shook her head helplessly. Weiwei, you really are. At this moment, Zhang Nian had already ordered his food and was chatting with his roommate. Su Minghai couldn't believe it and asked. Tang Weiwei is outside, and you really aren't going to see her? You have to know that this Zhang Nian in their dormitory is a notorious womanizer at Jiangbei University. As soon as he sees Tang Weiwei, he can give up anything and rush over to her. For the past 4 years, Tang Weiwei has been his world. This morning, even though Zhang Nian said those things in the dormitory, they still didn't quite believe it. After all, Tang Weiwei wasn't there at that time, but whenever Tang Weiwei appeared, everything could change. Zhang Nian shook his head. I'm not going. His voice was very light, as if it carried no emotion. It seemed that he had really suppressed this obsession. Su Minghai patted him on the shoulder. Rare, brother, congratulations, you're finally free. Zhang Siyuan poured Zhang Nian a glass of water. Brother, I'm with you this time. Only Yuan Huai was different, he exclaimed. Oh no. Zhang Siyuan, what's so bad about it? The young man has finally come to his senses. Can't you say something nice? Yuan Huai pushed his glasses up his nose. No, it's Tang Weiwei coming in, she's coming alone. Zhang Nian, it seems like she's looking for you. At the moment, he was holding a glass of water and looking at the door. What? Zhang Siyuan was shocked. Why is she still here? Zhang Nian, you can't make the same mistake twice. Su Minghai laughed next to him. Don't worry, she's regretting it. Zhang Nian's hand holding the glass of water trembled as Tang Weiwei watched. Then he put the glass down. What does she have to regret? Su Minghai laughed. You don't understand, do you? That's just the way young girls are. You chase after them, they don't want it, they dangle you around, enjoying the feeling, but once you've gone, they feel something's missing and come back for you. Su Minghai is known as the Sea King of their dormitory. He has had countless relationships over the past 4 years, and changes women like clothes. He immediately saw what Tang Weiwei was thinking. Upon hearing this, Zhang Nian slowly put down his glass. He looked up and looked in the direction of Tang Weiwei. Regret? Will she regret it too? Over the past 4 years, Zhang Nian himself didn't know what he had done. It seemed that apart from Tang Weiwei, there was nothing else in his life. But today, after giving her up, his life felt completely different from before. It was like being reborn. Zhang Nian wanted to say something, but Tang Weiwei had already walked up to him. Standing there, she looked like a little girl who had been wronged, and she called out to him softly. Zhang Nian. Chapter 7 I'm Daddy's Daughter. At the top of the stairs. Su Xiaoyu ran down the stairs cheerfully on her short legs. She wasn't heading for the bathroom, but towards Zhang Nian. She missed her father so much. She wanted him to kiss her, hug her, and lift her high. She also wanted to show her presence in front of her father, so that he could be reunited with her mother as soon as possible. Because she was so small and the lobby was crowded, Tang Weiwei stood in front of Zhang Nian's table, and Zhang Nian didn't notice Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu was going to rush over to surprise him. But when she reached the table next to Zhang Nian's, she saw Tang Weiwei standing in front of Zhang Nian's table. Why did her expression look so strange? It was as if she were the tragic supporting actress in an idol drama that she watched with her mother. Realizing this, Su Xiaoyu stopped. This auntie doesn't like Dad, does she? No, no. I have to stop her. Dad can only be Mom's. Su Xiaoyu clenched her fists in secret. Tang Weiwei didn't see Su Xiaoyu either, and she kept looking at Zhang Nian. He didn't move, and her heart sank. Zhang Nian looked up at her, his eyes full of indifference. Is there something the matter? Tang Weiwei's heart suddenly felt a sharp tug. Zhang Nian's tone of voice was different too. How could this be? This can't be. Thinking of Su Nuanyuan's words just now, Tang Weiwei felt even more uncomfortable. She clenched her fingers together and tried to keep smiling, as usual, and said to Jiang Yan, "I have something to tell you. Shall we go outside?" In the past, whenever she spoke, Jiang Yan would obediently listen. But this time, she heard Jiang Yan say, "Let's talk here." Tang Weiwei was taken aback. She moved her fingers to suppress the unease in her heart. Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan calmly picked up the kettle, filled it with water, and took a sip. "Between us." At this time, Su Minghai, who realized something was wrong, was the first to stand up. "Jiang Yan, are you going to the bathroom?" "Yes, Yuan Huai, let's go." After living in the dormitory for a few years, there was an unspoken understanding between him and Su Minghai. Jiang Yan and Tang Weiwei needed some time alone. Only Yuan Huai, the academic star, was completely out of the loop. "Huh? I don't need to go?" "No, you need to go." Su Minghai and Jiang Siyuan didn't say another word, they just took Yuan Huai and left. Jiang Siyuan even covered Yuan Huai's mouth, afraid that he would say something strange again. Jiang Yan didn't stop them either. Perhaps, he really needed to make things clear with Tang Weiwei. As the others walked away, Tang Weiwei walked over to Jiang Yan and sat down. "Jiang Yan, what I meant yesterday was..." She hadn't finished speaking when she heard Jiang Yan say, "Tang Weiwei, let's just leave it at that, and don't get entangled again in the future." Tang Weiwei's face suddenly changed. She looked at Jiang Yan in shock. "What did you say?" "I said, let's just leave it at that, I don't want to get entangled anymore." But we..." Tang Weiwei anxiously clenched her hands, so nervous that she was a little incoherent. Jiang Yan interrupted her again. "You came here to eat, right? I see your roommates are outside too, go." Tang Weiwei was stunned. Jiang Yan is trying to get rid of her? No. She had always chased him away before, how could it be the other way around? No. She had to find an excuse to spend some time with Jiang Yan and get him interested in her again. "Jiang Yan, I actually want to ask you, did you get your internship certificate done? And your job problem?" Tang Weiwei knew that Jiang Yan hadn't done any of those things. She also knew that Jiang Yan knew that she had a way to fix it. Tang Weiwei said all this deliberately. Her aim was to make Jiang Yan give in. If Jiang Yan gave in and begged her to help him, she would agree. No need. Jiang Yan refused outright. Whether Jiang Siyuan's side would succeed or not, he didn't want to have anything to do with Tang Weiwei anymore. Tang Weiwei's eyes widened in surprise. "Why? Are you like this? What on earth is Jiang Yan talking about?" She had clearly given him an excuse, he just had to give in. Why is he so stubborn? "No. This isn't Jiang Yan. This isn't Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, have you fallen for someone else? Otherwise, why are you suddenly so heartless?" Jiang Yan was about to answer when he suddenly heard a bubbly voice behind him. "Daddy!" Tang Weiwei turned her head in shock and saw a cute little milk ball quickly scampering into Jiang Yan's arms. She reached out and embraced Jiang Yan's arm. Then she looked at Tang Weiwei with wary eyes. The way she looked at him seemed to be trying to protect Jiang Yan. Tang Weiwei was taken aback. Jiang Yan was also taken aback. He didn't expect to run into this little guy here. Her sweet voice was really soothing. It always made him feel comfortable when he was feeling down. But why did this dad sound so familiar? Jiang Yan lightly scratched her little nose. "Xiaoyu, why are you here?" "I'm here to eat with Dad." "Dad, who is this strange auntie?" Xiaoyu, who had been listening behind Tang Weiwei for a while, chose the moment she thought was most appropriate to rush out. She wanted to protect her father and also tell this strange auntie that her father had her. Strange auntie Tang Weiwei? She had just thought she had heard it wrong. After listening over and over again, she finally realized. The little girl did call out to Dad. And the person being called is Jiang Yan. Realizing this, Tang Weiwei went completely crazy. Who is this? When did Jiang Yan have a daughter? The little baby girl, who was snuggling up to Jiang Yan, turned her head with a smug look and looked at Tang Weiwei. "I'm Daddy's daughter." Tang Weiwei? Tang Weiwei was completely disoriented. Su Xiaoyu was not satisfied. She turned back and kissed Jiang Yan, smacking her lips, and asked in a baby voice. "Daddy, don't you think so?" Zhang Nian was still thinking about how to make Tang Weiwei give up. He was not afraid of Tang Weiwei's entanglement. He just felt tired. When he truly gave up, everything about this person would have nothing to do with him. He did not want anything to do with her either. The past with Tang Weiwei will remain in the past forever. At this moment, seeing Su Xiaoyu's plump, rosy face, Zhang Nian had an idea. He didn't explain either. Reaching out, he took Su Xiaoyu in his arms and looked at Tang Weiwei. Well, she's my daughter. You. Tang Weiwei stood up suddenly. Her chest was rising and falling violently. It seemed as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing, or as if she had been greatly stimulated. She didn't even know what to say. She turned angrily around and walked out. Zhang Nian seemed not to have seen it, his expression indifferent. He pinched the face of Su Xiaoyu in his arms. Little girl, you're not being good again. Su Xiaoyu happily hugged Zhang Nian's neck and happily kissed his face. Brother, am I good? Very good, excellent. Xiaoyu is the best. But I've done a big favor for my big brother. Hey hey. Su Xiaoyu smiled happily. It was really happy to be able to help her father. She drew circles in Zhang Nian's palm. Brother, are you looking for a job? That strange auntie seemed to be saying that just now. Well, yeah, I have to work after I graduate. Ah, I see, so have you found one yet? Not yet. For some reason, Zhang Nian always felt that he and Su Xiaoyu were particularly close and had a special connection. He answered whatever she asked without any hesitation. He felt extremely good. Sure enough, cuteness is a killer move on a hunk. There's no way to resist, right? Su Xiaoyu was overjoyed. She seemed to have found a way to make her mother approve of her father. I see. Then, brother. She was about to say something. The phone watch on her wrist rang again. On the other end of the line was Su Wan's anxious voice. Xiaoyu, did you sneak off again to go somewhere? Su Xiaoyu was startled. She quickly said, Mom, I'm done, I'll be right up. After that, she hurriedly hung up the phone. Reluctantly, she nuzzled in Zhang Nian's arms again before saying, Brother, I'll miss you in the future, can I call you? Yes, my phone number is. Wait, I'll find a piece of paper to write it down for you. Su Xiaoyu happily kissed Zhang Nian. Quickly, she slid out of his arms. No need, I have it. Goodbye, little fish, I'll miss you. She said this and ran off like the wind. You have it? Where did you get my phone number? It's a secret, hee hee. Zhang Nian couldn't help but giggle at the way she looked at him. This little girl is really well behaved, but I don't know what's wrong with her mother, letting her come out alone again. Fortunately, he met her twice. The low mood he felt when he was just talking to Tang Weiwei instantly disappeared. Zhang Nian leaned back in his chair and waited for dinner. The three people who had just come out of the bathroom walked over at this time. Seeing Zhang Nian still sitting there, they were shocked. Well done, Zhang Nian, I didn't think you really didn't go out, I thought we would only see an empty table when we came out. Has Tang Weiwei left? Zhang Nian nodded, yes, she's gone. Zhang Siyuan said, good, brother, I'll keep an eye on you, starting today, you're a new person. While they were talking, the three of them sat down. Su Minghai's seat happened to be right in front of the stairs. When he saw Su Xiaoyu running up the stairs, he was shocked. Holy cow, that little girl is so cute. Where? Yuan Huai and Zhang Siyuan also leaned over. The three of them were all daddy's girls. They especially liked pretty dolls that looked good. Su Minghai pointed in the direction of the stairs. The three of them widened their eyes at the same time. Holy cow, isn't she much prettier than those celebrity dolls? Really, if I had a daughter as cute as this, that would be great. I can't stop thinking about hugging her. Who's the child? Zhang Yan, who had just been called dad several times by Su Xiaoyu, couldn't help but smile. Okay, the hot pot is here, let's eat. Okay, let's eat first. They didn't see Su Xiaoyu's figure, and they came back to their senses. Zhang Siyuan drank a glass of water and prepared to pick up some food. But in his heart, he still yearned for that baby doll. You see, that face was simply as cute as the babies in those anime he watched. So, while picking up his food, he glanced up again. This time, it was no big deal, but Zhang Siyuan almost spit out his mouthful of water. Holy shit! I think I saw the goddess Yin Yin. Chapter 8 How could the goddess Enin have a child? 2 minutes ago. Second floor box. Su Wan-yin was a little worried after Su Xiaoyu hung up on her. She quickly got up, put on her hat and sunglasses, and walked out. Mu Ling wanted to stop her, but because she was further away from the door, she didn't have time. She opened the door and saw Su Xiaoyu running over happily, and Su Wan-yin let out a sigh of relief. She hugged Su Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, why did you take so long? What? Mom, there were too many people in the bathroom, so I waited a little while. Su Wan-yin glanced at the lobby, and there were indeed a lot of people. She let out a sigh of relief. Next time, don't run off, understand? Xiaoyu is a big kid now, you have to listen. Su Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. For some reason, Su Wan-yin always felt that Su Xiaoyu was exceptionally happy today. She didn't notice that a gaze was directed at her in the lobby on the first floor. After Jiang Xiyuan shouted out, Yuan Huai and Su Minghai also looked over. Su Minghai was full of excitement. Where is it? Yuan Huai looked confused. Who is the goddess Enin? Ordinarily, Yuan Huai only knew about studying, and his biggest entertainment was reading novels. He knew almost nothing about things like beautiful women and goddesses. He has never been in love. For a while, Jiang Xiyuan even suspected that he had a problem with his orientation. The two ignored him. In the meantime, Su Minghai had already seen the milk doll at the entrance to the second floor box. That one? No way. That looks like the milk doll's mother, right? That's not the goddess of music. Su Minghai looked back with certainty, picked up his chopsticks and continued eating. How could the goddess of music have a child? Yuan Huai poked his head out, confused. Who exactly is the goddess of music? What does she have to do with the milk doll? Jiang Xiyuan gave him a dirty look and then nodded, agreeing with Su Minghai. You're right, what man could be worthy of the goddess of music? I must have been mistaken. Yuan Huai was ignored. Yuan Huai, can one of you answer my question? Jiang Xiyuan, you're such a nerd, you know nothing but studying. He was about to answer Yuan Huai's question when he suddenly realized something. Zhang Nian hadn't said a word in the past few minutes. He turned his head in confusion and looked at Zhang Nian. He found him holding a glass of water and drinking tea seriously, as if the issue they were discussing had nothing to do with him. Jiang Xiyuan and Su Minghai looked at each other. Jiang Xiyuan, Zhang Nian. Zhang Nian's hand froze for a moment. What? Jiang Xiyuan, who is the goddess of sound? Zhang Nian was silent. Who? Jiang Xiyuan, Su Minghai. Yuan Huai couldn't help but burst out laughing. You see, I'm not the only one who doesn't know, right? You're such good friends, you silly boys. Otherwise, it would show how ignorant he is. You two really are the geeks of our dormitory. One is a nerd and the other is a love-struck idiot, and you don't even know the goddess of sound. She was the most popular internet singer on the internet 4 years ago. Internet singer? And it was 4 years ago? That means she's not popular anymore, right? Who knows? Yuan Huai disdainfully took a mouthful of food for himself. A moment later, he felt the knife-like stares of Jiang Xiyuan and Su Minghai. Yuan Huai quickly placed the lamb roll he had picked out in Jiang Xiyuan's bowl and picked up another pair of chopsticks for Su Minghai. Well, you guys go ahead and continue talking. Zhang Nian was also aroused. He had only just traveled back in time 4 years ago. Naturally, he didn't know who the goddess Enin was. Sigh. Jiang Xiyuan sighed silently. In fact, Yuan Huai was right, she really was over. 4 years ago, it was originally reported that she was going to switch from the internet to reality, release an album and enter the film and television industry. She even participated in an online drama for this, and her superb acting skills and sweet appearance received an extremely positive response. But for some reason, the goddess Enin suddenly terminated her contract with the entertainment company and completely disappeared from the public eye. Disappeared? Zhang Nian thought back to those artists from his previous life who had disappeared for no reason. Was she being put in storage? We don't know either, but after that, Mercury, fans started asking around for news of her, but no one could find out anything. She really hasn't appeared. Jiang Xiyuan's voice carried a tone of regret and disappointment. If Goddess Enin were still around, she would be a popular young actress in the entertainment industry right now. Zhang Nian couldn't know for sure. He wasn't very interested in all this. However, Yuan Huai was intrigued. Is it really that amazing? I think Suwanyan is right, she probably offended some capitalist and was put in storage. Oh yeah? What's the full name of goddess Yin? As if he had thought of something, Yuan Huai asked again. Full name? Jiang Siyuan shook his head. I don't know, what's the point of asking? Yuan Huai, you fake fans, don't you know this? I just find it strange that everyone with the character Yin in their name is so strange. The character Yin? Who else is there? Suwan Yin, don't you know? Suwan Yin? Zhang Nian looked puzzled. The name seemed familiar. But where had he heard it before? Before he could react, Jiang Siyuan and Su Minghai exclaimed in surprise. Are you talking about the mysterious school flower at our school? Yuan Huai, yes, you know about her too. Jiang Siyuan, who doesn't know about her? As soon as they finished speaking, the three of them looked at Zhang Nian together. Zhang Nian, I really don't know, isn't Tang Weiwei the school flower at our school? The three of them. Jiang Siyuan, I knew you only knew Tang Weiwei. Lao Yuan, give the young man a science lesson. If you leave Tang Weiwei, you need to get to know more new girls to add some fun to your life. Yuan Huai laughed. Young man, don't be angry when I tell you this, Suwan Yin is the real goddess of the people, she is more than 100 times more beautiful than Tang Weiwei. My brother was in the same year as her, and according to my brother, there was an era at Zhongbei University called the Suwan Yin era. In those days, there was no guy at Zhongbei University who didn't like Suwan Yin. She was a year ahead of us, and when we were freshmen, she was a junior. She never had a boyfriend, and was the standard innocent girl. The white moonlight in countless men's hearts. But the amazing thing is that the year we started school, Suwan Yin dropped out. After I arrived at school, I went to the campus network to check her news to see how beautiful this beauty really is, but unfortunately there was nothing, as if she had completely disappeared. It seems that only her legend remains on campus. Su Minghai also said, yes, I didn't find out either. Alas, I'm really curious what this legendary goddess looks like. If I could meet her, I would die happy. Jiang Siyuan slapped him. You said the same thing about your last online girlfriend. Su Minghai. Zhang Nian laughed along. For him, the stories they told were just some interesting gossip. He didn't try to understand the people the way they did. But he had to say, the gossip was really quite interesting. At least, it made him feel like having fun. Zhang Nian had a fairly happy meal. After dinner, they went back to the dormitory together. Zhang Nian did not see the private room on the second floor. Su Xiaoyu kept eating with her mind elsewhere. Because she had just snuck out, her mother was watching her extra closely. She didn't even get a chance to go out and see her father. After they finished eating, the little girl quickly walked out of the private room. However, her father's seat downstairs was already empty. Su Xiaoyu immediately let her lips fall, looking aggrieved. Su Wanyin saw her look and worriedly asked, Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Chapter 9. Could it be that this is the golden finger she has crossed over with? It's okay, Mom, Xiaoyu is just too full, it was delicious. Well, I'm glad you liked it, let's go home. Okay. Little Su Xiaoyu took Su Wanyin's hand and got into the car, looking back every few steps. Along the way, she never saw Zhang Nian again. The little girl felt heavy in her heart. Zhang Nian walked all the way back to the dormitory. The others were either playing games, sleeping, or reading novels. He couldn't sleep. So he took out his phone to see if there was any useful news. Tang Weiwei hadn't sent any more messages, and he felt a lot more relaxed. He opened a web browser and Zhang Nian browsed the internet for a while, but soon lost interest. Although Tang Weiwei had been in his sight for the past 4 years, he had also been exposed to some online information. Zhang Nian had long since discovered that this world was very different from his previous life. He wasn't sure if it was because of a disorder in time and space, or something else. This world called Blue Star had no cultural heritage from the previous life spanning thousands of years. There was no poetry, no great deeds, and no dynastic changes. As a result, although the entertainment industry was prosperous and lively, it was very shallow. The lyrics were monotonous, and the songs were boring. It was either something like dig, 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 or something else. It's very brainwashing, but it really doesn't interest anyone. TV dramas are even more so, some bubble idol dramas with confusing logic and incoherent plots. They rely on some popular stars to prop up the ratings. Zhang Nian has no interest in watching them at all. Over time, he gave up this hobby. Today, if they hadn't mentioned it, he would have forgotten about it. Thinking about this, Zhang Nian suddenly remembered a possibility. Yuan Huai. Ha? What's wrong? Where do you usually read novels? On the Orange Novel app. Why? Yuan Huai blinked, pushed his glasses up, and looked away from the novel app he had opened. Damn, the author hasn't updated again today. I'll read the novel on my phone. Zhang Nian. He silently withdrew his gaze. He downloaded the Orange Novel app, opened the rankings, and glanced at them. This glance was not without consequence, as Zhang Nian couldn't help but laugh. This list is a mess. The top 10 are all things Zhang Nian read when he was 10 years old and just started reading novels. It's more than 20 years behind the world of online literature before he traveled back in time. Zhang Nian quickly opened the website search bar. He searched for the basics of what he loved to read in his previous life. Nothing. Not a single book. There's not even any news about these authors. Just as expected. Not only is the entertainment industry behind, but even literature is far inferior to before. Zhang Nian suddenly became interested. After just giving up Tang Weiwei, he had a lot of free time. Why not make good use of it and become a copywriter? If he made a lot of money in the future, he could also fulfill the dream he had accumulated over 2 lives. Carrying a computer on his back, he could travel the world with a light heart. He could spend the rest of his life leisurely, happy and free. He did as he said. Zhang Nian immediately turned on the computer. The computer he bought 4 years ago was a bit slow, but that didn't dampen his enthusiasm in the slightest. He created a new document and opened it. After sitting at the desk for a moment, pondering, a name immediately came to mind. Xu Xian. This novel, known as one of the 3 great wonders of the internet, was once sought after by countless people. It was even hailed as the martial arts Bible of the post-Jin Yong era, with a large following and numerous awards. It was even adapted into a TV series and movie and shown on the big screen. Its influence is evident. Zhang Nian once struggled with it for several days and nights without sleep. Later, he appeared in class with panda eyes and was punished by the teacher to stand. But that was all in the past. The problem now is that he doesn't know if he can remember the plot. Just as he was thinking about it, Zhang Nian suddenly felt a burst of clarity in his mind. The plot and characters of Xu Xian, and even the chapters, appeared in his mind word by word. Zhang Nian was shocked. Could it be that this is the golden finger that allowed him to time travel? Was the inexplicable love he had previously thought he felt just his own imagination? It was true. Women only affect the speed at which one advances. Zhang Nian immediately cast aside his distracting thoughts and prepared to start typing. At that moment, the snoring of Yuan Huai could be heard from the dormitory. Zhang Nian had no choice but to take out his headphones and put them on. He clicked on the music player, thought for a moment, and typed the name In into the search box. Soon, he found her song. The song was called Spring Moods. Zhang Nian clicked the play button. In a moment, a light tune entered his ears. This song was a slow, lyrical song. The moment the sound came in, Zhang Nian was taken aback. It had been too long since he had heard such ethereal sounds. No wonder the song is so popular. Although it is not as good as the love songs from his previous life, it is already considered top-notch in this world. At this moment, Zhang Nian finally believed what Jiang Xiyuan and the others had said. This girl called Yin, if she can stay in the entertainment industry, her future is boundless. Of course, this has nothing to do with him. While listening to the song, Zhang Nian typed the first line. There are no immortals in this world, but since the time of great suffering. Every time he wrote a word, the plot in his head doubled back. Unbeknownst to him, he had written 6,000 words in one go. After finishing, Zhang Nian was in a quandary. It seemed like he wanted to post something, but he also wanted to submit it. But now, he didn't know any editors. After thinking about it, Zhang Nian gave up on the idea directly. He opened the web page to the background of the Orange novel and applied for an author number. When filling in the author name, Zhang Nian originally wrote the 2 characters Nian Nian. However, this author name was already taken. For some reason, the round little face of Su Xiaoyu appeared in his mind. Zhang Nian suddenly laughed. He typed in the words year after year there is fish and the verification passed. Create a book and publish it. Zhang Nian relaxed only after uploading all 6,000 words. It was already late. The dormitory was filled with the even breathing of everyone. They were all asleep. Jiang Nian also turned off the computer and went to bed. The contract requires 20,000 words, and the other 14,000 words can be written some other time. There is no rush. His most important task at the moment is to get the internship certificate and graduation project done. Otherwise, it would be a problem if he couldn't graduate in the end. At that time, without even thinking, a big line would definitely appear on the Zhongbei University campus website. A certain dog licker failed to graduate because of a woman. He is truly a benchmark in the dog licking world and a model for us all. Let us take this as a warning. Just thinking about it makes me feel ashamed. Early the next morning, Jiang Nian woke up. He got up and was about to go out to buy breakfast when he noticed that Yuan Huai had already brought it back. He was the last one to serve Jiang Nian. After setting it down, he hesitated to say anything. Jiang Nian had a bad feeling. He looked up at Yuan Huai. What's wrong? Is it a problem at work? Yuan Huai nodded. They emailed me back last night, saying it wasn't very good. Sorry, young man. Jiang Nian thought about his fortune-making career and felt that this was not a big deal. He smiled. It's nothing to be embarrassed about, Yuan. I have to thank you for your help. When I make money, I'll buy you dinner. According to the laws of crossover entertainment, he would definitely make a lot of money. After all, it was the originator of Xianxia. It's just that right now, he didn't have any pennies. Yuan Huai thought that his laugh was one of frustration, so he patted Jiang Nian on the shoulder and changed the subject. Let's eat breakfast first. I'll introduce you to some good ones. Okay. After breakfast, Jiang Nian decided to go and fight for his internship certificate. Lao Yuan, is there a job fair at the job market these days? He wanted to try his luck. Yuan Huai said as he shoved a bun into his mouth. Wait a minute. He opened his phone, looked through it for a while, and then told Jiang Nian. Yes, there is one today. Okay, I'll go check it out after I finish eating. Jiang Nian made a decision. Yuan Huai looked at him and smiled with relief. This kid, he's finally starting to get it. Anyway, it's a new beginning. The worst that can happen is that I'll help him more when I make money in the future, and he'll get better. After eating, Jiang Nian changed into a more formal outfit and first accompanied Jiang Xiyuan and Yuan Huai to see Su Minghai off to the bus station. Then they prepared to set off for the job market. They had only taken 2 steps when the phone rang. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, Jiang Nian picked up the phone with some doubt and heard a bubbly voice. Dad. No, big brother, it's me, Xiaoyu. You remember me, don't you? Jiang Nian couldn't help but laugh. Yes, what's up? Xiaoyu. Hee, big brother, where are you going to play today? Mom's not home today, and Xiaoyu wants to play with you. The little one's voice was sweet. Jiang Nian felt good listening to her. I'm afraid I can't today, I'm going to the job market to look for work. Oh. The little one's voice dropped a little. Then big brother can go, little fish will play by herself, and when big brother is done, little fish will go and play with big brother. Okay. Jiang Nian agreed. After hanging up the phone, he went out and took the bus to the Zhongbei City job market. At this time, on the other side, Su Wanin was gathering things while saying, Mu Ling, do you really have to go to the meeting with the manager over there today? Mu Ling shook her head. No, I have to go. He is a big shot in the industry, and has personally made many movie stars famous. I went through a lot of trouble to get him here. You don't know that other artists can't find him even if they want to. You going to the meeting will do you a lot of good. But, Xiaoyu. Don't worry, I will take good care of Xiaoyu. I have already told them that I won't be there, so you go on your own. Just be careful. Su Xiaoyu also poked her head out of the room. Mom, don't worry, Xiaoyu will behave. Okay, then you and Ling stay at home and behave, okay? Mu Ling, did you contact the babysitter? Yes, I contacted her, she'll be here for the interview in a little while, don't worry, just go. Su Wanin then left the house with doubts. Chapter 10, How did Jiang Nian have a child? After Su Wanin left, Mu Ling began tidying up the house, muttering to herself. Xiaoyu, your mother is going to training the day after tomorrow, and she can't afford to fail this time. When the time comes, your mother will be a big star and be able to give you a better life. So, for the next 3 months, you have to be a good boy and behave, okay? The nanny will be here soon, and you need to get along with her. She will be taking care of you for the next 3 months, and Ling will come visit from time to time. Okay. Su Xiaoyu nodded vigorously and began to think about her plan. Ling, what if Xiaoyu doesn't get along with the nanny? What? Get along? I don't think so. She's a gold medal nanny. I've done some research, and she's taken care of many little girls your age. She's very experienced and should be fine. Su Xiaoyu asked with a pout, what if, in the end, they don't get along? Mu Ling paused in her actions. If it really doesn't work out, I'll contact someone else. What else can I do? Oh, I see. Su Xiaoyu nodded happily, her heart already cheering. Now, she just needs to make Ling feel like she doesn't get along with the nanny. Then she'll figure out a way to get Ling to contact Dad. Xiaoyu is so smart. If Daddy can come and take care of her for 3 months, then he can prove to Mummy that he is up to the job of being Daddy. Mummy will slowly come to accept Daddy. The more Su Xiaoyu thought about it, the happier she became. She had already started planning. When the nanny arrived later, she would learn from the annoying children around her and make the nanny dislike her. Xiaoyu, what are you smirking at? You're not up to something naughty, are you? Seeing Su Xiaoyu's expression, Morong couldn't help but frown. Su Xiaoyu, who almost got caught, quickly waved her hands. No, I didn't. Xiaoyu will help you with the work, Ling's sister. This sweet, milk bun-like appearance immediately made Mu Ling forget her suspicions. Half an hour later. Su Xiaoyu, who was already tired and collapsed on the sofa, began to worry. Ling's sister, why hasn't Auntie come yet? If she doesn't come soon, she won't be able to hold it in. That's right, wait a minute, I'll make a call to hurry her up. Mu Ling took out her phone and a few moments later, she hung up disappointed. It's over, she's not coming. What? Su Xiaoyu's heart leaped with joy, but she pretended to be worried and asked, she's not coming? What should we do then? Mu Ling didn't see Su Xiaoyu's little game at all. She sighed, forget it, I'll contact her again. There's still a day to go, so it should be in time. With that, Mu Ling picked up her phone and started calling again. Su Xiaoyu quickly took Mu Ling's hand. Ling, this method of selection is too slow. Why don't we go to the job market and have a look? Huh? The job market? Mu Ling looked at Su Xiaoyu in shock. Su Xiaoyu said, when I was playing downstairs yesterday, I heard them say that there are a lot of nannies at the job market. Why don't we go and have a look? Xiaoyu will personally pick one out, won't that be quicker? Seeing Mu Ling's doubts, Su Xiaoyu quickly squeezed out a few tears. Mommy is leaving the day after tomorrow. What will I do without an auntie? I'm only 3 years old. No one will take care of me. Oh, I'm so sad. As soon as she started crying, Mu Ling gave in. Okay, I'll take you. I have nothing to do at home today, so I might as well go out for a walk. Great, thanks, Ling. Su Xiaoyu gave Mu Ling a kiss on the cheek. Zhangbei University Girls' Dormitory. Tang Weiwei, who hadn't slept all night, climbed out of bed. She picked up the breakfast her roommate had brought back and ate it listlessly. These little cakes were her favorite. But today, they tasted bland. After just one bite, Tang Weiwei put the bread down, picked up the phone at hand, and lit up the screen. The screen showed that 2 people had sent messages. She clicked open in surprise. She found that one was a group message from her tutors, and the other was from her roommate, telling her that breakfast was on the table. The person who used to say good morning to her every day still hadn't sent her any message. Tang Weiwei fidgeted with her phone, then angrily flipped it onto the desk. It made a loud bang. Next to her, Su Nuanyuan, who was eating a steamed bun, was startled. Tang Weiwei wanted to say something, but didn't know how to say it. She snorted, stuck her fingers in her hair, and rubbed her head furiously, not enough to hide her annoyance. How could Jiang Yan have a child? Su Nuan helplessly put down the steamed buns in her hands and took a sip of hot water. Weiwei, you've been nagging about this since last night, and you've said it at least 100 times. Can't you see? Jiang Yan is obviously looking for an excuse to avoid you. He has only had eyes for you for the past 4 years, so how could he have a child? Wake up! Jiang Yan has nothing to do with you anymore. An excuse? Tang Weiwei suddenly had a revelation. Yes, that's the reason he's using to avoid me. How stupid of me. Thinking about this, Tang Weiwei felt happy again. I'll go find him. Hello? Hello? Su Nuanyuan wanted to say something, but it was too late. Seeing Tang Weiwei leave, Su Nuanyuan sighed silently and took a big bite of her bun. Zhang Yan, what sins did you commit in your past life that you like Tang Weiwei so much? Come on, a goddess will save you. Tang Weiwei walked quickly all the way to the boys' dormitory building. When she arrived at the bottom of the building, she saw Jiang Siyuan and Yuan Huai coming back from outside. Tang Weiwei couldn't help but call out to them. Jiang Siyuan. Jiang Siyuan turned his head and saw it was her. The two of them frowned in unison. Tang Weiwei? What's going on? What are you doing here? We just sent off Su Minghai. He went to report for duty. Tang Weiwei nodded. Oh, just the two of you? Jiang Siyuan and Yuan Huai glanced at each other. Zhang Nian is here too, but he's gone to the job market now. Do you need to find him for something? Her plan was revealed. Tang Weiwei's heart trembled, and she almost subconsciously said, I'm not here to see him. How could she let others think that she came to see Zhang Nian in person? In the past, it was always Zhang Nian who came to see her. She had never taken the initiative. Now if they thought she had taken the initiative, they would laugh at her, right? Jiang Siyuan and Su Haiming smiled at each other. This woman, really? Okay, you go ahead, we'll go now. They really didn't want to spend another second with Tang Weiwei. Tang Weiwei, who had been ignored, went from red to white. She gritted her teeth and decided to try her luck at the job market. Chapter 11. It was just one night, how could she be pregnant? 9 a.m. The job market opened its doors. Zhang Nian was among the first to enter. The major companies inside had already set up their positions, waiting for the college students to be slaughtered to come and submit their resumes. Zhang Nian looked around and found that the positions were either for restaurant waiters, internet celebrities, or jobs that required payment for training. It was obvious that they were scams. The few positions related to his major had very high requirements. He tried his luck, but the response was basically, sorry, you're not suitable for our company. Zhang Nian was a little discouraged. It turned out that finding a job was so difficult. He walked aimlessly through the job market with his resume in hand. What he didn't see was the other corner. The little milk dumpling Su Xiaoyu was looking at him intently. She and Mu Ling had been there for 20 minutes. During those 20 minutes, Mu Ling had been chatting with the nannies looking for work, learning about their work experience, past experience caring for children, and expected salary and benefits. From time to time, she would drag Su Xiaoyu along to see if they were a good match. Whenever this happened, Su Xiaoyu would shake her head, as if she were being wronged. It was only when she saw Zhang Nian that she smiled. While Mu Ling was chatting happily with an aunt, Su Xiaoyu picked up the information next to her and turned towards Zhang Nian and ran over. At this time, Zhang Nian, after discovering that there was indeed no suitable position for him, decided to go back to school first and submit his resume online to see what happened. It was just an internship certificate anyway. As long as a company was willing to accept him, that would be fine. Before he had even left the job market, he heard a crisp, brother. Then, Zhang Nian felt a strong force come from his lap. A soft little arm embraced him. Zhang Nian looked down and saw Su Xiaoyu, a little teddy bear with two pigtails, looking up at him happily. Brother, Xiaoyu is happy to see you again. We really are meant to be. Zhang Nian followed her lead and beamed. He crouched down and pinched Su Xiaoyu's little face. Why are you here too? Su Xiaoyu thought for a moment and made up an answer. I'm here with my mom looking for a job. Mom? Zhang Nian looked up and scanned the area, but couldn't see anyone. He was suddenly speechless. This unreliable mother had once again lost her child. Shall I take you to your mother? No, no. Su Xiaoyu quickly waved his hands. My mother is having an interview over there, I can't disturb her. Brother, can you play with Xiaoyu for a while? Okay. Zhang Nian simply couldn't resist the little guy's coquetry, and immediately agreed. He picked up Su Xiaoyu and sat down in a corner with few people at the door. Let's sit here, so it's convenient for your mom to find you later and she can see you at a glance. Okay. Su Xiaoyu happily rubbed against Zhang Nian's chest. Then he took out the A4 paper folded in half in his hand. Brother, will you teach Xiaoyu how to write? Xiaoyu is going to kindergarten soon, but she still can't write a single character. Zhang Nian had just been wondering what she was doing with a stack of paper. Little did he know that it was for writing. Zhang Yan, who loves learning, liked this even more. He immediately nodded. Okay, what do you want to learn? Su Xiaoyu thought for a moment and sweetly said, how about writing my brother's name? Xiaoyu still didn't know her brother's name. Okay. Zhang Yan didn't even realize it himself, but his tone followed Su Xiaoyu's voice and turned into a sticky, spoiled voice. After receiving the pen passed to him by Su Xiaoyu, Zhang Yan saw the little guy point to a position on the right side of the blank paper. Right here? Okay. Zhang Yan nodded. While picking up the pen, he said, my name is Zhang Yan, with the character for river and the character for year. Year after year, there will be fish? Su Xiaoyu immediately grasped the point, and she looked at Zhang Yan seriously with her head tilted. Does it mean that there will be little fish? That's a great word. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yan was amused by Su Xiaoyu, and he thought of the author's name he had given himself. It really does have a bit of that meaning. It means that every year there is a surplus, which means that the year has been well lived. So that's what it means. Su Xiaoyu clapped her hands happily. Brother, your name is really good, Xiaoyu will learn it well. This is the first time I've been a teacher to someone else, and it doesn't feel bad. Zhang Yan carefully wrote the two characters in the position that Su Xiaoyu had pointed to. Look, this is how it's written. MMM. The successful Su Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. Xiaoyu will try too. Good. Zhang Yan handed the paper to Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu smiled, turned the page happily, and wrote the name Zhang Yan carefully. First came a dot. Then came the second dot. Zhang Yan watched in shock. This little girl is so clever. But when he saw the third dot, Zhang Yan's face turned white. The dot with 3 dots was written horizontally by Su Xiaoyu. The little guy still had no idea that he had made a mistake. She looked up earnestly at Zhang Yan. Brother, is this right? Su Xiaoyu always felt that something was strange. Zhang Yan smiled lightly and held her soft little hand. No, it should be written like this. After finishing the character, Su Xiaoyu giggled. So that's how it's done, but what about the back? Brother, Xiaoyu doesn't know how to write it. No, I want you to hold my hand and write it for me. She had only seen this writing posture in the corner of the park. Someone else's father was teaching them to write. Today, her father taught her the same way. She was so happy. She had to write by herself to learn. No, she wanted her brother to hold her hand while she wrote. This spoiled act completely won over Zhang Yan's heart. He nodded without resistance. Okay, come on, I'll teach you. Su Xiaoyu then followed suit with satisfaction. She had just finished writing when she had not yet had time to wait for Zhang Yan to praise her. The milk dumpling's phone watch rang again. She quickly jumped out of Zhang Yan's arms. Ah, brother, my mom's calling me, I have to go. Ha? I'll walk you to the door. No, Xiaoyu can find her way home. Brother, I'll see you later. How can you see each other later? This little girl. Zhang Yan shook his head helplessly, then got up and walked out of the job market. Just as he reached the door, he saw Tang Weiwei coming towards him. She was wearing the short skirt he had given her for her birthday a few years ago, with a ponytail and a rosy face. She stopped in front of him without saying a word. Zhang Yan also didn't say anything. In fact, he didn't even bother to speak. Ever since he had decided to give up on Tang Weiwei, and seeing her again, Zhang Yan suddenly felt that the feeling of heart palpitations was gone. It was as if he was seeing a stranger. So, Zhang Yan casually walked past her. Tang Weiwei was shocked and opened her mouth. Before she came to the job market, she had specially gone to change into the clothes Zhang Yan had given her. She had never worn them before. She had looked for a long time before finding them. She had done so much for him, but why did he still ignore her? Zhang Yan. Tang Weiwei's voice was a little urgent. Zhang Yan pretended not to hear and continued walking. Tang Weiwei turned around angrily. Zhang Yan, stop. Zhang Yan stopped in his tracks. He didn't turn around and said indifferently. Is there something the matter? Is there something the matter? Listen, what a flat tone. Is he really, completely unconcerned? Tang Weiwei's annoyance deepened. She finally managed to calm herself down and find her voice. Where is your daughter? Zhang Yan glanced back at her. She came all the way here just to ask him this? Does she care that much? None of your business. Once again, these words made Tang Weiwei's heart grow cold. But who is Tang Weiwei? She was the school flower at the Conservatory of Music, and she even studied acting in order to enter the entertainment industry. It was no big deal for her to control her emotions. She deliberately walked closer to Zhang Yan. In fact, you don't even have a daughter, do you? You're deliberately trying to upset me, aren't you? Are you angry because I rejected you the other day? Zhang Yan, I'm not angry, so please don't be angry, okay? She wasn't angry that he was deliberately trying to upset her. It was as if she was giving Zhang Yan an excuse to back down. He would surely take the bait, wouldn't he? But as soon as she said that, she heard Zhang Yan say, I'm not angry. Fearing that she wouldn't understand, he added, There's nothing to be angry about, Tang Weiwei. I thought I made myself clear. I liked you before, and I did so of my own free will. Now that I don't like you anymore, it's also of my own free will. It has nothing to do with you, and it has nothing to do with whether or not I have a daughter. You don't need to think about it so much. Seeing that Tang Weiwei still wanted to say something, Zhang Yan said directly, I have something else to do, so I'll be going first. Tang Weiwei just watched Zhang Yan leave out of her sight, without turning around. She was suddenly at a loss for words. Why is it like this again? Ever since that night, Zhang Yan has been different. What's wrong with Zhang Yan? Tang Weiwei just couldn't figure it out. Just as she was thinking, she suddenly saw in the corner of her eye a small milk dumpling standing there. Tang Weiwei's heart trembled. Isn't this Zhang Yan's daughter? Why is she here? What is her relationship with Zhang Yan? Could it be that Zhang Yan came to the talent market to find her? How could that be? Tang Weiwei felt her thoughts were a little ridiculous. She shook her head and turned to leave. At that moment, something flashed through her mind. 3 years old. Born 3 years ago. In other words, the child's mother was pregnant 4 years ago. If that's the case. If that's really the case. Tang Weiwei had a start. She quickly took 2 steps forward. After seeing the woman next to the child, Tang Weiwei immediately let out a sigh of relief. It wasn't her. It seems that she was just overthinking things. How could it be such a coincidence? It was just that one night, how could she have gotten pregnant? This should not be Zhang Yan's child. It was only when she thought of this that she left. Mu Ling and Su Xiaoyu didn't see her. Mu Ling was going crazy at this moment. She embraced Su Xiaoyu. Where have you been? You scared me to death. She had just found a nanny and was about to let Su Xiaoyu take a look, but then the girl disappeared. Luckily, she appeared as soon as she shouted. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Su Xiaoyu lowered her head. Sister Ling, I'm sorry, I went over there. I was right there, and I could see you as soon as I looked up. Mu Ling let out a sigh of relief. Okay, next time, don't wander off, okay? Su Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. Mu Ling took her hand and pointed to the nanny next to her. Xiaoyu, be good, come, there's an auntie here, you take a look first, this auntie is very good, better than the ones I contacted before, and she's patient too, I think she's perfect for you. Mu Ling went on and on for a long time, but she noticed that Su Xiaoyu was standing still, not moving an inch. It seemed that she wasn't interested in this auntie at all. Mu Ling couldn't hold back any longer. Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Are you unhappy? If it doesn't work out, we can change. Ling, Xiaoyu is not unhappy. The little guy shook his head vigorously, then happily held up the paper in his hand for Mu Ling to see. Xiaoyu has already found an auntie. Chapter 12, the auntie you found is a man? What? Mu Ling couldn't react immediately. What did you say? Su Xiaoyu quickly held up the paper in his hand. Xiaoyu thinks this auntie is very suitable, Xiaoyu really likes it. Look, he signed it. Mu Ling quickly took the paper from Su Xiaoyu's hand. Then she saw a name in the margin. Zhang Yan. When Mu Ling opened the folded paper, she was shocked to see that the top half and back of the paper was an employment contract. This was a contract that Mu Ling had prepared long ago. It was specifically for Su Xiaoyu to find a nanny. Mu Ling was stunned. Zhang Yan? Who is Zhang Yan? Why does it sound like a man's name? The nanny waiting to meet Su Xiaoyu next to Mu Ling was a little confused. Miss, do you still need me? Before Mu Ling could answer, Su Xiaoyu next to her raised her chubby little hand. No, thank you, Auntie. You've worked hard. The nanny, who was about to get angry, forgot all about it when she saw Su Xiaoyu's appearance. She waved cheerfully, no hard work, if you don't need me, I'll go first. Mu Ling, who was still in a daze, finally reacted. Ha? No. Before she could finish speaking, Su Xiaoyu hugged her. Sister Ling, Zhang Nian is a very nice person. You know him, the one who took Xiaoyu upstairs at the hotel. Is that him? Mu Ling remembered him. He was a very handsome young man. He was also very polite. Xiaoyu even called him dad in a sticky voice. But that time, she seemed to have misunderstood him and was scolded. Why is Su Xiaoyu still in contact with that man? Mu Ling's scalp tingled. What Jiang Nian brother? No. You are a little girl, you must not find a man. Besides, men don't know how to take care of children. Su Xiaoyu, what's wrong with you? You usually listen to me, but these past few days. As soon as Mu Ling said something, Su Xiaoyu would pout and squeeze out tears, looking aggrieved. Sister Ling, you were mean to me. Mu Ling. Did she just say I was mean to her? Mu Ling suddenly began to doubt herself. But seeing Su Xiaoyu's pitiful appearance, Mu Ling felt that she had indeed been mean. Without thinking about where she had been mean to her, she apologized directly. I was wrong, Sister Ling was wrong, Xiaoyu, don't cry. Then, Jiang Nian brother. Xiaoyu can use it whenever you want. That's great. Su Xiaoyu threw her arms around Mu Ling's neck and gave her a big kiss on the face. Sister Mu Ling is the best. This was a completely different person from the girl who had just been so upset. Mu Ling. It seems like she's been tricked. She was about to speak when she heard Su Xiaoyu say. Sister Mu Ling just promised Xiaoyu, so you won't go back on your word, will you? Mum said it, to be an honest and trustworthy child. Mu Ling. She gritted her teeth and pondered how her IQ became 0 whenever she was in Su Xiaoyu's presence. But after a moment, she thought of a solution. It's not Xiaoyu, Ling, you haven't gone back on your word. It's just that Jiang Nian. Where is he? If we can't find him. He's at Jiangbei University. He's my mom's junior. Ling, you can go to Jiangbei University and find him. Mu Ling. She swallowed hard and continued. But there's no phone number on it, and when we get to Jiangbei University, we won't know where he is. I have it. Su Xiaoyu happily held up her phone watch on her wrist. His phone number, I have it. Mu Ling. Today, her IQ has not only become 0, it has also become negative. Mu Ling thought for a long time, but couldn't think of any other suitable reason. It's not easy to fool Su Xiaoyu. This girl is really smart. She opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. Su Xiaoyu could see at a glance that Ling had other ideas. She started to squeeze out tears again. Oh, no one will take care of Xiaoyu anymore. Xiaoyu is so miserable. Xiaoyu doesn't have a father, and now her mother is leaving too. Ling is bullying Xiaoyu too. Mu Ling. The last thing she could bear was to see Su Xiaoyu cry. Just when she didn't know what to do, her phone rang. On the other end of the line was Su Wanyan's voice. Mu Ling, the person in charge, has spoken. I'm to report there this afternoon and go with her. Mu Ling was delighted. That's great. Hurry back and pack now. I'm on my way back. What about you and Xiaoyu? How did the nanny search go? Mu Ling was suddenly at a loss for words. What was she going to tell Su Wanyin? That the nanny she had hired wasn't coming. Her precious daughter had found a man to be the nanny? Mu Ling? If I can't find one, I'll just cancel and look again in a couple of days. No way. Mu Ling refused on the spot. She closed her eyes. I found someone, don't worry, I found someone. Such a good opportunity, Su Wanyin can't miss it. Okay, I'll go back and pack and leave, you take care of Xiaoyu for me for a day, and come back when the nanny arrives. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Mu Ling was still a little confused. What the hell is going on? Su Xiaoyu was looking at her with tears in her eyes. Sister Ling. Mu Ling was helpless. You win. Wait a minute, let me find out a little about this Jiang Nian. Su Xiaoyu immediately happily hugged Muling and gave her a kiss. Not satisfied, she rubbed her face against Muling's. That's great. Dad can come take care of her. Muling completely ignored her and sent WeChat messages seriously. A moment later, she received a call. Hello? Muling, this is Han Yuenjia. A man's voice came over the phone. Han Shui, I'm sorry to trouble you, but you're the only one from our year still at school, so the search should be faster. Well, that's fine, but can I ask, why are you searching for Jiang Nian? Muling hurriedly said, it's a personal matter, but don't worry, this matter will definitely not do Jiang Nian any harm, you should know my character. Han Yuenjia said, that's fine. Jiang Nian is a pretty good student. His character is beyond reproach. He often helps others. He's a senior this year and will graduate soon, but... Muling and Su Xiaoyu exchanged glances, but what? Han Yuenjia, but this kid is a bit stubborn. He liked a girl for 4 years, and was rejected countless times. He's just given up. He hasn't finished his graduation project or internship certificate yet, and it looks like he's going to be held back a year. Muling is shocked, 4 years? And you weren't his girlfriend? Han Yuenjia, no, I don't really understand the emotions of people at their age. Does it matter? Muling, no, it doesn't matter. Well, thanks for your help, senior. If you can be persistent in liking someone for 4 years, that should be pretty good. At least, you have patience. Muling comforts herself. Before hanging up, Muling heard Han Yuenjia's voice again. How's Su Wanyin? Muling's hand trembled, and after a moment of silence, she spoke. She's doing well. Han Yuenjia nodded, that's good, give her my regards. Muling, okay. After hanging up the phone, Muling took Su Xiaoyu home. Su Wanyin was leaving soon, and she had to see her off. Jiang Nian returned to the dormitory and found Yuan Huai and Jiang Siyuan were not there. I think they went to play basketball. Their dormitory is surprisingly consistent in this hobby. Jiang Nian didn't bother them. He turned on the computer and wanted to try submitting a resume. Before writing the resume, Jiang Nian opened the background of the orange novel. I want to see if there are any problems with the chapters one have published. As soon as he opened it, Jiang Nian suddenly saw that there were a lot of messages in his background. He clicked on it subconsciously. He saw the short message in the background. Your work Xu Xian has met the platform's signing conditions. Please contact your editor-in-chief Shichen Penguin to discuss signing matters and log into the computer version of the background to fill in the contract information. After the work is signed, it will begin to enjoy the platform's multiple support strategies, so please contact the editor as soon as possible. After this message, every 10 minutes, the same message would be sent. After 10 messages had been sent, the short message started going crazy. Your work Xu Xian has met the platform's signing conditions. Please contact your editor, Shichen Penguin, to sign the contract. Your editor, Shichen Penguin, is waiting for your reply. Shichen, big guy, add me. Shichen, where is everyone? Shichen, big guy, if you don't add me, I'll add you. The penguin number is at the end of the chapter. Jiang Nian. What kind of weird style of painting is this? Do you have to send so many signing messages? Besides, he doesn't have even 20,000 characters. But Jiang Nian quickly logged into his penguin account and added Shichen. The verification message, author of Xu Xian. Of course, he would never say that he was just a porter. After adding him, Jiang Nian was still thinking about how to greet this editor. Then he saw Shichen excitedly sending a bunch of messages over. Shichen, big guy, you finally responded to me. Shichen, big guy, do you know how long I've been looking for you? Shichen, if I couldn't find you, the editor-in-chief would kill me. Shichen, finally, thanks to you, I've saved my life. Jiang Nian. This guy, is he a joke? He thought for a moment and replied a few words in all seriousness. Nian Yu, hello, editor, what can I do for you? Shichen, of course it's signing. Aha, you have such a good book, but why did you disappear after posting a few chapters? You don't know, I didn't sleep last night after reading it, just thinking that I have encountered such a wonderful book, what a blessing in life. Shichen, big guy, don't worry, I am the most powerful male editor at GZ Reading, I have brought out countless quality authors, and 3 of my works earn me 1,000,000 yuan a month. If you follow me, you will definitely become a hit. Jiang Nian looked at the jumping messages and simply didn't have time to reply. Shi Chen didn't give him the chance. After expressing to Jiang Nian endlessly how handsome and awesome he was, he asked carefully. Shi Chen, big guy, have you shown this book to any other editors? Jiang Nian you, not yet. Shi Chen, that's great, I knew we were a match made in heaven. What is this? This is the fate that the heavens have given us. Come on, big guy, let's sign the contract. Jiang Nian. He's never met anyone so full of themselves. Nian Yayu, but I haven't written 20,000 words yet. Shi Chen, it doesn't matter, I can make an exception for you, you're the one and only for me. Jiang Nian. I don't know who just said how many amazing writers they had under their belt. Despite his misgivings, Jiang Nian chose to sign the contract. After all, he had to make money. Shi Chen quickly sent an electronic contract. Jiang Nian quickly filled it out and submitted it. Once it was done, Shi Chen was happy. Shi Chen, okay, big guy, in the future, make me rich with $1 million monthly income. Shi Chen, you don't have to worry about the cover, I'll find someone to do it for you. Shi Chen, write well. Don't stop writing. Otherwise, I'll follow the internet cable and stab you. Jiang Nian gave a silent shiver. Every year there's fish, okay. After doing all this, he started working on his resume. Yuan Huai and Zhang Xiyuan also returned. Seeing Jiang Nian, the two men asked curiously. How's it going, Jiang Nian? Any progress? Jiang Nian shook his head, not yet. The two men worriedly patted Jiang Nian's shoulder. Don't worry, take your time, if you don't have any money, just come to us, we'll give you some for now. Okay, thanks. Jiang Nian felt warm inside. Are you going to eat? You guys bring me a share, I'm not done yet. Okay. The two left. Jiang Nian turned on his phone again. He had been sending out his resume all morning, but it had been like sending it into a black hole. Up until now, he hadn't received any replies. Jiang Nian was a little discouraged. If it doesn't work out, I'll just buy one online. It's just that I don't have the money right now. I'll wait until this book makes money, I don't know if I'll make it in time. Jiang Nian put his phone down and closed his eyes to rest. At that moment, the phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Jiang Nian picked up the phone curiously. On the other end of the line was the cold voice of a woman. Jiang Nian, right? Thinking it was a recruitment call, Jiang Nian quickly replied. Hello, it's me. I'll report to work at Zhongxiu Garden at 1:30 p.m. Chapter 13. Let me take care of the kids? Have you made a mistake? Kyoto. The Orange Fiction Office. A cute girl with big eyes is sitting among a row of men. Her face is round and slightly flushed. At the moment, she is hugging a kawaii water bottle and giggling at the computer. The fat guy next to her hears the laughter and looks puzzled. Lin Shi, what are you giggling about? Did you sign a good book? Ah. Lin Shi quickly covers her mouth and deliberately lowers her voice. No. I don't believe you. Let me see what book it is. Can I read it? Lin Shi quickly covered the computer. If Jiang Nian had been there, he would have seen that her penguin nickname was precisely Shi Chen, his contracted editor. So stingy. The fat editor shrugged. If you don't want to let me read it, just don't. Everyone can see it online anyway. But little girl, if you don't sign a good book, your 3-month trial period will be up. The trial period for editors at Orange Fiction is 3 months. If you don't get anything done in 3 months, you'll lose your job. I know. Lin Shi laughed twice when a new message popped up from Penguin. Lin Shi quickly stood up. The editor-in-chief is calling me. She entered the editor-in-chief's office cautiously. Lin Shi stood in front of the desk, a little timid. Sister Wang, you wanted to see me. Editor-in-chief Sister Wang was a cold woman with glasses, completely different from Lin Shi's style. She pushed her glasses up her nose and nodded. Well, what about it? Did you have any luck? You only have 5 days left on your trial period. Lin Shi was about to answer when she heard Wang lowering her voice again. If it doesn't work out, wait for me after lunch and I'll give you the contact details of some authors who are interested in writing a book. As soon as she heard this, Lin Shi suddenly felt a lump in her throat. Everyone said that the editor-in-chief was cold and unfeeling, a female devil in the workplace. But in her opinion, Sister Wang is actually a very nice person. At least for the past 3 months, she has been trying to teach her, and now she is planning to get her a backdoor pass. As a fresh graduate, Lin Shi is full of gratitude. She happily said, "No need, Sister Wang, I've signed up for a good book. Although I used some extraordinary means. I also contacted the technical support team in the middle of the night to send her a message through the back door. And bragged a bit. But Lin Shi felt that it was all worth it. A good book?" Sister Wang finally turned her attention to her. "You told me the same thing 5 days ago. This time it's for real." Lin Shi couldn't wait to show off. "Okay, what's the name? Let me take a look." As soon as she mentioned the book, Lin Shi became excited. "It's called Zhu Xian." Zhu Xian? Such a strange name? Will it work? Sister Wang was doubtful. "Absolutely, I've never seen such a good book, I'll find it for you." Lin Shi quickly went to Wang Jie's desk, almost forgetting her manners. Fortunately, Wang Jie didn't care. Lin Shi quickly manipulated the mouse and keyboard to find the new book that had just written 6,000 words. "Wang Jie, look. 6,000 words? You just signed him?" "Well, if I'm late, I'm afraid it won't be in time, and it would be bad if the editor of the rival website snatched it," Lin Shi explained. Wang Shi frowned, looking incredulous. "Is this for real?" Lin Shi laughed. "Just take a look and you'll see." Wang Shi looked at the computer screen in confusion. After scanning the introduction, she sat up straight in an instant. Immortals? Xingyun Gate? Unwittingly, Wang Shi clicked on the first chapter. Then she saw the deafening words in the third line. "Heaven is unkind, treating all things as straw dogs." Sister Wang was stunned. Without even noticing it herself, she forgot about her surroundings and propped her chin up with her hand. She began to read carefully, word by word. When she reached the end of chapter 3 and tried to continue reading, she noticed that there were no more chapters. But these 3 chapters made her almost forget to breathe. Holy shit! The word cunt almost escaped her lips. Realizing her image as editor-in-chief, she quickly coughed lightly to try to salvage her image, which she had almost lost. Lin Shi saw that there was a chance, so he quickly added fuel to the fire. "What do you think, Sister Wang?" "I think this book is excellent. The subject matter is very original, the pace is good, it's very attractive, it's bound to be a hit." Sister Wang nodded, but inside she was already in a state of turmoil. But she forced herself to remain calm. "Which great god is this? Did you recruit him?" "Huh? No, the system automatically assigned it to me. I saw it last night. The author is called Fish every year. He signed a contract with me today. I looked at his information and found that he is a college student about to graduate, named Zhang Nian. He is new and this is his first book. Books that are published without editorial review are randomly assigned to an editor by the system." Lin Shi never expected that she would be so lucky as to be assigned this book. When she saw it before going to bed yesterday, she was amazed. She started contacting the author overnight, and hardly slept at all. Fortunately, her hard work paid off, and she finally got a reply just as she was about to give up, and quickly signed the contract. Wang Xia was shocked. "A newcomer?" Lin Shi, if you don't believe me, you can check. "No need, if it's a newcomer, it's easy to become unstable later on, you have to follow it closely and make sure nothing goes wrong." "Okay, I understand." Wang then waved her off. "You can go now." Lin Shi thanked her and turned to leave. As she reached the door, she heard Wang call out to her again. "Lin Shi, this book, you must follow it carefully." "Yes." Lin Shi nodded vigorously. After she left, Wang's image of a tightly wound white-collar worker instantly collapsed. She quickly opened the computer background and used her editor-in-chief privileges to take a look at Zhang Nian's contract. After confirming that it was exclusive, she began searching for Zhang Nian as a whole. After discovering that he was indeed a newcomer, she was shocked. Talent. This is a talented author. After Sister Wang finished muttering, she quickly took out her phone and opened the app to search for the book. Sure enough, there were already 10 comments on the app. And the book had only just been signed yesterday. The system had only given a small amount of traffic, so only a few people could click in. But already 10 people have given it good reviews. What kind of magical book is this? Sister Wang was extremely surprised. This Zhang Nian may become the biggest god in the online literature world in the future. This time, we've really got lucky. The traffic for Orange Novel has increased. No, I have to tell Linchi to maintain it properly. After she finished talking, Sister Wang went out again to look for Linchi. At this time, Jiang Nian still didn't know that he had been listed as a new hope by a website. He was dumbfounded with his phone in his hand. Report? Isn't it an interview? He remembered that all jobs required an interview. Why would someone just ask him to report? And they gave him the name of a community. Yes, just come and report, no interview required. Jiang Nian? Is it that casual? Did you make a mistake? Jiang Nian, a student at Zhangbei University, has 2 months left until graduation and no certificates. Is that you? It's me. That's right, at 1:30, I'll be waiting for you at 301, Building 6, Zhongxiu Garden. Without waiting for Jiang Nian to reply, the other party hung up. Jiang Nian. What is all this about? But since he had finally received a job offer, he decided to go check it out. Room 301, Building 6, Zhongxiu Garden. After hanging up the phone, Mu Ling let out a long sigh of relief, turned around, and said to Su Wanyin, who was looking at her from the side. It's done, I'll report for duty in a while. Su Wanyin still couldn't quite believe it. A student from Zhangbei University? Yes, isn't it almost graduation season? They're all looking for jobs, and someone just happened to like babysitting. I was thinking of finding someone younger, so the baby they bring out is not so stereotypical, and Xiaoyu also likes it. Muling began to make up stories. While talking, she also winked at Su Xiaoyu. In short, for the time being, Su Wanwen must not know that the nanny she and Xiaoyu found is a man. Su Xiaoyu immediately understood the meaning. She nodded repeatedly, Mom, Xiaoyu really likes it. Su Wanyin had no choice but to compromise. Okay, can't he come earlier? My car will pick me up at 1:30, I have to go. Muling laughed. It's already 12:30, Zhangbei University is at least half an hour away, and students don't have much money, so they won't take a taxi, and it's an hour by bus. It's already very rushed. Wanyin, we also have to consider others. Su Wanyin had no choice but to compromise and pack her clothes. Alas, I can only rely on you, Muling, to help me keep an eye on things. Muling let out a sigh of relief when she saw that Su Wanyin had finally been convinced. Don't worry, I've taken care of everything for the new employee training. You just go, I can go later. I'll be at home watching the college student this afternoon. If I can't take care of him, I'll find someone who can. Okay. Su Wanyin had no choice but to agree. She knew that Mu Ling was only looking out for her best interests. In the past few years of being pregnant with Xiaoyu, she didn't want to trouble others, nor did she want Xiaoyu to follow her around. So she found a place in the countryside where no one knew her and lived alone. But people have to move forward after all, and even if it's for Xiaoyu's sake, she can't escape life comfortably anymore. Xiaoyu is going to school soon, and in the future, she will have to come into contact with more things in society. And all of these things require financial support. She has to go out and earn money. Her daughter must have the best life. But once she goes out, she will have to leave Xiaoyu for a while. Thinking about this, Su Wanyin felt a little sad. She came to Su Xiaoyu's side, embraced her in her arms, and sniffed. Xiaoyu, be a good girl, and I will call you every day. Su Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, imitating the adults, and patted Su Wanyin's shoulder lightly. Mom, don't worry, Xiaoyu will take care of herself. Good. Su Wanyin smiled with relief. But she still refused to let go of Su Xiaoyu. In the 3 years since her birth, the mother and daughter had never been apart. Sometimes Su Wanyin wondered. It wasn't really that Su Xiaoyu couldn't live without her, but that she, Su Wanyin, was too reliant on her. It was already 1:20, but Su Wanyin still had no intention of leaving. Mu Ling had to rush her. Wanyin, you have to hurry. Su Xiaoyu also rubbed himself out of Su Wanxin's embrace and handed her the bag next to her. Mom, hurry up and go, or it won't be good if you're late. Su Wanxin nodded, wiped away a tear, and kissed Su Xiaoyu. Only then did she reluctantly leave. After she left, Su Xiaoyu and Mu Ling let out a long sigh of relief. They glanced at the time, 1:25. Mu Ling quickly joined Su Xiaoyu and tidied up the house a bit. I hope that Jiang Nian will be a little late, so that he won't run into Su Wanyin. At this moment, Jiang Nian had already arrived at the entrance of Zhongxiu community. The sun was a little strong today, and Jiang Nian looked up and looked in the direction of the entrance. It was indeed a community. After thinking for a while, he decided to go in and take a look. After entering Zhengxiu Garden, the road split into two. One went left, and the other went right. Zhang Nian didn't know which way to go to Building 6. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to go left first. Zhang Nian didn't see that as soon as he took his first step, a woman came up to him where he had just been standing. Su Wanyin, wearing a hat and sunglasses, and a long skirt, fixed her gaze on his back. Strange, why is it this familiar back again? Chapter 14. Where's the kid's mother? Won't she come and meet me? Su Wanyin remembered that she had first met him at the hotel. Could it be that he also lived in this neighborhood? Her doubts grew, and she decided to follow him and find out. She had just taken 2 steps when her phone rang. Seeing that it was the leader calling, Su Wanyin had to give up the idea of going to see Zhang Nian. She hurried out the door. Xiao Yu was right. After all, this was the first time she had worked with someone else. She still needs to ask for help. She can't be late. At this moment, Zhang Nian had already circled around Zhengxiu community. Just as he was about to despair, he finally saw Building 6, which was not far from the entrance. If he had chosen the right side just now, it would have been the second building in front of him. Zhang Nian was speechless for a while. He quickly went upstairs. He arrived at the door of 301. He didn't know what kind of person could start a company here. It looked more like a small studio. However, as long as he can get an internship certificate for him, it doesn't matter what he does. Thinking about this, Zhang Nian straightened his clothes a little before lightly knocking on the door. The door opened. Zhang Nian was suddenly stunned when he saw the 2 people inside. It's you guys? Su Xiaoyu had already happily run over, and the whole person stuck to Zhang Nian's legs. Big brother. Mu Ling's eyes were a little hostile. Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu was like she hadn't heard her at all, and had no intention of letting go of Zhang Nian. She even rubbed her little face against Zhang Nian's leg. Zhang Nian finally couldn't hold back any longer and picked up Su Xiaoyu in his arms. This little guy is really cute. It's okay, I'll just hold her. Mu Ling had to give a light cough. After all, she couldn't resist Xiaoyu's coquetry either. Zhang Nian, right? Sit. Zhang Nian walked over to the sofa and sat down. Did you call me? Mu Ling poured him a glass of water and ignored Su Xiaoyu, who refused to get off his lap. Yes, I did. Zhang Nian took a look around while they were talking. He noticed that it was just an ordinary 2-bedroom apartment. The furnishings were all household items and children's toys, and it didn't look like an office at all. He was puzzled. Excuse me, but what company is this? He had to think about which of the companies he had applied to match this place. How embarrassing. Muling, I don't have a company. Jian Nian? Is this guy playing with him again? What did you mean by asking me to report to you on the phone? It's exactly what it means. Your workplace from now on is here. As for the content of your work. Muling paused for a moment and looked at Su Xiaoyu in Zhang Nian's arms. Take care of Su Xiaoyu for us. Jian Nian? What did he hear? Take care of Su Xiaoyu? What kind of work is this? Although he really liked Su Xiaoyu, he didn't want to find a nanny's job. Besides, what kind of child would a grown man take care of? Shouldn't they find a woman? Zhang Nian was about to refuse. Suddenly, he felt the expectant and frightened gaze of Su Xiaoyu in his arms. It was as if she would cry if he said something harsh. How could Zhang Nian bear to see her cry? His voice immediately softened a lot. Miss Mu Ling, is that right? Have you made a mistake? I'm not mistaken. Mu Ling sat down and got straight to the point. Are you looking for a job? Yes. And you haven't found one yet? Yes. I just happen to have this job here. Xiaoyu really likes you. I've also checked you out at your school. You're very good. Xiaoyu's mother and I will be very busy for the next 3 months and won't have time to look after her, so I hope you can come and help. Zhang Nian froze for a moment. 3 months? The mother of the child has a big heart. Seeing Zhang Nian hesitate, Mu Ling added. You won't be underpaid. According to the market price for live-in nannies, if you pass the trial period, you'll get 8,000 yuan a month. Don't worry, even if you don't pass the trial period, I'll still pay you the regular salary. 8,000 yuan? That's a lot. Zhang Yan remembered that Su Minghai's job only paid 3,000 yuan. The big company that the academic genius Yuan Huijin joined only started paying 6,000 yuan. She's actually offering 8,000 yuan? This was a temptation for Zhang Yan, who was penniless and didn't know if his online article would become popular. But the thought of the work content made Zhang Yan's head ache a little. But you can't refuse anymore. You already signed the contract, didn't you? What contract? Zhang Yan looked confused. Why didn't he remember when he signed the contract? Mu Ling took a piece of paper directly from the drawer under the table and handed it to Zhang Yan. This is your signature, right? Zhang Yan took the paper with confusion. When he saw the words he had written under his own name, he was full of shame. He turned to Su Xiaoyu. He found that the little guy didn't feel that he had done anything wrong at all, and was smirking at her. Zhang Yan. Take a look at the content of the contract. Mu Ling reminded Zhang Yan. When he first got the paper, Zhang Yan saw the rules and regulations on the contract. This is a standard employment contract. The last clause of the contract simply and clearly stated that if the contract was breached, the penalty would be 30,000 yuan. Zhang Yan was at a loss. Where was he going to get 30,000 yuan now? Wasn't this more difficult than killing him? He looked at Su Xiaoyu again. This little girl had actually tricked him at the job market. It was really. How could she be so clever? Zhang Yan couldn't find the right words to describe her for a moment. As soon as the little girl saw Zhang Yan's gaze, she pretended to be aggrieved and her lips went down. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and tears flowed down her face. She sniffed, and with her chubby little hands, she grasped the corner of Zhang Yan's clothes. Big brother, Xiaoyu has no one to take care of her. Mom has to go to work, and Ling's sister is leaving too. If you don't agree, Xiaoyu will become a miserable person. Xiaoyu is so stupid, what if she gets abducted by a human trafficker? Zhang Yan. Mu Ling couldn't help but twitch at the corner of her mouth. This girl has started using this trick on other people. But I have to say, it really works. At this point, Zhang Yan has already begun to relent. Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, let me think first. Seeing that it worked, Su Xiaoyu didn't care what Zhang Yan said. Hugging Zhang Yan like an octopus, she rubbed her tears and snot all over him. The look was so sad, it was hard to bear. Zhang Yan was also in a dilemma. His internship certificate, his graduation project, and his plan to make a fortune by typing. Perhaps sensing his thoughts, Mu Ling added. I'll give you the internship certificate, and you'll definitely get it within 2 months. Zhang Yan was taken aback. He hadn't even spoken yet. I dared you to take care of Xiaoyu, so I naturally have some understanding. Zhang Yan was speechless for a moment. Mu Ling added, but for the graduation project, you haven't learned anything in these 4 years of college. I can find someone to help you with your homework in your spare time, but whether you can finish it depends on you. You thought of that too? Zhang Yan couldn't help but admire this Mu Ling sister for going to such lengths to get her to be the nanny. Fortunately, he also liked Su Xiaoyu and didn't feel much aversion. He thought about it and asked. Then, can I do my own things in my spare time? Seeing Mu Ling hesitate, he added. For example, when Xiaoyu is asleep, or at night. Whatever you like. Mu Ling was quick to agree. After all, he was only hired to take care of Xiaoyu, and he could not restrict personal freedom. Since he had agreed to all 3 things, Zhang Yan had no reason to refuse. He nodded, I'll give it a try. Let's start now. Mu Ling came to a direct conclusion. Zhang Yan was shocked. Now? Yes, the little fish's mother has left home to go to work, and I have to hurry over there too. You need to get used to it as soon as possible. Zhang Yan had no choice but to nod. Okay, but my luggage is still at school. Tomorrow, if I think you can, I'll let you go back to school to get it. Okay. Now, shall I give you a brief introduction to the situation? As you can see, this is a 2-bedroom apartment. After I leave, Xiaoyu will live in the master bedroom, and you will live in the 2nd bedroom. The washing machine is on the balcony, and the kitchen is basically fully equipped. If there is anything else you need to buy, just let me know and I'll buy it for you. Newlington paused and added. Xiaoyu has had no father since she was young and has been brought up by her mother alone. Although she is feisty and clever, she also lacks a sense of security. She needs to be coaxed to sleep and to calm down when she wakes up, otherwise she will throw a tantrum. She loves desserts but can't eat too much of them. You need to control her. She also can't eat too spicy food. She went on and on. Mu Ling was a little thirsty. She picked up the glass and was about to get some water, but then she noticed Jiang Yan writing in his notebook. Mu Ling was taken aback. What are you doing? I'm writing it down, in case I forget, so you can continue talking. Mu Ling nodded. This person is indeed quite attentive. But just taking care of a child requires more than just attentiveness. She still needs to observe him further. After finishing talking, Mu Ling finally let out a sigh of relief. Okay, that's enough for now. If you have any questions, just ask me. We'll add each other on WeChat. In the afternoon, you can ignore me and take care of the baby yourself. Okay. Jiang Yan didn't refuse. Although he hadn't taken care of a baby before. He liked little babies and dreamed of having a soft and fragrant daughter when he got married. This was a good opportunity to practice. Jiang Yan thought to himself. But he still had a question. Sister Mu Ling, then, where is the child's mother? Won't she come and meet me? How come it's always Mu Ling who's taking care of the child, and the child's mother never shows up? Even for something as important as finding a nanny, she won't come and meet him. How unreliable is that? Chapter 15, Where did you get that song you just sang? Mu Ling didn't expect Jiang Yan to suddenly ask this question. She froze for a moment, and quickly ran her hand through her hair. She's busy, she doesn't have time for this, just ask me these things. Jiang Yan silently complained again in his heart. Okay. Mu Ling looked at her watch, it's 2 o'clock, shall we start now? Xiaoyu hasn't napped today, it's time for her nap. The implication was that she needed to be coaxed. Jiang Yan nodded, and the two of them looked at Su Xiaoyu together. Upon seeing her, both of them froze. They saw that the little one was hugging Jiang Yan's arm like an octopus, with her little round face pressed against his big arm, snoring loudly. There were also saliva stains on Jiang Yan's shirt from the little one. Mu Ling. Jiang Yan. What happened to the promise that she needs to be coaxed to sleep? Forget it, let's just carry her to bed first. Mm. Jiang Yan nodded, resisting the urge to poke Rua's little cute face, and gently picked her up. Although it wasn't the first time he had held Su Xiaoyu. She was unusually quiet. Looking at her sleeping face, Jiang Yan suddenly felt an extraordinary sense of peace. He couldn't help but smile at her. Su Xiaoyu in his arms probably felt disturbed. She grunted and grabbed Jiang Yan's sleeve. Jiang Yan quickly patted her back lightly, whispering in a very soft voice. Little fish, it's your brother. Your brother is taking you to sleep, don't be afraid. The little one in his arms seemed to hear his voice, and her small hands didn't clench as tightly. But she still slept a little uneasily, her little frown tightly knit together, as if she would wake up at any moment. It was already May, and the weather was a little hot. Tiny beads of sweat had appeared on the little guy's forehead. Mu Ling felt a pang of pain as she watched, and she couldn't help but take 2 steps forward. Why don't I do it? After all, this was Jiang Yan's first time taking care of Su Xiaoyu, and it was normal for her to be shy. Mu Ling couldn't bear to see Su Xiaoyu suffer. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she heard Jiang Yan give a soft shush. He gently patted the little girl in his arms. A soothing tone slowly sounded from his mouth. Sleep, sleep, my dear baby. You will always be my dear baby. This song was originally my mother's dear baby. But Jiang Yan is not my mother after all. He thought about it and made a small change. While singing, he carefully carried Su Xiaoyu into the bedroom. The little milk ball in his arms must have heard the singing, and the whole person completely relaxed and fell into a deep sleep. Even the corners of her mouth were slightly smiling. Mu Ling was completely frozen in place. Not only because Jiang Yan had quickly lulled Su Xiaoyu to sleep. More importantly, the song was so gentle, as if it could heal all the darkness in her heart. It made people unable to help but think of their mothers. Mu Ling had rarely gone home since she started boarding school in junior high. During the rebellious period of youth, she also had little contact with her parents. Later, when she grew up and understood things, she was even more ashamed to express her feelings. Now that I think about it, the most peaceful days of my life were the days when I was by my mother's side. And now, what Jiang Yan gives her is this feeling. But the amazing thing is, how is it that she has never heard this song before? If there is such a lullaby, it should be very popular. Mulong has searched her mind, but she can't remember the existence of this song. Mulong, who has been in the entertainment industry since graduation, has deep doubts about herself. Could it be that there are songs that she doesn't know? It wasn't until Jiang Nian came out of the bedroom, closed the door quietly, and called out, "Sister Muling, what's wrong?" That Muling finally came back to her senses. "No, it's nothing." Jiang Nian poured himself a glass of water and sat down. "By the way, Sister Muling, I can move all the things in this house, right?" "Yes, you can." Muling nodded mechanically. "Okay, I'll probably clean up a bit later, otherwise I'm afraid you won't have time to reply to me when you're busy, and I won't be able to find anything." Although Mu Ling had given a general introduction, Jiang Nian still had to figure out the specific details. "Okay." After finishing the glass of water, Jiang Nian noticed that Mu Ling was still in a daze. He couldn't help but reach out and wave his hand in front of Mu Ling's eyes. "Mu Ling?" When she came back to her senses, Jiang Nian said again, "Are you sleepy too? Why don't you go to sleep for a while too? I can clean up by myself." "No, no." Mu Ling waved her hand quickly. After thinking for a while, she couldn't help but ask, "Which song did you just sing?" Jiang Nian instantly knew what Mu Ling wanted to ask. He almost forgot that there were no such nice children's songs in this world. "Oh, you mean that one? My mother sang it to me when I was little, and I could fall asleep as soon as she started singing. I just wanted to try it, and I didn't expect it to work on Xiaoyu too." "So it was your mother who sang it? No wonder. No wonder she's never heard of it and it's never been popular online. It's true that every country has its own little tunes. Well, I'll get back to work." Jiang Nian got to work right away. Mu Ling watched as he tidied up the mess of small objects that she and Su Wanin had thrown around. Then she watched as he started cleaning and mopping the floor. Suddenly, she felt that this male nanny seemed quite good. Before she knew it, Mu Ling fell asleep while watching. After a while, Mu Ling vaguely heard Su Xiaoyu's voice in her ear. "Big brother, why isn't Sister Ling awake yet? It's almost time for dinner, and Xiaoyu is hungry." Then Jiang Nian spoke. "Shu, keep your voice down. Sister Ling takes care of Xiaoyu every day and is very tired. It's hard to find a moment to let her rest." "Okay then." Xiaoyu answered with a pout. Mu Ling couldn't help but smile. Jiang Nian is quite polite, and he can teach Xiaoyu a lot in the future. She silently added points for Jiang Nian in her heart before opening her eyes. When she saw Su Xiaoyu holding a water pen and carefully approaching her, as if trying to draw something on her face, Mu Ling was depressed. "Su Xiao. You." The little guy quickly withdrew his hand and jumped into Jiang Nian's arms. "Big brother promised to teach me how to write. I was just going to get a pen." "Sister Muling, you're so mean." "Muling." The little guy was feeling aggrieved. She could guess without thinking that if she hadn't opened her eyes just now, her face would have turned into a little cat. After all, this wasn't the first time the little guy had done this. When she thought about it, Muling suddenly felt a little sympathetic towards Jiang Nian. With his soft nature, he will be bullied by Xiaoyu, right? For a moment, she even felt a bit of schadenfreude, and couldn't help but smile at the corner of her mouth. "Sister Muling, Sister Muling?" Jiang Nian, who was protecting Su Xiaoyu, called out to her, and Muling came back to her senses. "What's wrong? Is there anything I can help you with?" Jiang Nian shook his head. "No, I'm almost done packing, but there's still one question I want to ask you." "Tell me." Jiang Nian glanced around the room and said, "I think there should be a camera in the room, so that you can check on things." Mu Ling Weiwei was taken aback. Jiang Nian explained, "After all, I'm a man and Xiaoyu is a little girl. I can guarantee that I won't do anything bad to Xiaoyu, but there are a lot of people on the internet who abuse children, so this is a safety measure, so that you and the mother of the child can rest assured." Jiang Nian had been thinking about this since he started working. In his previous life, he had read a lot of strange news. All kinds of things that were bad for children came up again and again, and there were even cases where the biological mother and stepfather killed the child together, buried it, and pretended that nothing had happened. Thinking about these things is terrifying. Installing a surveillance camera would be beneficial for his work on the one hand. It would also put the other party's mind at ease, killing several birds with one stone. "Sister Muling, do you think it's feasible?" Chapter 16 Su Wanin, this nanny is something. Mu Ling snapped back to her senses and nodded quickly. Okay, I'll contact someone in a moment and have it installed tomorrow morning. In fact, she had thought about this issue as well. It was just that there was not enough time. She was also thinking about how to tell Jiang Nian about this so that he would not feel that she was guarding against him. Unexpectedly, Jiang Nian brought it up himself. Well, let's install it tomorrow. I'm going to cook dinner. Xiaoyu, are you coming? Su Xiaoyu hadn't said anything yet, but Mu Ling quickly shook her head. No. What's wrong? Jiang Nian was puzzled. Mu Ling hurriedly explained, Xiaoyu can be very naughty. She'll blow up the kitchen. Mu Ling still remembered that one time when she was cooking at Su Wanyin's house, the little girl insisted on going in to help wash the vegetables. Then she made the kitchen floor all wet, and she almost slipped. That day they were cooking crabs. The crabs also climbed all over the kitchen, and it took Su Wanyin and her a lot of effort to catch them. They even got a complaint from downstairs about water seeping through. Since then, Mu Ling has never let Su Xiaoyu go near the kitchen. Let her play outside? Su Xiaoyu was instantly indignant at the suggestion. She stood there with her little tummy puffed out, her bottom lip wrapped around her top lip, pouting in a most pitiable manner, glaring at Mu Ling with red eyes, as if she were about to burst into tears. Mu Ling's heart softened, but then she remembered the previous disaster. She immediately hardened her heart, absolutely not. Oh. Xiaoyu cried at the drop of a hat, looking at Jiang Nian with pitiable eyes as tears ran down her cheeks. This appearance made Jiang Nian smile. He patted Su Xiaoyu's head and laughed. It's okay, come on, I can handle it. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyu rolled up her sleeves, wiped away her tears, and giggled, as if the little girl who had just been crying was not her. You're the best, brother. I won't mess things up, Xiaoyu. Okay, come on. Jiang Nian took Su Xiaoyu's hand and entered the kitchen. When Jiang Nian was tidying up the house, he noticed that there were some ingredients in the fridge, so he didn't need to go shopping. Seeing this, Mu Ling had no choice but to follow him. Forget it, I'll keep an eye on Su Xiaoyu for you. But do you know how to cook? Mu Ling had been so busy investigating Jiang Nian's character that she had forgotten to ask this question. Most boys his age don't know how to cook. Jiang Nian gave the okay sign and opened the fridge. Yes, don't worry. After all, in his previous life, he was a delivery boy. He often visited the major restaurants, and over time, he learned to cook. Sometimes, when the restaurant owner couldn't finish cooking in time, he would help out, so cooking was no problem for him. First, he took the potatoes out of the refrigerator, then the tomatoes and eggs, and the garlic. The meat had already been thawed in the afternoon. There were enough dishes for 2 adults and 1 child. Jiang Nian steamed the rice first, then washed the vegetables. Su Xiaoyu, whose legs were not yet as long as his, stood next to him, tilting her head, as if she was curious about everything. Brother, what can I do? She has grown up. And needs to play her part and show her father that she is a particularly sensible child. She must not be idle. Jiang Nian laughed and touched Su Xiaoyu's nose with his wet finger. After leaving a big drop of water on her nose. From the washed garlic shoots, he took out a small handful and handed it to her, and then handed her a small basket. Come on, Xiaoyu, help your brother sort the garlic shoots. Su Xiaoyu was full of confusion. How do you sort it? Jiang Nian squatted down. He took one out of Su Xiaoyu's hands and demonstrated. You see, just like your brother, break off the garlic scapes one by one and put them in the basket. Mu Ling, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but say, isn't that done with a knife? Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Jiang Nian put his index finger to his lips to indicate that she should be quiet. Then he began to teach Su Xiaoyu seriously again. The little girl seemed to have received approval. She was exceptionally happy and was learning with great enthusiasm. When her chubby little hand broke off the first garlic stem, she held it up happily. Is this it? Brother. Yes, Xiaoyu is really smart. Xiaoyu, do a good job, otherwise we won't have any food today. Okay, for everyone's dinner, Xiaoyu will try her best. The little one even raised her fists to show that she could do a good job. Jiang Nian then stood up and began peeling potatoes, washing tomatoes, cutting meat, and cracking eggs. Mu Ling leaned against the kitchen door. She watched Xiaoyu, who was crouched on the floor working hard, and Jiang Nian, who was busy. Suddenly she understood Jiang Nian's thinking. He asked Xiaoyu to break the garlic scapes not because they really needed to be broken, but just to help Xiaoyu find a sense of her own existence. After realizing that she had a very important role to play, she would work very hard and not be naughty at all. She had rarely seen Xiaoyu so quiet and hardworking at Su Wan's. Mu Ling couldn't help but smile. Such a harmonious scene really should be shown to Su Wanin. Perhaps she would then want to find a father for the little fish. It would be great to have such a father, who could teach many things that a mother could not. Thinking about this, Mu Ling decided not to disturb them. Perhaps this male nanny that the little fish had found on his own was really quite good. Mu Ling sat back on the sofa, thought about it, took a video of the current situation in the living room, then opened WeChat, found Yinin, and sent it. Mu Ling, Yinin, take a look. At this time, Su Wanin had already arrived at the dormitory arranged for them by the Kyoto company. She will participate in a 3-month training here. After the training is over and she passes with flying colors, she will make her debut as a newcomer. She will record songs for TV shows and possibly even act in movies. When she received Mu Ling's WeChat message, she clicked on it without thinking, while packing clothes into her suitcase. As she read on, she paused in disbelief and replied, "Is this the small house we rented?" Su Wanin remembered that when she left, she had cleaned up with Mu Ling. But because Xiaoyu had so many things, it was still a bit messy and she couldn't sort it out. How come it's so clean and tidy now? Everything is sorted and clearly labeled. Mu Ling, yes. Su Wanin, did the nanny you hired do this? Mu Ling, yes. Mu Ling, in just half a day, the house has been completely transformed. Right now, he is in the kitchen cooking with Xiaoyu. Su Wanin was taken aback when she saw the word cooking. She even ignored the word he that Mu Ling had sent, thinking that Mu Ling had made a typing error. Su Wanin, cooking? Really? You didn't tell her? What if Su Xiaoyu makes a mess and scares someone away? Mu Ling looked on amused. After all, a few minutes ago, that was exactly what she had thought. She stood up and went to the kitchen door. She filmed the scene of Su Xiaoyu carefully selecting vegetables in the kitchen. Zhang Nian, on the other hand, was completely out of the shot. She then sent the video to Su Wanwen. Su Wanwen was shocked when she saw it. She covered her lips, realizing that Mu Ling could not see her actions. She quickly sent another message. Su Wanwen, is this Xiaoyu? Is she so obedient? Chapter 17, If a little fish had a father, this is probably what he would look like. Mu Ling, well, he's good with kids, and he can sing lullabies. They were so beautiful. He even reminded me to install a security camera before I left, for the safety of the little fish. Su Wanin, so good? Mu Ling, yes, I told you young people are easy to get along with and have strange ideas. Wanin, I really feel at ease with this babysitter. Su Wanin, okay, I'll trust you. So you'll come to Kyoto tomorrow? Mu Ling, yes, I'll go as soon as I've installed the camera. After chatting for a while, Su Wanin couldn't help but clasp her hands together and pray to the heavens. It's really good, everything is going well. Xiaoyu, wait for mommy to come home. While Mu Ling was chatting, Zhang Nian had already started to fry the first dish. Sour and spicy shredded potatoes. Since Xiaoyu can't eat spicy food, he only put in a little chili. The aroma quickly spread to the living room, and Mu Ling couldn't help but go to the kitchen door again to watch. Su Xiaoyu was even more hungry, her mouth watering. Brother, it smells so good. Xiaoyu wants to eat. And she stood up straight. Zhang Nian took the time to stroke her little head. Little glutton, have you finished your work? Su Xiaoyu pinched the garlic shoots in her hand and said plaintively. Not yet. Zhang Nian, so, do you want to be a good boy? Su Xiaoyu, yes, I do. Zhang Nian, then finish the work in your hands, and you can eat afterwards. Otherwise, without Xiaoyu's garlic shoots, neither brother nor sister Ling will be able to eat today. Su Xiaoyu felt her responsibility. She swallowed her saliva, nodded seriously, and said, Yes, Xiaoyu knows. She patted her own stomach, which was rumbling with hunger, and comforted it seriously. Belly, you've suffered, we'll eat later, we have to work first. After comforting it, she squatted down again and carefully selected the vegetables. Mu Ling couldn't help but smile. Zhang Nian was also very pleased. By the time he finished stir-frying the two dishes, Su Xiaoyu had finally finished breaking the garlic shoots in her hands. Zhang Nian didn't cut the remaining garlic shoots either. He followed the example of Su Xiaoyu and carefully broke them off. It wasn't that Zhang Nian didn't want to use a knife to cut them, he just didn't want Su Xiaoyu to suspect that he was lying to her. After all the garlic scapes were broken off, Zhang Yan began to stir-fry the vegetables. Su Xiaoyu watched from the side, drooling all over the place. The stir-fried garlic scapes with meat were taken out of the pan, and the rice cooker beeped. Zhang Yan immediately said, "Call Ling's sister, it's time to eat." Su Xiaoyu almost jumped up when she heard this. Sister Ling, dinner is ready." Mu Ling was already at the door, and when she heard Su Xiaoyu shout, she quickly went into the kitchen to serve the food. The 3 dishes were full of aroma. The food looked very good too. After setting the dishes on the table, Mu Ling couldn't help taking out her phone to take a photo, and quickly sent it to Su Waning. "Sending it to your child's mother?" Zhang Yan, who was just serving the food, saw her action and said with a smile. Mu Ling nodded. "Well, let her inspect it." "Okay, let's eat, I'm starving." Seeing the delicious-looking meal, Mu Ling felt like she was going to start barking. "Xiaoyu, come here, I'll feed you." "No, no." Su Xiaoyu quickly hugged her fish head-shaped bowl and took a step back. "Xiaoyu is a big boy now, and I have to behave in front of daddy. So that he'll like me more." Mu Ling shook her head helplessly. "Can you feed yourself?" Although Su Xiaoyu is very smart, she is only 3 years old after all, and some skills are not yet proficient, such as eating. Yes, Xiaoyu can." Su Xiaoyu resolutely refused to let Mu Ling touch her, and kept hiding behind Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan had no choice but to protect her. "It's fine, let her eat by herself." However, the scene of her eating looked like a crime scene. And the image made Mu Ling afraid to think about it. "I'll clean up later." "Isn't that why you called me? Otherwise, I'm just getting paid for nothing, right?" Zhang Yan said as he pulled out a seat for Su Xiaoyu. "Here, Xiaoyu, sit here." Okay. Su Xiaoyu happily sat down. "You're the best, brother." Zhang Yan laughed and patted her round face. "Okay, let's eat." Mu Ling had to pick up her chopsticks while anxiously watching Su Xiaoyu. She first took a mouthful of stir-fried garlic shoots with meat. Seeing Zhang Yan put down his chopsticks, he first gave Su Xiaoyu a spoonful of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, put it in her bowl, and signaled her to eat quickly. Su Xiaoyu nodded happily and gave Zhang Yan a cheeky kiss on the face. "Thank you, brother." And then they started to eat. Mu Ling looked at them and suddenly thought of a word. A doting father and a filial son. Now, the way Zhang Yan and Su Xiaoyu get along seems to be like what this expression means. If Xiaoyu had a father, this is probably what it would be like. Thinking this, Mu Ling couldn't help but look at them a few more times. As she watched, she had another strange illusion. Su Xiaoyu and Zhang Yan actually looked a bit alike. Although she couldn't say specifically where they looked alike, once she accepted this setting, Mu Ling felt that they looked more and more alike. So much so that she forgot to eat. "Sister Mu Ling, the rice is getting cold." Zhang Yan's reminder pulled Mu Ling back to reality. She quickly put the food she had picked up into her mouth. As soon as she did, she felt the fragrance of the taste buds rush over her face. This dish is many times better than the ones in restaurants. She looked at Zhang Yan in shock. "Do you cook at home often?" "Occasionally." "Maybe I have a talent for it?" Zhang Yan was not at all humble. Su Xiaoyu, who had already taken a bite of the rice, also started exclaiming. "It's delicious. Brother, it's delicious." Xiaoyu wants to eat 2 big bowls. As she spoke, she raised her hand holding the spoon and held up 3 fingers. Zhang Yan and Mu Ling immediately looked amused. "Xiaoyu, that's 3 big bowls." Su Xiaoyu, upon hearing this, hurriedly looked at her fingers. Realizing her mistake, she blushed and lowered her head as she began shoveling rice into her mouth. Big bowl. "Ah, okay, 2 big bowls, eat up, Xiaoyu, there's plenty of rice." Zhang Yan laughed along. When he saw rice fall from the corner of Xiaoyu's mouth, he reached out and wiped it away without any hesitation. The little girl was too busy eating to pay any attention to Zhang Yan. Soon, the table in front of her was a mess. It was full of rice and vegetables. But Zhang Yan didn't care at all, and was still trying to help her eat. Mu Ling had never bothered them and had buried her head in her own food. When she finished eating and looked up, she realized that Zhang Yan's bowl of rice had hardly moved. But beside him, Su Xiaoyu's table was already clean, except that she still looked like a big, fat cat. Zhang Yan had been tidying up the whole time. Mu Ling smiled knowingly. "Zhang Yan. Ha? Jiang Nian looked up at her. What's wrong, Muling? Did I do something wrong? No, I just want to tell you that you've passed the trial period and you can start work tomorrow. Muling didn't even notice that her tone of voice was completely different from when she first met Jiang Nian that afternoon. It was so gentle. Jiang Nian was taken aback. Su Xiaoyu, who was standing next to him, clapped her hands happily. Yes. Yes. Brother can come take care of Xiaoyu. That's great. As she shouted, she kissed Jiang Nian on the cheek. The rice grains at the corner of her mouth also stayed on Jiang Nian's face. Jiang Nian laughed and touched his face, then touched Su Xiaoyu's little head. I thought it would take 2 or 3 days. Okay, so I'll come tomorrow? No, you can stay here tonight. Su Xiaoyu and I will share a room, and you can have a room by yourself. Get familiar with the place. In the morning, you can go back to the dormitory to get your luggage, while I tidy up a bit. After I install the surveillance cameras, I'll go find her mother. That's fine. Jiang Nian didn't start eating until after he finished chatting with Mu Ling. Su Xiaoyu, who was sitting next to him, finished eating, hugged her round tummy, and fell asleep happily on the sofa. Jiang Nian tidied up the mess and went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Mu Ling took a photo of Su Xiaoyu and sent it to Su Wanyin. Mu Ling, look, the little one ate 2 bowls of rice today. In a moment, she received a reply from Su Wanyin. Ah? 2 bowls? Can she finish that? Muling, yes, you saw the food I sent you, right? It was especially delicious, better than the food we ate at the 5-star hotel. Su Wanyin, are you serious? Muling, not at all, I also ate 2 bowls. Su Wanyin. You're the one trying to lose weight. Muling, losing weight is no longer important. Eating is the most important thing. Su Wanyin, okay, after hearing what you said, I'm curious about this nanny sister. Come on, send me her information and photos, I'll recognize her face, and I'll talk to her later. Chapter 18, My Wanyin Goddess is making a comeback. Mu Ling froze when she saw Su Wanyin's words. She looked up and glanced at Jiang Nian. She imagined Su Wanyin knowing that the person taking care of Xiaoyu was a man. She felt her scalp tingle. She quickly sent a message back to Su Wanyin. She just finished cleaning up after the fish. You know how much trouble they can get into. I'm a bit disorganized myself, and she wouldn't let me take any pictures. Maybe next time. She's been busy until now and hasn't even eaten yet. Su Wanyin, oh, that's right. Well, it seems like she is quite responsible. I'll go back and talk to her in person, that way it will be more sincere. Seeing that she had fooled her way past, Mu Ling let out a long sigh of relief. Jiang Nian, who had finished eating the last bite of his meal, looked at Mu Ling with a puzzled expression. It was as if he had done something wrong. In between tidying up the dishes, he curiously asked. What's wrong? Does the mother of the child have anything else to tell me? Mu Ling quickly waved her hands. No, sister. Jiang Nian, you've done a good job. Why don't I tidy up and you take a rest? Jiang Nian looked at her with a smile. No, I'll go. You chat with the mother for a while and see if there's anything else I need to pay attention to. Mu Ling nodded, and she noticed that although Jiang Nian was not as perfect as when he first arrived because of the image of taking care of Xiaoyu, he was still very handsome. The messy hair, coupled with the way he tied the apron, had a kind of unique beauty. Even if this appearance were placed in the entertainment industry, it would be very competitive. I don't know what that girl he's after is thinking, she can't even see how handsome Jiang Nian is. After silently complaining to herself, a thought suddenly occurred to Mu Ling. Her mouth spoke faster than her mind. Jiang Nian, have you ever thought about developing a career in show business? Jiang Nian, who had just walked to the kitchen door with a tray, paused and remembered a conversation he had once had with Tang Weiwei. Jiang Nian, what do you want to do after you graduate? Back then, Jiang Nian was full of her. I don't know yet, what about you? Me? I studied music, so of course I want to go to Beijing and try to get into the entertainment industry. Okay, I'll go wherever you want. If you want to go into the entertainment industry, I'll go with you. Ha, you studied computer science, what can you do in the entertainment industry? I can do a lot. I can be your assistant or manager, or if that doesn't work, I can write songs for you. Jiang Nian, you really know how to joke. You can even write songs? Give it a try, maybe it'll become popular? At the moment, Jiang Nian thought of these conversations and just felt like laughing. Over the years, it seemed like he had been trying to PUA himself. He actually even fantasized about entering the entertainment industry with her, and her singing, and him writing those songs from his past life and singing them to her. It was really not unreasonable to be scolded for licking a dog. I hadn't thought about it. Jiang Nian shook his head and turned around to go into the kitchen. Compared to the entertainment industry, he preferred a calm and free life. For example, having this job now, then writing a good book, making some money, traveling around, and leisurely spending the rest of his life would be a blessing. Mu Ling didn't expect him to refuse so quickly, without even thinking about it. She couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity. If he wanted to go, she could help him. With his looks and cooking skills, he would have a large group of fans, and it would not be difficult for him to make a name for himself in the entertainment industry. Mu Ling regretted leaning back on the sofa and taking out her phone. She saw that Su Wanyin had sent another message 2 minutes ago. Mu Ling, the leader said that they will start warming up the packaging for me tonight, and send a message in the company's name saying that Goddess Yin is preparing to make a comeback. I guess I will be able to see it in a while. Mu Ling sat up smartly. Mu Ling, that's great. Huatian Entertainment is a well-known entertainment company in China. It's good for you that they're coming forward. You rest first. I'll go on Weibo and find someone to cover for you when the news comes out. Su Wanyin, okay. I'm a bit nervous. Training starts tomorrow. Mu Ling, don't be nervous, you can do it. After sending the message, Mu Ling saw a Weibo push notification. Huatian Entertainment the Goddess Yin will participate in this training. After 3 months, she will make a formal comeback and meet everyone again, so let's look forward to it at Yin YY. Mu Ling quickly logged into Su Wanyin's Weibo and retweeted it. Yin YY, the future has you, moving forward together at Huatian Entertainment. Although Su Wanyin's followers have almost all dropped off, there are still hundreds of thousands of die-hard fans. As soon as this message was posted, there was movement in the comments section. I love Yin alone, holy cow, my goddess has been resurrected. Yin's little follower, it's Huatian Entertainment, she signed with them. That's great. I love Yin goddess, oh my god, what am I seeing? My goddess is making a comeback, I didn't think I'd live to see it. 555. Just passing by, dude, what are you crying about? Aren't all the other men going to cry along with you? CC is far away, holy shit. Just passing by, hey, man, calm down. At this moment, Zhongbei University men's dormitory. Jiang Xiyuan, who had almost fallen asleep, sat up suddenly. Holy shit! He exclaimed. Su Minghai is gone, Yuan Huai, wake up. Yuan Huai, who was still half asleep, looked impatiently at Jiang Xiyuan. Lao Jiang, are you crazy? Jiang Xiyuan, my goddess Yin is making a comeback. Yuan Huai, half asleep, who's your goddess Yin? Jiang Xiyuan, exasperated, you nerd, forget it, I'm not talking to you anymore. After posting his comment, he took a screenshot and posted it to the group of the 4 top male models in the boutique area. Jiang Xiyuan at Su Minghai, look, my goddess Yin is making a comeback. The second message was the screenshot from Weibo. Seeing that Su Minghai didn't respond, Jiang Xiyuan started to tag him again. Jiang Xiyuan at, come out here, you old man. Jiang Xiyuan at. After tagging him for 5 messages, he finally received a reply from Su Minghai. Su Minghai, holy shit, what a bombshell. Jiang Xiyuan, yes, I'm going to cry. Su Minghai, calm down, this is a good thing, maybe we'll see her on the big screen in the future. Jiang Xiyuan, yes, I should work hard too. Lao Su, I'm going to Kyoto tomorrow, I'll book the tickets now. Su Minghai, okay, brother, I support you. Go to Kyoto and develop yourself well, maybe you'll be able to see your goddess of music in the future. Jiang Xiyuan, After sending this message, Jiang Xiyuan wiped the corner of his eye and smiled with relief. Goddess Yin, I will definitely work hard and try to stand by your side. This was the goal Jiang Xiyuan set for himself during his senior year of high school. At this time, in Zhongshu Garden, Zhang Yan, who was washing the dishes, also heard the phone ring. He wiped his hands and clicked to open it, and saw a conversation between his roommates. He clicked to open the screenshot and took a look, a little unable to believe it. She's actually made a comeback. That's good, because in this day and age, there's a lack of voices like hers. Jiang Yan at Jiang Xiyuan, Lao Jiang, do you like her that much? I remember you originally planned to leave after you got your diploma. Jiang Yan didn't think Jiang Siyuan would be a brainless fan. But his actions were indeed a bit strange. In a moment, he received a reply. Jiang Siyuan, you don't understand, I really like her. Su Minghai at Jiang Yan, don't stop him, Xiao Yan. The goddess of music means something different to him. Jiang Yan, okay, at Jiang Siyuan, let me know when you book your ticket. I'll go with you if I have time. Jiang Siyuan, okay. After he sent the message, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Jiang Siyuan at Jiang Yan, that's not right, Xiao Yan. What do you mean you have time? Where have you been? You didn't come back tonight? Where were you? Su Minghai, you weren't in the dorm? Jiang Yan, no, I got a job. Today is the trial period. Jiang Siyuan, so soon? What kind of work is it that doesn't finish until so late? Jiang Yan, well, I didn't expect it either. It's just a pretty good job. I'm not going back tonight. Jiang Yan thought about it for a while, but still didn't tell his roommates the words male nanny. Jiang Siyuan, it's not a bad job, but it requires working nights away from home? Hey, if you can't handle it, why don't you come with me to Kyoto? There are lots of job opportunities there, and you might find something even better. You don't have to put yourself through this. Su Minghai immediately picked up on the key point in Jiang Siyuan's words. Su Minghai, so, you've been taken care of by a rich woman? Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, it is indeed a not bad job, and I happen to need an internship certificate, so I can get one here, but I might not be able to live in the dormitory. Jiang Yan, I won't go to Kyoto for now, my parents are here, I want to spend more time with them. Jiang Siyuan, that's fine, let me know if you have any problems. Jiang Yan, okay. The three of them were chatting happily. Suddenly, Yuan Huai, who hadn't been bubbling for so long, popped up. Yuan Huai, damn it, do you guys let people sleep or what, sending so many messages late at night? None of the four of them had screens in their dorm group. Yuan Huai, shit, did you get a sugar mama? Yuan Huai, shit, Jiang Siyuan is leaving? Yuan Huai, no, wait, does that mean I'll be the only one left in the dormitory tomorrow? Yuan Huai, shit. Su Minghai. Jiang Siyuan. Jiang Yan, I didn't get a sugar mama, and I'm in Jiangbei City, so if you're bored at school, you can find me. Yuan Huai, okay, but I probably won't be bored either. I discovered a really good novel the other day, hee hee. You guys won't believe how good it is, how exciting, how grand, etc. I'm going to check to see if the author has updated it. Yuan Huai quickly exited WeChat and opened up the Orange Novel app. 5 seconds later, he returned to WeChat, cursing. Yuan Huai, damn it, this dog author really hasn't updated a single word. It's already 8 o'clock. What's going on? What a real dog. What a real dog. Jiang Yan couldn't help laughing. But then he suddenly remembered that he hadn't updated today either. Fortunately, he had only written 6,000 words, and since he had just signed the contract, no one should be cursing him. Just as he was thinking, he saw Yuan Huai cut a picture out and posted in the group. Yuan Huai, this is the book. You all go read it. I won't allow anyone to have not read this book. It's simply too wonderful. Except for the dog author, who hasn't moved after writing 6,000 words. Once I find out who he is, I will stand behind him with a knife to supervise him writing. If he doesn't write, I will chop him. Jiang Yan subconsciously clicked on the screenshot. When he saw the two words Zhuxian, Jiang Yan suddenly felt a tingling in his scalp. Chapter 19, It's not like I'm going to chop you up. What are you afraid of? The cover of the book was already done, and it had quite the heroic air of a fairy tale. The author's name was written prominently, year after year, there is fish. The update interface showed that it was updated 22 hours ago. It was already 8 o'clock, and he had uploaded it after 10 o'clock last night, so by the time he calculated it, it was indeed 22 hours ago. Looking at the comments section again, Jiang Yan was directly stunned. There were only 6,000 words in the article, but there were already dozens of comments. Old bookworm Qiancheng, immortal cultivation? Martial arts? It's good, 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 more from the author. Can't get it out of my head, I was just about to delete the Orange Novel app, but I actually found such a unique book. Author, update soon. Professional book reader for 800 years, from my 800 years of reading experience, this is a good book, but the author is not necessarily a good author. One last read before bed. The author hasn't updated for 22 hours and 38 minutes. Is he hung up? Zhang Yan was about to close the app when he saw a new comment from Yuan. What's your address, author? I have some local specialties I want to send you. Yuan is obviously a fake account. Zhang Yan was even more chilled when he remembered that this person just wanted to stab the author with a knife. Without thinking, he exited the app, hoping that if he didn't see it, he wouldn't have to deal with it. Then he sent a message to the group chat of the 4 male models in the boutique area. Zhang Yan at Yuan Go, are you that violent? Yuan Huai, you wouldn't understand if you don't read novels. Do you know how hard it is to find a good novel? Zhang Yan of course knew, after all, in his previous life he was also a bookworm. Yuan Huai, do you know how painful it is to wait for the author to update? Yuan Huai, especially those authors who like to be punctual. They have to say half of a sentence now, and leave the other half until the next day. At these moments, I really want to go up to them and kill them. Although Yuan Huai was only sending text messages, Zhang Yan could still feel him gritting his teeth. He once again felt a cold wind on his back. Zhang Yan, I understand. Maybe the author has something to do, and will update later. Don't be so violent. Yuan Huai, he'd better have something going on. Zhang Yan didn't dare to speak. Yuan Huai, who hadn't noticed anything unusual about him, had already turned his attention to Zhang Siyuan. At Zhang, aren't you going to the entertainment industry? Come and read this book. I feel that this worldview can be adapted for movies and TV series. It might inspire you. Zhang Siyuan, a novel? No thanks, it's not interesting. Yuan Huai, fine. All you can see is your goddess Yinyin. It's been 4 years since she disappeared and you still can't get over it. Maybe she'll come out this time and announce that she has a husband and kids? Zhang Siyuan, you want to die. Yuan Huai, ha. Su Minghai at Zhang Siyuan, what Lao Yuan said is not impossible. What if it's true? You're giving up your profession and going to Kyoto to change careers. Won't you regret it? Zhang Siyuan, no, I'll just grab a knife and kill her husband. Zhang Yan, why do you all like to kill people so much? Although the person Zhang Siyuan wants to kill has nothing to do with him. For some reason, Zhang Yan still feels a chill down his back. Zhang Siyuan, it's not like I'm going to kill you, what are you afraid of? Yuan Huai, it's not like I'm going to kill you, what are you afraid of? Zhang Yan thought about it and didn't say anything. He closed WeChat and switched to the Penguin app, logging into the account he had added Shichin to this morning, which he had not logged into since. Sure enough, he received a bunch of messages from Shichin on the Penguin account. Shichin, it's 3 o'clock, have you started writing yet? Shichin, big guy, it's 4 o'clock, have you started writing yet? Shichin, big guy, have you seen your comment section? It's going crazy. Shichin, it's 6 o'clock, right? Update. Shichin, it's 7 o'clock, big guy, do you need me to call you? Shichin, it's 8 o'clock. Zhang Yan. This editor who claims to be very busy is only busy nagging one person to write every day? That's really busy. He thought about it and replied seriously. Zhang Yan, I got held up today, I'll write it right away. Shichin, you finally replied to me, finally, I thought you didn't want me anymore. Zhang Yan. Why do you feel like a scumbag who abandons his girlfriend? Shichin, please don't abandon the article, please don't. Zhang Yan, well, I won't abandon the article, I'm really busy today, I'll write it later. Shichin, okay, thank you, big guy, I'll wait for your update. He put down his phone and started working seriously. After tidying up the kitchen, Zhang Yan came out. Mu Ling was seriously brushing her phone, as if she hadn't seen him at all. Zhang Yan walked over curiously and saw that her phone screen was stuck on the comment interface of the Weibo of Goddess Yinyin. He asked curiously, Sister Mu Ling also likes Goddess Yinyin? This action suddenly startled Mu Ling. She quickly put her phone away, you also like it? It can't be that coincidental, can it? It's true that she has some fans online, but in reality, I think many people have already forgotten about her. I don't like her, but my roommate does. He was just talking about her in the group chat. I see. Mu Ling let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, Zhang Yan didn't see her operating the homepage. Otherwise, if he knew that the person he was currently taking care of was the daughter of Yinyin. And she didn't even have a father. Mu Ling simply couldn't bear to think about the image that would conjure up. Een is indeed quite good. Well, I've heard her songs, they're really good, she should have a good career in the entertainment industry. After all, not everyone has such a good voice. As long as she takes care of her reputation and doesn't sing those internet celebrity bubble songs. Mu Ling looked at him in surprise when she heard this. Internet celebrity bubble songs? You know about that? Zhang Yan shook his head. I don't really know much about it, but in my previous life. Halfway through his sentence, Zhang Yan felt that something was wrong and quickly corrected himself. But those who sing internet celebrity songs online are only popular for a short time. Songs become outdated quickly, and singers become outdated even faster. Some songs are particularly popular, but in fact no one can tell who sings them, because apart from that song, the singers have no other works. Even if they do, no one will remember them because they're not good. To sing, you still have to rely on your strength and voice. The goddess of sound has a very good voice, and her previous song was very warm. If she continues along this path, she will definitely be very popular for a long time. It's just like those singers from the past who became popular during the peak of the music scene in the aughts. Each one of them had their own style and their own hit songs. One song after another became a hit. Those songs still sound very good even after the past 20 years. Zhang Yan still remembers that there were some singers who thought they were past their prime, and in their 40s they went on variety shows. Once they got on stage, they resonated with everyone and became successful again. A combination of youthful memories and a talented singer can almost last forever. Mu Ling didn't expect someone who had never set foot in the entertainment industry to be able to say such things. In fact, she and Su Wanin had thought about it for a long time before this comeback, whether or not to take the path of a popular internet celebrity. This would make them more popular faster, with more fans and more income. After all, most of the people in the entertainment industry nowadays are like this. There aren't many truly talented and outstanding people. But after hearing Zhang Yan's words, she suddenly felt that she was being a bit shallow. Zhang Yan was right, if you want to be popular for a long time, you have to rely on your own strength. Tomorrow, when she sees Su Wanin, she will discuss this matter with her. Having made an important decision, Mu Ling felt much more relaxed. Thank you, Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan was momentarily stunned. Why are you thanking me? Mu Ling, it's nothing, you've done me a big favor. It's getting late, Xiao Yu is asleep, you should go and get some rest too. Zhang Yan nodded. She did have such thoughts. After all, she still had to type. But he didn't bring a computer. At this thought, Zhang Yan couldn't help but ask. Sister Mu Ling, is there a spare computer I can use? Seeing Mu Ling's confusion, Zhang Yan said, I want to read some learning materials. Okay, wait. Mu Ling quickly brought Zhang Yan a notebook. Zhang Yan thanked her and went back to the bedroom. He turned on the computer and created a new document. He also opened the background of the orange novel and read the data and comments in the background. Zhang Yan thought for a moment and added a sentence at the end of chapter 3. Everyone, I'm sorry, I have something to do today, I'll write it now and update it in 2 hours. If there are no unexpected circumstances, I will update it every night before 12 o'clock in the future. If you can't wait, you can go to sleep first and read it the next day. Thanks for your support, new budding author. After sending it, he closed the webpage and began meditating. He went over the plot of the day in his head. Zhang Yan began to write seriously. Meanwhile, Kyoto. In the group of orange novel editors, a group of people were staring at Shichen. Fatty, Shichen, what's going on? Why hasn't your big guy updated yet? Are you on? I'm so impatient. I can't sleep, I just can't sleep. Suzuki, Shichen, go and hurry him up, we're all waiting to read it, it's a good book. Wang, Shichen, don't lose him. Today, after Wang gave Zhu Xian a little exposure in the background, the book exploded. Since the establishment of the Orange Novel Department, no book has ever had such good data for a new book period. It's just exploded. After reading the new book, the editorial team was completely immersed in it and became obsessed with urging for more chapters. This was hard on Lin Shi. Holding a teddy bear, she was lying on her pink bed, her heart in turmoil. Shichen, I'm following. Shichen, I'll nudge him every hour, he hasn't replied to me yet. Shichen, he replied to me. Shichen, he said he'll start typing right away. Wang, okay. As soon as this message was sent, Fat Boy sent a new message to the group. Guys, Goddess Ineen has signed with Huatian Entertainment. Chapter 20 Su Wanin, this author really deserves to be scolded. Fat Boy's message aroused everyone's interest. A Yuan, Een? Who is that? Suzuki, isn't that the white moonlight in Fat Boy's heart? He even swore that the fire book he brought out would let his Goddess Ineen play the leading role in the future. A Yuan, I remember, she was a little internet celebrity a few years ago. Fatty, she's not an internet celebrity, Goddess Ineen is awesome. Suzuki, if she's so awesome, why isn't she famous? Fatty, I don't want to talk to you anymore. After sending his last message, he went off to Weibo by himself. Goddess Ineen had finally made a comeback, and they, as a few of her few fans, had to support her. Linchi also saw this message. She silently closed the group chat on the Penguin and opened WeChat to search for the interface. In a moment, she brought up a dialog box. Linchi pressed the hugging bear under her chin and began typing seriously. Linchi, sis, I saw the news that you signed a contract. Are you planning to make a comeback? No one knows that the internet celebrity Ineen Enshin, also known as Su Wanin, who was popular 4 years ago, is actually her sister, or rather her cousin. Linchi really likes this cousin and feels that calling her sister is more intimate. In no time, she receives a reply. Su Wanin, Linchi, that's great, I thought you weren't going to go into show business, that would have been a real shame. Su Wanin, I want to give it a try. Linchi, I support you, but what about Xiaoyu? Sister, is someone taking care of Xiaoyu? How about sending her to my house? Su Wanin, no need, I've found a nanny who will take good care of her. After my training is over, I'll take her with me. She, that's fine. I miss Su Xiaoyu, I haven't seen her for a long time. Su Wanin, she misses you too. After this message, Su Wanin sent another video of Su Xiaoyu. In the video, Su Xiaoyu is lying on the sofa asleep. Big bubbles keep rising from the tip of her nose, but the little one is blissfully unaware and sleeping soundly. This was sent to her by Mu Ling after dinner. Lin Shi, who was originally lying on the bed, burst out laughing as she watched. Lin Shi, she still doesn't sleep properly. Su Wanin, yes, she's getting more and more mischievous. Anyway, let's not talk about her. Lin Shi, you've been working for 3 months now, how's it going? Speaking of which, Lin Shi is very proud. Lin Shi, very good, I'm doing very well. Today I signed a contract for a particularly good novel. I've kept my job, and by clinging to the thighs of this great god, I might even soar with him to great heights in the future. Su Wanin, fly high? What's so good about the book? Lin Shi, I'll send it to you in a bit, and you should read it when you're free, it's really good. After Lin Shi finished speaking, she switched to the interface for Orange novels and shared Zhu Xian with Su Wanin. Lin Shi, this is it. Su Wanin, Cultivating Immortality? A book for men? Su Wanin usually reads novels too, but they're all about young romance. What, like the overbearing CEO falls in love with me, gifted baby buy one get one free, after the divorce, she returns with the quadruplets, and the like. She'd never read a male-oriented novel before. She instantly lost interest. Lin Shi, it's male-oriented, but it's really good, I promise, I'm not lying. Seeing Lin Shi recommend it so much, Su Wanin had no choice but to reluctantly reply. Okay, I'll take a look when I'm free. The two of them chatted for a while before going to wash up separately. Half an hour later. Su Wanin finished washing up, and after watching Su Xiaoyu's video a few times, she climbed into bed. After planning in her head what she needed to do tomorrow, Su Wanin suddenly felt a little bored. There was no TV in the dormitory, so she casually opened the Orange Novel app. Several books she usually followed had been updated. Su Wanin read with relish. 10 minutes later, she had finished reading all the updates. Su Wanin suddenly felt a little speechless. These authors, they update too rarely. Never again will I chase after unfinished books. Vowing silently in her heart, Su Wanin casually threw her phone aside and tried to go to sleep. But today, with Xiaoyu not by her side, she just couldn't sleep. 10 minutes later, she picked up her phone again. She browsed the homepage and found that there were no books she liked, so Su Wanin became a little irritated. I need to ask Xiao Shi to recommend a few more books to me. No, she just seemed to have recommended a book to me. Never mind, I'll take a look at it since it's signed by Xiao Shi. She clicked on the search box for Orange novels. She typed in the words Zhu Xian. Very quickly. A book that had just been signed appeared in her line of sight. She glanced at the author's name, and it was Nien Nien Yu Yu. The name was quite pleasing. It was similar to the name of a fish. Su Wanyin had a slightly better impression of the author. She casually clicked on the book, and after scanning it, she was shocked. She saw that there were already more than 100 comments at the bottom of the book, and they were all 5-star reviews. Su Wanyin had been using the Orange Novel app for a long time. If there were no recommended books, the comments section was completely empty. There are only a few comments from authors with regular readers. But there are no more than 10. What kind of book is this? It's only 6,000 words, but there are already hundreds of comments? It's all fake, right? Su Wanyin couldn't help but click on the comments section to take a look. Upon seeing it, she was shocked again. I'm crazy for Zhu Xian, the dog author has finally come back to life, update soon, I'll stay up with you tonight. Xiaofan's #1 fangirl, faster, faster, faster. I love every year, the blade is ready. These comments were posted almost all within half an hour, and they were all read for more than half an hour. In other words, for these 6 chapters, they read for half an hour? They read word by word, didn't they? Su Wanyin's curiosity was aroused. Without hesitation, she clicked to start reading. But at the beginning, she was shocked. This author has a good writing style. After reading the first chapter, Su Wanyin was completely captivated by the plot and setting. She had completely forgotten that she never read male-oriented books, and continued to flip through the pages. In just a few minutes, she had finished reading all 3 chapters. Scrolling further, she came across the author's words. Everyone, I'm sorry, I had some things to take care of today. This is a new author, so thank you all for your support. Su Wanyin. That's it? That's all there is? It won't be updated for 2 hours. Isn't this killing people? No way. She simply couldn't wait. Su Wanyin could finally understand the feelings of those readers at this moment, and she also understood why so many readers had commented and scolded the author for rushing to update. This author really deserves to be scolded. She quickly opened the comments section and prepared to comment. But she suddenly remembered that Mu Ling had told her not to make random comments on any social media platform, in case these words were used as a weapon to attack her. So, Su Wanyin deleted the typed words and started flipping through her phone. But no matter how much she flipped through it, she just couldn't bring herself to leave the interface of the book. Su Wanyin finally understood what those people meant when they said they spent a long time reading. They were literally holding their phones and waiting. She waited for a full half hour, but the author still hadn't updated. Su Wanyin finally couldn't hold back anymore. She quickly logged out of her account and then registered a new one, choosing the gender male. As for the nickname, she thought about it for a moment and typed in the name of the little fish. She loves the little fish the most. Then she started to comment. She loves the little fish the most, be faster, or I'll be mad. After doing this, she quickly opened WeChat, found Lin Shi's chat box, and started typing. Su Wanyin, Lin Shi, have you gone to sleep yet? Lin Shi, no, sister. Su Wanyin, well, Lin Shi, what is it, sister? Is something wrong? Tell me, I'll come to you right away. Su Wanyin hurriedly replied. No, nothing's wrong. I just wanted to ask if you could hurry up that fish in the New Year thing and tell him to update it faster, it's taking forever. Lin Shi, pfft. Lin Shi, I thought it was something serious. Ha, I told you it was a good book, right? Lin Shi, but there's nothing I can do to hurry him up. He told me before that he was going to write the book, and he hasn't replied to my messages since. Lin Shi, just wait a little longer. If it's really urgent, you can read it tomorrow. Su Wanyin, who can wait forever? Lin Shi, I'll go and hurry him up again. Don't worry. Su Wanyin had no choice but to continue waiting. Seeing that it was already 11:30, she reluctantly put her phone down. It seemed that she would not be able to wait any longer today, and she had to rest. It would be terrible if she was not energetic tomorrow. At that moment, Su Wanyin's phone rang. She quickly picked up the phone and saw a message from Lin Shi. Sister, it's been updated. Chapter 21, you guys are using a couple name, right? Su Wanyin immediately felt much better. She quickly picked up her phone and found that the author had updated the story with another 6,000 characters. At this moment, in Jiangbei City, Zhang Yan, who had finally finished typing the story, uploaded the chapter and found that someone had sent him a message on his Penguin ID. He clicked on it out of curiosity. He found that it was a friend request. Zhang Yan casually clicked agree. Almost immediately, Durian sent a message. Durian, big guy, you've been looking for me all day. I finally found you. Durian, are you interested in coming to our Bao Du Shao Shua? Our traffic is better than that of Orange Novel. Durian, we can arrange for a big push. Zhang Yan frowned. Nian Yu, thanks, but no thanks. He had already signed up, and even though this app didn't have as good of traffic, he had to be contractually bound. After all this, Zhang Yan clicked into the comments section. He discovered that it had only been 2 hours. There were already 40 to 50 more comments. This is some traffic. Who says it's not good? However, he noticed that most of them were criticizing him. Zhang Yan was used to this. After all, in his previous life, when he read novels, he also criticized the authors in the same way. Zhang Yan was about to turn off his phone and go to bed. Just then, he saw a reader's nickname. I love Xiaoyu the most. As soon as he saw the words little fish, Zhang Yan's mind conjured up the image of the adorable Su Xiaoyu, who spoke in a gooey, syrupy voice. This little girl was obedient when she spoke, and she could always melt his heart. Unexpectedly, there were people on the internet who loved little fish too. He casually gave a like to I love little fish and then exited the app to see the roommate group. Zhang Siyuan said he had booked a ticket for 9 a.m. and would leave from school at 8 a.m. Zhang Yan set an alarm. If it's 8 o'clock, he'll still have time to go back and see Zhang Siyuan off. After doing all this, he went out to wash up. Kyoto. After reading the 3 newly updated chapters, Su Wanyin was once again in a dilemma. This dog author sure knows how to hit the spot. There's just not enough to read. It's as if she's following the internet cable to hit the author. Su Wanyin clicked on the comments section again and decided to comment again. At this moment, she suddenly saw that her account had received a lot of messages. Su Wanyin was taken aback. She quickly clicked on the message center. When she looked, she discovered that she had been liked. What's more, she had been liked by the author, Yearly Fish. Because of this like, she had received a lot of messages. Who is this person? How did he get a like from the author? How dare the useless author give you a like when he's supposed to be writing? Tell me, what's your relationship? Favorite Fish and Yearly Fish are obviously a couple's names. Are you the author's girlfriend? Oh my god, the dog author actually has a boyfriend. No wonder the updates are so slow. This gives me one more reason to kill him. Hey, upstairs, did you read it wrong? This favorite fish is also a guy. Ha? Fencing? Good guy, I'm going straight to the good guy. I really want to know something amazing. No wonder the author is so short. Su Wanyin. Are these readers' imaginations so rich? What's with the couple names? Her comment has been pushed to the top. If Mu Ling knew about this, she would beat her to death, wouldn't she? Su Wanyin subconsciously clicked on the comment and prepared to delete it. At that moment, she received another reply. It's not a couple, I just think the name is cute, don't get me wrong. The person who replied was Nian Yu. Is he explaining himself? The author actually thinks Xiaoyu is cute too. Her Xiaoyu is definitely the cutest in the world. Thinking this, Su Wanyin decided not to rush him for now. By the way, she would say a few kind words for him. She quickly replied. Don't be silly, the author is also a human being and needs to rest too, don't rush him. After replying, Su Wanyin turned off her phone and lay down to sleep. Zhongxiu Garden, Jiangbei City. Zhang Yan couldn't help but smile when he saw this reply. The way she spoke was a bit like Xiaoyu's too. He's a sweet guy. He liked her comment again, and put his phone down to get ready for bed. What neither of them knew was that at this very moment, in the women's dormitory at Jiangbei University, Tang Weiwei couldn't sleep either. In the afternoon, she had received the news that Yinin had joined Huatian Entertainment. As the most outstanding graduate of the music college at Jiangbei University, Tang Weiwei had also signed with Huatian Entertainment and was going to participate in this training. She had only postponed for a few days because she was still busy with school. Originally, she felt that she was good enough and was confident that she would definitely make her debut this time and become a new star in the entertainment industry. Part of the reason why she had not previously agreed to Jiang Nian's confession was also due to this reason. If she was going to enter the entertainment industry, she could not be in a relationship. But she could not bear to let go of Jiang Nian's kindness towards her, and hoped that Jiang Nian could accompany her in the same way as before. However, she did not expect Jiang Nian to suddenly change. And now, suddenly, there is also Yining. Tang Weiwei just felt her heart fill with panic. This Yining, no one else knows about her, but she knows about her. Between her and Jiang Nian, if they ever met, Jiang Nian would definitely abandon her completely. No, absolutely not. Jiang Nian can only like her and be good to her. Thinking about this, Tang Weiwei's heart was in turmoil. How long was this Jiang Nian going to stay angry with her? If he continued to be angry, she was going to ignore him. Didn't he know? She hadn't received a message from Jiang Nian on her phone for 2 days. Tang Weiwei was not giving up and decided to try again. After all, it was 12 midnight, and psychologists say that the evening is generally when human emotions are most fragile. After a busy day, they will always seek all kinds of company, ponder life, and even emo. This is also the best time to break through. Tang Weiwei quickly edited a message and sent it to Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian, I'm in a bad mood. The unspoken meaning is, you have to come and comfort me. If you're willing to do that, we can make up. I've given you such a good opportunity, you have to take it. But after waiting for a while, she didn't hear from Jiang Nian. Tang Weiwei's tears were about to fall. Jiang Nian had really gone too far. How could he treat her like this? That night, Tang Weiwei hardly slept at all. The next day, Jiang Nian got up early. He made breakfast, washed up Su Xiaoyu, who had gotten up groggy, said goodbye to Mu Ling, and went back to school. Today, Mu Ling and Su Xiaoyu installed the surveillance camera. He went back to see Jiang Siyuan off, then packed his bags and prepared to move into Su Xiaoyu's house. It was just that Jiang Nian didn't expect. As soon as he returned to the dormitory, he was blocked by Jiang Siyuan and Yuan Huai by the window. Tell us, young man, what exactly is the job? It's just an ordinary job. Jiang Nian was a little helpless. Not telling the truth? Well, sometimes I have to work overtime at night, and I can only live in the staff dormitory. After all, Mu Ling is gone, and he has to take care of Xiaoyu to sleep. Tut. Jiang Siyuan smirked and looked up and down, left and right. There are no strawberries, no perfume smell, and no long hair. Could it really be an ordinary job? Jiang Nian nodded, it's true. I'll tell you what it is when I have the chance later. Jiang, have you packed your things? I'm quitting after 3 months anyway. Just muddle through then. For now, you mustn't let the guys know, or they'll laugh at you forever. Jiang Nian quickly changed the subject. Over there. Jiang Siyuan pointed behind him at the luggage. Jiang Nian said, okay, it's still early, wait for me to pack too, we'll leave together. Jiang Siyuan did not stop him, but he felt a little sad. He had never expected that 4 years would pass so quickly. Yuan Huai also did not argue. Yes, I originally thought that I would be the first to leave the dormitory, but now I have become the last one to stay. I wonder what everyone's future will be like. These things, they did not figure it out even after 4 years. Now, they have no choice but to enter society with confusion. The road ahead is now unknown. Jiang Siyuan went up to Yuan Huai and patted him on the shoulder. You've got a job at a big company, so you won't have to worry about food or drink in the future. Su Minghai has also found a pretty good job. I'm going to chase my dreams too. As for the rest of the guys, they still think that Jiang Nian hasn't found a good job. Why wouldn't he tell them? He went up to Jiang Nian again and patted him on the shoulder. If you need any help, just let me know. Don't keep it to yourself. We're all brothers. Jiang Nian had finished packing by now. He nodded. I know, I will tell you, Jiang, you too, it is quite difficult to go to Beijing alone, remember to send more messages. Of course, when I become successful, I will take you all to eat, drink and pick up girls. The 3 of them said this and couldn't help but hug each other. I don't know which one of us 4 will have a wife and children first. Sigh, life. Seeing that the 2 were going to be sad for a while, Jiang Nian couldn't help but break the ice. Okay guys, maybe we'll see each other again soon. Who knows what the future holds? It's getting late, let's go. Yeah, let's go. They went downstairs. The 3 of them walked together to the bus stop. At this time, at the school gate, Tang Weiwei was buying breakfast with her best friend Li Xiaoyu. Li Xiaoyu and Tang Weiwei were high school classmates, but they didn't go to the same university. Today she didn't have any classes, so she came to visit Tang Weiwei. Seeing that Tang Weiwei's face is a little pale, Li Xiaoyu can't help but ask, "Weiwei, what's wrong?" Li Xiaoyu doesn't know what happened between Tang Weiwei and Zhang Nian these past few days. She only knows that since high school, Zhang Nian has liked to follow Tang Weiwei around, secretly in love with her. Then in college, it became an open relationship. He chases Tang Weiwei every day. Every morning, he brings her breakfast. But today, she didn't see Zhang Nian, which was a bit strange. "It's nothing, I just didn't sleep well." Tang Weiwei lowered her head. From yesterday until now, Zhang Nian hasn't replied to her messages. Li Xiaoyu immediately noticed Tang Weiwei's unusual mood. She frowned. "Is it because of Zhang Nian? Did he hurt your feelings? How dare he?" Tang Weiwei smiled awkwardly. "No. Li Xiaoyu, of course it is, otherwise why didn't you let him buy you breakfast today? When I see him, I'll definitely ask him nicely, he's really too much." Li Xiaoyu was talking when she suddenly glanced over and saw an acquaintance. "Huh? Isn't that Zhang Nian?" Chapter 22. Zhang Nian is leaving? Why is he dragging a suitcase? Where is he going? Li Xiaoyu was full of surprise. Tang Weiwei's heart tightened. Zhang Nian is leaving? No. He should be seeing his roommate off, right? Zhang Siyuan is also dragging a suitcase, so he must be leaving school. Zhang Nian is probably seeing him off. After all, I've never heard that Zhang Nian has found a job. With his grades, he shouldn't have found a job so easily. Oh, I know what, they're going to pass by us soon. Weiwei, let's not buy breakfast yet, let Zhang Nian buy it for us. Every time she visited Tang Weiwei before, Zhang Nian would buy her a copy of whatever she bought. Tang Weiwei tugged at Li Xiaoyu. Forget it. He won't buy it. But Li Xiaoyu was in a good mood, and she didn't notice Tang Weiwei's disapproval. Oh, Weiwei, you had that kind of thing happen with Zhang Nian back then, so what's the big deal about him treating you to a couple of meals? No one else knew about the incident 4 years ago, but as Tang Weiwei's best friend, Li Xiaoyu knew. After all, it was Tang Weiwei's first time, and in Li Xiaoyu's eyes, Zhang Nian had always owed Tang Weiwei, so he took everything for granted. As they were talking, Zhang Nian and the others had already arrived. Li Xiaoyu reached out to say hello. Hey. Jiang. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Zhang Nian walk past them without looking. It was as if he hadn't seen them, without even a hint of a pause. Li Xiaoyu was shocked. Her brows knitted. Weiwei, what's going on? Why did Zhang Nian walk away? Tang Weiwei lowered her head. Zhang Nian really did ignore her. But this matter must never be revealed to Li Xiaoyu. She can't lose face in front of her. You didn't see us, did you? It's fine, we'll buy it ourselves. No way. They were less than 2 meters away from Zhang Nian. She and Tang Weiwei were still standing in the most conspicuous place, so how could Zhang Nian not see them? Every time before, there were so many people around them, and Zhang Nian was able to find them quickly. But Tang Weiwei had already said so, and Li Xiaoyu didn't dare say anything. She could only nod. Okay, then. She always felt that something had happened between Zhang Nian and Tang Weiwei. Li Xiaoyu couldn't help but look at Zhang Nian a few more times. At this time, Zhang Nian had already helped Zhang Siyuan get into the car. But in his hands, he was still pushing a suitcase, as if he was planning to walk to the bus stop. Li Xiaoyu didn't understand. Weiwei, is Zhang Nian's other roommate leaving school too? I don't think so. Yuan Huai is a very good student and has already been directly hired by a large company. He only needs to report for work after receiving his diploma, so he doesn't need to leave school now. Then why is Zhang Nian sending him off with a suitcase? Tang Weiwei was taken aback and looked in Zhang Nian's direction. Upon seeing him, Tang Weiwei was stunned. Zhang Nian is leaving? What? He's leaving school without telling you? Li Xiaoyu looked puzzled. Tang Weiwei didn't bother about Li Xiaoyu and quickly walked towards Zhang Nian. He hasn't replied to her messages, how can he just leave without saying a word? This is university, once you leave, the chances of meeting again are slim. How can Zhang Nian be so heartless? Li Xiaoyu hurriedly followed. Zhang Nian didn't realize that someone was chasing him. Zhang Siyuan wanted to catch the bus at the station, so he took a taxi first. He went to Zhongxiu community, and since he didn't have much money, he decided to save some by taking public transportation. Along the way, Yuan Huai kept talking to him. Hey! You don't know how good that book Xu Xian is, young man, you should read it when you're free. It's just that the author is so lazy, he only updates in the middle of the night, it's really annoying. Well, okay. Zhang Nian responded helplessly. I always feel like Yuan Huai will keep greeting me if I don't respond. As the two were chatting, they suddenly heard someone behind them shouting his name. Zhang Nian. Zhang Nian turned around and saw Tang Weiwei and Li Xiaoyu. It had to be Li Xiaoyu who was shouting his name. Zhang Nian frowned impatiently. When he woke up this morning, he saw a message from Tang Weiwei. But he had no desire to reply at all. He never expected to run into her when he went out. In the 4 years at university, how come he never noticed how often he met Tang Weiwei? Before, in order to woo her, Zhang Nian even made special efforts to run into her by chance, which he now thought was really stupid. Seeing that he didn't respond, Li Xiaoyu became a little annoyed. What's wrong with you? Weiwei and I were just standing at the school gate. Didn't you see us? Zhang Nian still ignored her. In the past, when he wanted to be nice to Tang Weiwei, he also treated Li Xiaoyu very well. Unexpectedly, she also took it for granted. Hey! Zhang Nian? Did you hear me call you? Li Xiaoyu was a little angry when she saw that Zhang Nian ignored her. Zhang Nian impatiently turned his head and was about to speak when Yuan Huai, who was standing next to him, couldn't hold back anymore. Girl, I'm telling you, don't you get it? No one wants to answer you, so why are you shouting here? Li Xiaoyu. Her face suddenly turned red and then white. After a while, she managed to stammer out a sentence. Zhang Nian, aren't you afraid that Tang Weiwei won't talk to you? Zhang Nian was momentarily stunned and then burst out laughing. It turned out that Tang Weiwei had not yet told Li Xiaoyu about their relationship. That was right, after all, Tang Weiwei was so concerned about saving face. He simply turned his head away and ignored them. Straight guy Yuan Huai, on the other hand, directly expressed his thoughts. What are you afraid of? We Zhang Nian don't want your Tang Weiwei anymore, and you're still acting like you're in the clear. Right, you little rascal? He said, giving Zhang Nian a wink. Zhang Nian smiled and didn't say anything, but that expression obviously meant he agreed. Li Xiaoyu was completely furious. You're Weiwei, look at Zhang Nian. Li Xiaoyu didn't know Yuan Huai well, so naturally she took all her anger out on Zhang Nian. Why are you still looking for him when he's like this? You should just ignore him. Tang Weiwei tugged at Li Xiaoyu's sleeve, signaling her to be quiet. Li Xiaoyu once again sensed that something was wrong. Weiwei? Tang Weiwei ignored her, pursed her lips, and looked at Zhang Nian. Zhang Nian, are you leaving? Zhang Nian didn't even look at her. Lao Yuan, the bus is here, I'll go first. The bus slowly pulled up and stopped in front of him. Yuan Huai nodded, okay, have a good day at work, call if you need help. Zhang Nian, Li Xiaoyu, who had been ignored, could not stand this kind of treatment. She wanted to call out to Zhang Nian again, but was once again stopped by Tang Weiwei. Seeing that Zhang Nian was about to get on the bus, Tang Weiwei hurriedly said, I'm going to work in the next 2 days, going to Kyoto, don't you have anything to tell me? Zhang Nian was carrying his suitcase and had one foot on the bus. Tang Weiwei, wait a minute, I can have my driver take you. Tang Weiwei's family is considered middle class, and it was the weekend, so her family's driver, Uncle Zhao, would come pick her up. Zhang Nian didn't hesitate and got on the bus directly. The door closed. Zhang Nian didn't even look back at her. Tang Weiwei was so angry that she was about to cry. Li Xiaoyu was still beside her, muttering. Weiwei, what's wrong with Zhang Nian? Why is he so ungrateful? You even told him to let your driver take him. Yuan Huai, who was standing nearby, laughed and whistled. Ha, our dear boy would rather take the bus than let your driver take him. Don't you understand? Ha? What do you mean? Girl, is that all you can say? Let me tell you, I'm not interested in women like you, they're not even as good as my novels. Yuan Huai whistled and quickly left. Li Xiaoyu was so angry that she was red in the face. Weiwei, look at them, they're all bullying me. That's enough. Tang Weiwei was in a terrible mood and couldn't stand Li Xiaoyu's nagging anymore. Go back to school, I don't want to eat anymore. If Li Xiaoyu hadn't come looking for her that morning, she wouldn't have met Jiang Yan here. She wouldn't have wanted to chase after Jiang Yan, and she wouldn't have been so eager to please someone who treated her coldly. When had Tang Weiwei ever been treated like this? This is really embarrassing. She walked straight through the school gates. Li Xiaoyu froze in place. What on earth was going on? Tang Weiwei, who had just walked through the school gate, became more and more angry as she thought about it. She never would have imagined that Jiang Yan would have found a job after just 2 days. And he had left school without saying a word. In just 2 days, he hadn't even said hello to her. What kind of job did he get anyway? No, I have to go and see for myself. Thinking this, Tang Weiwei took out her phone and called her driver, then quickly turned around and walked out of the school gate. She got into the car to the shocked gaze of Li Xiaoyu. Uncle Zhao, chase after the 202 in front of us. Ha? The driver, called Uncle Zhao, was confused. 202? The bus? Yes, the one that just drove past. Just follow it. She just wanted to see where Jiang Yan was going to work. Although Uncle Zhao didn't understand, he nodded, okay. The bus wasn't driving fast, and they quickly caught up. After following the bus for half an hour, Tang Weiwei finally sat up straight. She saw Jiang Yan get off the bus. Zhongxiu Garden Station? What was he doing here? Tang Weiwei looked puzzled. Uncle Zhao was even more curious. Weiwei, are you following this bus because of that Jiang Yan? No way. Don't you dislike him? Have you changed your mind? Who said I've changed my mind? I just want to see what he's doing here. Uncle Zhao didn't say anything, but his expression was full of disdain. Tang Weiwei wasn't paying attention to Uncle Zhao. She kept looking at Jiang Yan. After Jiang Yan got out of the car, he looked left and right, then pulled his suitcase and walked forward. He walked a little bit ahead of Uncle Zhao. Uncle Zhao impatiently started the car and slowly walked forward. When they were about to reach the intersection, Tang Weiwei noticed that Jiang Yan stopped. She also shouted, "Stop." Then she saw, directly in front of Jiang Yan, a little girl wearing a pink dress was looking up, smiling and running towards Jiang Yan. It was the little girl who had hugged Jiang Yan and called him dad at the hot pot restaurant that day. Behind her was the woman who had hugged her at the job market that day. Jiang Yan seemed very happy. He couldn't care about the suitcase, so he squatted down and hugged the little girl. The little girl was so happy that she kept kissing Jiang Yan's face and kept smiling, not knowing what to say. This scene was exceptionally harmonious. Even Tang Weiwei felt that Jiang Yan seemed to be hugging her own daughter. Tang Weiwei's brows tightened. Jiang Yan left school because of this little girl? Chapter 23. Brother, did you know that Jiang Yan has a child? How is this possible? What is Jiang Yan doing? She suddenly doesn't want her anymore. Could it be because of this woman who has a child? He's become someone's stepfather? Is this a move to move in together? Tang Weiwei's mind instantly went into a whirl. She took out her phone and quickly took a few photos of Jiang Yan. Realizing that Jiang Yan had turned his head to look at her, Tang Weiwei quickly said, "Let's go, Uncle Zhao." The car slowly started. At this time, Jiang Yan was hugging the slimy Su Xiaoyu and said to Mu Ling, "Let's go, Sister Mu Ling." Mu Ling pointed at the car that had just left. "Are you okay?" "It's fine, just a classmate. I think he was just passing by." He recognized the car. It was Tang Weiwei's car. Although he didn't know why Tang Weiwei followed him here, none of that mattered anymore. As long as she doesn't bother him, that's fine. Okay, the surveillance camera is installed and connected to my phone. I booked the high-speed train in 2 hours, so I have to leave soon. I'll leave Su Xiaoyu in your care. Okay. Jiang Yan embraced Su Xiaoyu with one arm and held his luggage with the other, walking towards the residential area. Su Xiaoyu, who was having a great time, kept squirming in Jiang Yan's arms. "Brother, you'll be able to take care of Xiaoyu from now on. Are you happy?" "Well, I'm happy. And so is Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu loves you the most. And you love Xiaoyu too." Mu Ling followed behind him, looking at his appearance, and couldn't help but feel emotional. If she didn't know the truth, these two would definitely be mistaken for father and daughter. In fact, Wanin should find Xiaoyu a father. If this young man is suitable, then he can introduce him to Wanin. After all, handsome and capable men are rare. When he got home, Mu Ling took out her phone and made a few taps. Jiang Yan heard his phone ring. He took out his phone and saw that Mu Ling had transferred 5,000 yuan to him. He was shocked. This is Xiao Yu and your living expenses for this month. I will give you this month's salary and next month's living expenses after a month. Is that okay? No problem. Zhang Yan almost forgot about this. He was penniless, and he really couldn't live for more than a month with such a child. One more thing, in the future you have to send me 2 or 3 videos of Su Xiaoyu's life every day. You don't need to leave the country, just film her and show them to her mother. Okay. Zhang Yan readily agreed, as this was not a difficult task. After going over some more details with Zhang Yan and filming a few more videos of Su Xiaoyu, Mu Ling packed up her things and left. The house was left with just Zhang Yan and Su Xiaoyu. The big and the little looked at each other with big eyes for a while. The little one jumped happily onto Zhang Yan's lap. Brother, 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 brother. Zhang Yan was overcome with a sense of sticky happiness. He also felt an inexplicable sense of responsibility and belonging. From today on, this little one will be living alone with him. Although he is not her real father, he is still considered a father figure. He must be careful. Okay, stop it. What do you want for lunch? I'll make it for you. I want scrambled eggs with tomatoes and fish. Huh? Fish? Yes, fish. Braised fish. Fish is my favorite. Ha ha. Zhang Yan was amused again. Okay, fish is your favorite, I'll cook it for you. Let's go to the market later, I need to tidy up first. His suitcase was still unpacked. Although he didn't have much stuff, he still needed to tidy up a bit before he could officially move in. Yes, that's great. Brother, hurry up and pack. Xiao Yu is waiting for you. For the rest of the day, Zhang Yan was busy packing. Su Xiaoyu watched him intently. He opened the suitcase, and she squatted next to him. He took the toiletries to the bathroom, and she followed him, leaning against the bathroom door, waiting for him. When he went back to the bedroom to put the clothes in the closet, she stood next to him, tilting her head and staring at him with wide eyes. Several times, if Zhang Yan hadn't been quick-witted, the little girl would have been knocked over by Zhang Yan. But despite being told several times, the little one still showed no remorse. She couldn't bear to be apart from Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan felt a little helpless. Xiaoyu, when I'm busy, you can't stand next to me. You're too small, and I'll knock you over. Xiaoyu wasn't afraid of being able to always follow her father around. That was what she liked best. Xiaoyu wasn't afraid. Su Xiaoyu shook her head vigorously. Her eyes narrowed into a line when she spoke, her happiness unmistakable. Zhang Yan couldn't help but go up to her and rub her furry little head. Okay, Xiaoyu is not afraid, so I'll be careful. I'll take care of you for the next 3 months, don't worry. He had meant to cheer her up, but for some reason. Zhang Yan noticed that after he had finished speaking, the little one looked a little unhappy. Her hands, which had been clasped together, lowered to her sides. She looked at Zhang Yan with a pout, her eyes, which had just been smiling, now seemed about to shed tears. Zhang Yan was taken aback. He quickly threw the clothes in his hands onto the bed and hugged Su Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Did I say the wrong thing? I apologize. Xiaoyu, don't cry. Su Xiaoyu shook her head vigorously, her voice choking. Xiaoyu isn't crying. But the tears came immediately. Brother, in 3 months brother is going to leave Xiaoyu? Oh, no, Xiaoyu doesn't want. Xiaoyu wants brother to always be by Xiaoyu's side. Why is it only 3 months? 3 months is so short. It will be over in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yan was a little at a loss for a moment. Although he didn't know why the little one liked him so much, he could feel that the little one was very attached to him. This was the first time in his 2 lives that someone had relied on him so much. This feeling was novel in a way he could not describe. Some chord in his heart seemed to have been deeply touched. But how could he stay by her side forever? After all, he was just a male nanny. Zhang Yan sighed softly and took Su Xiaoyu into his arms. Mommy will be back in time, and she will take good care of Xiaoyu. No. This was the first time Zhang Yan had seen her cry like this. The last few times he had seen her, the little one had been obedient. He had no choice but to comfort her. Then I'll try my best, okay? If mommy needs me, I'll stay and continue to take care of you. Okay. Su Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. But the tears kept falling. Jiang Nian patted Su Xiaoyu's back with some tenderness. Xiaoyu, be good, don't cry. Xiaoyu can be good. Su Xiaoyu's tears just wouldn't stop. Xiaoyu, don't cry, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu wants to ask her brother to promise her one thing. Jiang Nian's heart was about to melt, and his nose felt a little bit sour. He wiped Su Xiaoyu's tears and said gently. What is it? You tell me. Brother, promise first. I don't think there can be anything too unreasonable in a child's request. In order to make her feel less sad, Jiang Nian nodded. Okay, brother promises, Xiaoyu, just say it. Su Xiaoyu finally stopped crying and smiled. Then, can Xiaoyu call you dad in the future? Jiang Nian? No way. He subconsciously refused. Although he was very concerned about Su Xiaoyu, how could he call her that? He didn't even have a girlfriend yet. Besides, the child's mother would not agree. As if she could read Jiang Nian's mind, Su Xiaoyu cried even more sadly. Just these 3 months, is that not okay? Mom's not home, and she won't find out, okay? Brother? Xiaoyu really wants her father. Brother just agreed, and he can't go back on his word. Oh, brother. Jiang Nian couldn't stand her whining, and felt his heart ache. After a moment of indecision, he saw that Su Xiaoyu had no intention of stopping, so he nodded. Fine, go ahead and call. The little girl jumped up happily. Yes. Daddy. That's great. Xiaoyu has a daddy. Xiaoyu has a daddy. She didn't even shed a tear, her voice full of joy. This look was completely different from the little girl who had just been crying and complaining. Jiang Nian put his hand on his forehead. It seems that he has been tricked again. He almost forgot that this little girl had tricked him into signing a contract before. I don't know what's going on. As soon as he saw this little girl, Jiang Nian felt like his IQ had become negative. But seeing her so happy, Jiang Nian didn't say much. After all, the child's mother was not at home, so he shouted that it should be fine for these 3 months, right? He just had to be careful not to let his classmates and parents know. Otherwise, the trouble would be huge. 3 months will pass quickly. Just get through these 3 months, and we'll talk about the future later. Jiang Nian comforted himself like this. After coaxing Su Xiaoyu to sleep, she went off to play. Jiang Nian then began to pack his things in earnest. Zhangbei University Girls' Dormitory. Tang Weiwei had been back for quite some time. She walked back and forth in the dormitory dozens of times, but still couldn't figure out what was going on with Jiang Nian. Why did he want a woman with a child instead of her? Sun Wan, who was standing nearby, was speechless. Weiwei, what are you doing? Is it because of Jiang Nian again? I'm not saying this to offend you, but can you just let Jiang Nian go? No way. Tang Weiwei didn't even hear Sun Wan's words. She just felt so upset that she couldn't let this matter rest. She had to do something. Sun Wan. She rolled her eyes silently. She was about to say something when she saw Tang Weiwei take out her phone and sit down, not listening to her at all. Sun Wan sighed silently and decided to ignore her. After sitting down, Tang Weiwei began to flip through her contacts. After searching for a while, she finally found the person she had added a long time ago but never said a word to. Jiang Lingdong. Jiang Nian's cousin. He had met her once when he had dinner with Jiang Nian, and he thought she was Jiang Nian's girlfriend, so he added her as a friend. Opening his chat box, Tang Weiwei quickly edited the message. Tang Weiwei, brother, did you know that Jiang Nian has a child? Chapter 24 Jiang Lingdong, this Jiang Nian kid is not telling the truth. In an old neighborhood in Zhangbei City. Jiang Lingdong, who was off today, was curled up in his rented room playing games. On the bedside table next to him were 4 buckets of instant noodles he had bought the day before. One of the buckets was already being soaked, and it was steaming at the moment. This weekend, Jiang Lingdong had no plans to go out, and just wanted to sleep and play games. Until he received a WeChat message from Tang Weiwei. Jiang Dong almost jumped out of bed, ignoring the outcome of the game, and read the message over and over again. After making sure he hadn't misread it, Jiang Dong was a little confused. At the beginning, Jiang Nian took her to dinner with him and told him in private that she was his future sister-in-law. Jiang Dong made sure that Jiang Nian really liked Tang Weiwei. He looked like he would marry no one else. Although this girl seemed like a tea drinker, since his cousin liked her, he couldn't say anything and could only wish them well. Out of courtesy, he added her as a friend, but Jiang Lingdong had never spoken to her. Why would his future sister-in-law suddenly send him this? At this moment, countless thoughts popped into Jiang Lingdong's head. After repeated screening, he came to a conclusion. This future sister-in-law must have quarreled with Jiang Nian, so she sent this message to test him and get something out of him about Jiang Nian. How could Jiang Lingdong frame his own cousin like this? He patted his head vigorously, muttered to himself, and started editing the message. Xiao Nian, when this works out, you have to treat me to dinner. While he was muttering, the message was edited. Jiang Lingdong, oh, Weiwei, what are you talking about? How could Xiao Nian have a child? He thinks about you all the time, he's afraid to talk to other girls except you, and last time he came back and told me that you were his favorite person. It's common for young couples to argue, just wait, I'll give Xiao Nian a call and scold him, and tell him to apologize to you immediately. After the message was sent, Jiang Lingdong returned to the game interface and continued playing. He thought that he had said all the right things for Jiang Nian and had given Tang Weiwei enough face, so he should be able to keep her calm for a while. Besides, who cares about games when it's about a couple? Even if he really had to make a call, he would wait until the game was over. However, as soon as he lay down, he received a second message from Tang Weiwei. Tang Weiwei, we didn't have a fight, and we're not a couple. Jiang Nian really has a child. Ha ha. Jiang Lingdong couldn't help but laugh a little, and was about to ignore her. Jiang Nian had only graduated this year and had not even gotten married. Besides, the whole family knew that he liked Tang Weiwei and had liked her for many years. Who would believe that he had a child? Just as he was thinking, Jiang Lingdong saw that Tang Weiwei had sent another photo. In the photo, a young, handsome guy was holding a baby doll. The baby doll was lying in the young man's arms, with a smile on its chubby face. Jiang Dong's first thought, this baby doll is so pretty. It's even cuter than any doll he's seen on short video platforms, and I want to squeeze it. Jiang Dong's second thought, holy cow, isn't this young man Jiang Nian? Jiang Dong sat up in bed for the second time. This time, he simply exited the game. Then he quickly zoomed in on the photo and looked at it carefully. It was indeed Jiang Nian. Looking more closely, the baby doll had big eyes, double eyelids, and a chubby face with a big dimple. The contours of his face were not obvious to others, but Jiang Dong, who had grown up with Jiang Nian and knew him since childhood, could tell at a glance that he was only 5 years older than Jiang Nian. If the baby doll lost some weight and had sharper features, he would look a lot like Jiang Nian when he was a child. Holy cow, could it be that Jiang Nian really has a child? He quickly took out his phone and started to call Jiang Nian. At this time, Jiang Nian had already packed his things and was ready to take Su Xiaoyu to buy the food they would eat for lunch. When the phone rang, he paused for a moment, signaling Su Xiaoyu to be quiet. Then he carefully answered the phone. Hello? Big brother. Jiang Nian, where are you? Jiang Lingdong's voice on the other end of the line was a little anxious. Jiang Nian looked at Su Xiaoyu in his arms and then looked around. If he told his cousin at this time that he was outside babysitting someone else's child, he would definitely be beaten up by his parents when he got home and be scolded for being useless. So he had to hide this from them first. So, Jiang Nian began to tell lies with his eyes open. I'm at school, what's up? Are you really at school? What are you busy with? I'm busy with my graduation project, as I'm about to graduate. Oh, that's fine, then. I'll hang up now. Big brother. Jiang Nian was about to say something else when he heard Jiang Lingdong hang up the phone. Jiang Nian looked confused. Strange, what did he call for? Not understanding, Jiang Nian didn't want to think about it anymore. He picked up Su Xiaoyu and went out. Let's go buy fish. Yes, yes. After the phone call, Jiang Lingdong fell into deep thought. This kid, Jiang Nian, is not telling the truth. Who would believe he is still at school? Although he didn't want to disturb him, Jiang Lingdong really couldn't hold back his curiosity. Especially the little girl in the photo, she is so cute. She is his own niece, it is not too much to go and see her, right? After a moment of internal struggle, Jiang Lingdong made a decision. He quickly picked up his phone and saw that Tang Weiwei had sent another message. Brother? Did you see it? John didn't reply to this message. He quickly edited the message. Where did you take this photo? No, where is Jiang Yan now? Do you know? On the other end of the phone, Tang Weiwei was overjoyed when she saw this message. It seems that Jiang has believed it. Very good. In that case, he will go and trouble Jiang Yan. At that time, Jiang Yan will definitely explain, and he will let me come out and explain it. In this way, I can contact Jiang Yan and take this opportunity to reconcile with him. Thinking of this, Tang Weiwei quickly replied, in Zhongxiu community, brother, do you want to go take a look? Jiang Lingdong, yes. Tang Weiwei smiled happily. Now, she just had to wait for Jiang Yan's call. She was in such a good mood that she hummed a song. After replying to Tang Weiwei, Jiang Lingdong set off directly for Zhongxiu community. He didn't even have time to eat the instant noodles he had already prepared. Fortunately, the place where he lived was not far from Zhongxiu community. It would take half an hour to get there by bus, but at this time, Jiang Lingdong had no heart to wait for the bus. He took a taxi directly, and arrived in 15 minutes. After getting off the bus, Jiang Lingdong looked at the gate of Zhongxiu community and fell into deep thought. It seemed that he did not know Jiang Nian's house number. So, Jiang Dong took out his phone again and sent a message to Tang Weiwei. Jiang Dong, which building does Jiang Nian live in? Tang Weiwei didn't expect Jiang Dong to arrive so quickly. It seems that he is really concerned and questioned him so quickly. Her self-confidence increased a little more. Sorry, brother, I don't know either. Why don't you call Jiang Nian and ask? Jiang Dong, okay. After sending the message, Tang Weiwei, in a very good mood, called Li Xiaoyu and decided to invite her to lunch to share her happiness. Zhongxiu community entrance. Jiang Lingdong put his phone away, his face full of worry. It turned out that Tang Weiwei didn't know where Jiang Yan lived either. If he called Jiang Yan, he guessed that Jiang Yan wouldn't tell him either. After all, he had just lied to him and said that Jiang Yan was at school. This kid, he actually hid such an important matter from him. It's outrageous. Jiang Lingdong hesitated for a moment, then decided to simply wait for Jiang Yan at the door. Jiang Yan wouldn't go out for a whole day, would he? With this thought in mind, Jiang Lingdong went to the door and borrowed a chair from the community guard. Sitting in the shade, he waited earnestly. Jiang Yan took Su Xiaoyu all the way out, and soon they arrived at the vegetable market that Mu Ling had told him about before. This was Jiang Yan's first time here. As soon as they entered, the little one rubbed himself out of his arms. Like a little master, he walked in front and showed Jiang Yan the way. Dad, this way. Dad, this way is where they sell vegetables. Dad, over there is where they sell noodles. Daddy, over there, that's where they sell fish. There were a lot of people in the market, and Jiang Yan felt a little shy when he was called out. Xiaoyu, why don't you just call me brother in public next time? No. Su Xiaoyu immediately protested. I'll just call you daddy. Jiang Yan was a little helpless and could only endure it silently. When they passed a tofu stand, Su Xiaoyu was stopped. Xiaoyu? What are you doing? You run slowly. The tofu seller was a big sister, chubby, with a kind face. Su Xiaoyu stopped and looked at her sweetly. Auntie Hua, Xiaoyu knows. That's fine. Li Hohat pulled Su Xiaoyu to her side, pinched her little nose, and cut Jiang Yan off from her. Why didn't your Aunt Ling and your mother come today? Su Xiaoyu blinked. Mom went to Beijing, and so did Aunt Ling. I see. And who is this? Li Hohat began to size Jiang Yan up. For some reason, Jiang Yan always felt that this older sister's eyes were full of ill will. Su Xiaoyu squirmed and called out, "This is Daddy, Auntie Hua. From now on Daddy will take care of Xiaoyu." Daddy? Li Hohat looked up, puzzled, at Jiang Yan. Why had she not heard that Xiaoyu had a father? She had met the girl Mu Ling downstairs a while ago, and she had said that Xiaoyu was a single parent. Where did this father come from? Li Hohat's expression hardened. Young man, how old are you? 22. Li Hohat, 22, you should still be at school, right? Jiang Yan nodded. Well, I'll graduate this year. Li Hohat pulled Su Xiaoyu behind her again. What school? Well, Jiangbei University. Well, the school is fine, but why haven't I heard your mother mention you? I'm in the same community as them. The implication was that I haven't seen you before. Who the hell are you? Jiang Nian froze for a moment, and at this point he finally understood what Li Hohat meant. She actually thought he was a liar. No wonder her eyes were so hostile. But Jiang Nian also understood, after all, Su Xiaoyu was so young. It was really quite strange to be suddenly taken by a strange man. Chapter 25. Why did you refuse to acknowledge your own daughter when you saw me? Jiang Nian explained, I'm not her father, I was hired by her mother to take care of her. Her mother and they went to work in Kyoto, and she's willing to call me father, so she just does. Hire a man to take care of her? Li Hohat was full of disbelief. Jiang Nian suddenly felt a deep sense of powerlessness. It seemed that he couldn't explain it clearly anymore. Su Xiaoyu, who had been protected by Li Hohat, finally found an opportunity and peeked out from behind her. Auntie Hua. Auntie Hua, what Daddy said is true. Mummy and Ling Ling asked Daddy to take care of me. My daddy is very good. He is very good to little fish. I want the whole world to know that I have a very, very good daddy. Li Hohat still didn't believe her. Little fish, you're still young, you don't understand. Jiang Nian was at his wit's end, so he said, how about this? Big sister, why don't you give Ling Ling's mother a call? Li Hohat pondered for a moment and thought that Jiang Nian had a point. So she nodded, wait a minute. She turned her back, flipped through the phone book, and started to dial. Li Hohat was calling Mu Ling. Although they were neighbors, she didn't have Xiaoyu's mother's phone number. They hadn't moved in long enough to have met more than a few times in the community. Every time, Xiaoyu's mother wore a hat and sunglasses, so she couldn't see her face at all. Li Hohat had learned about Xiaoyu from Mu Ling. Although she knew that her mother was unreliable, she didn't think she was that unreasonable. Li Hohat was very puzzled. A few minutes later, Li Hohat hung up the phone with a gloomy face. Okay, you can go. Mu Ling had just told her that this young man was indeed the babysitter hired to take care of Xiaoyu, and that he was very nice, so she didn't have to worry. Although she couldn't believe it, Li Hohat didn't know what to say about other people's family matters. She felt even more pity for Xiaoyu in her heart. Thank you, sister. Jiang Nian took Su Xiaoyu and was about to leave. After taking 2 steps, he heard Li Hohat shouting again. Young man, I live upstairs from Xiaoyu. What she meant was, I'm close by, the mother of the child is unreliable, I'll be watching you. Don't even think about abusing Xiaoyu. Okay, I got it. How about this, Xiaoyu, let's buy some tofu. We'll eat it tomorrow. It was rare to meet such a warm-hearted person. Jiang Nian, who had seen indifference in people, wanted to take care of her business. Okay. Su Xiaoyu nodded. Sister Hua, thank you. Xiaoyu called Auntie Hua, and there was no problem with him calling her sister. Li Hohat muttered as she cut the tofu. It's useless to try to please me, I'm not as easily fooled as those 2 girls. Just because they're a bit good-looking, those 2 girls dare to let a man take care of Xiaoyu. That's pretty bold. Young girls nowadays are so irresponsible. Okay, I know what you mean. I just want to buy some tofu, thanks, Sister Hua. Li Hohat shook her head while handing the tofu to Jiang Nian. Keep the change, and let me cook dinner at your place tonight. I'm too busy to cook. She had to go and see if this young man could really take care of Su Xiaoyu. If not, she would call Mu Ling and ask her to find someone else. Okay, no problem. Su Xiaoyu skipped along, carrying the tofu. She didn't see that there was a small bench around the corner. The sharp edges of the bench caught Su Xiaoyu's chubby leg. Li Hohat hadn't taken her eyes off her, and saw it at once. She was shocked and instinctively reached out to grab it. However, her movements were a little too slow. Li Hohat saw that Jiang Nian quickly reached out to Su Xiaoyu. Almost subconsciously, he caught Su Xiaoyu with his hand. But because he was moving too fast, his hand was not strong enough. His hand instantly hit the edge of the stool. And Su Xiaoyu fell steadily onto his wrist. Jiang Nian gasped, ouch. The edge of the stool hit his hand, and it hurt. Su Xiaoyu was terrified. She stood up in a daze, her eyes full of anxiety. Dad, are you okay? Jiang Nian's hand was turned over by Su Xiaoyu, and the back of the hand was red and covered in blood. Su Xiaoyu immediately burst into tears. Oh no, Xiaoyu was wrong, Xiaoyu shouldn't have run around. Dad, does it hurt a lot? Jiang Nian quickly hit his hand and gently stroked Su Xiaoyu's head with the other hand. It's okay, Xiaoyu, it doesn't hurt, don't cry. But there's blood, how can it not hurt? It's okay, as long as Xiaoyu is fine. If Xiaoyu gets hurt, then dad will feel bad. Sob sob sob. Su Xiaoyu hugged Jiang Yan. After a kiss, she forcibly pulled Jiang Yan's hand away. Carefully, she blew on Jiang Yan's wound. Mom said that blowing on it will make it feel better. Dad, Xiaoyu will blow on it for you. She pursed her lips and blew on it again and again. Jiang Yan looked at her and his heart instantly softened. Jiang Yan was thinking, if his daughter could be so obedient in the future, that would be great. Next to him, Li Hohat opened her mouth and tried to say something, but she didn't say anything. She turned around and rummaged in her pocket for a while. She pulled out a band-aid from her pocket and handed it to Su Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, here, put it on your father. Su Xiaoyu quickly took it. She carefully used her chubby little hands to tear open the band-aid. Then, she carefully put it on Jiang Yan's hand. Daddy doesn't hurt. Well, Daddy doesn't hurt. Jiang Yan stood up and touched Su Xiaoyu's little head. It's okay, Xiaoyu, Daddy really doesn't hurt. Let's go, Daddy will take you to buy fish. Before leaving, he turned around and said seriously to Li Hohat. Thank you, Sister Hua. Li Hohat didn't look up. She waved her hand, signifying for Jiang Yan to hurry off, and went back to her own business. When Jiang Yan had gone a long way, she looked at the backs of the young and old. Could it be that I've overreacted? Forget it, I'd better go check it out tonight. After all, he is a man, and it's always good to keep an eye on him. Jiang Yan bought the fish, then tomatoes and eggs, potatoes and chicken legs. Only then did he turn around and head back. It was already 11 o'clock in the afternoon, so he had to hurry home and start cooking. After putting Su Xiaoyu to bed in the afternoon, he had to write some more. After finishing the draft, he had to start working on his graduation project. Time was running out. Jiang Yan even quickened his pace as he walked home. When he saw Su Xiaoyu, who refused to go because she was having fun, he simply picked her up on his shoulders. When he reached the entrance of the residential area, Jiang Yan suddenly saw an acquaintance sitting there, looking at him with a smile. Jiang Lingdong. Jiang Yan froze. Big brother, why are you here? No, why are you here? Jiang Lingdong didn't say anything. He had been sitting here for an hour. During that hour, he had thought countless times. Am I being childish? Should I just go home and pretend I know nothing? But after seeing the photo sent by Tang Weiwei for the N+1 estate time, Jiang Lingdong persevered. Even though it was hot. Even though there was no air conditioning. When he saw Jiang Yan and the little baby doll on his shoulders, Jiang Lingdong felt that everything was worth it. He stood up straight. Step by step, he walked towards Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan felt a little confused for a moment. He was thinking whether to put Su Xiaoyu down or hide her. But obviously, it was too late. Jiang Lingdong saw Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu also saw Jiang Lingdong. She grabbed Jiang Yan's hair and tilted her head, looking at Jiang Dong with confusion for a moment. Dad, who is this uncle? Why does he look a bit like you? He's just a lot older than you. Jiang Dong and Jiang Yan share the same grandfather, and his father is Jiang Yan's eldest uncle. The two do look similar in some ways. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan subconsciously spoke up. Xiaoyu, don't call him that, call him brother first. It's crazy to call him dad in front of my brother, isn't it? Especially when she saw the inexplicable expression on her brother's face, Jiang Yan always felt that things were a bit complicated. Ha! Su Xiaoyu was stunned by Jiang Yan's words. Just now at the market, her father had told her not to call him dad. Why not now? No way. She must call him. This way, others will know that she, Su Xiaoyu, has a father. Su Xiaoyu thought so, and shouted even more enthusiastically. Daddy! Daddy, daddy! Jiang Yan! He had no choice but to look up helplessly. Before Jiang Yan could finish his sentence, he heard Jiang Lingdong in front of him say, Jiang Yan, what are you doing? Why did you stop your baby from calling you daddy? What? You don't even want to admit your own daughter when you see me? Jiang Yan. Brother, let me explain. No need to explain. Jiang Lingdong interrupted Jiang Yan directly. I understand. So what Tang Weiwei said was true. So my younger brother really has a daughter. And she's such a good girl. That's great. Tang Weiwei, that green tea, has never admitted to being my younger brother's girlfriend, nor has she agreed to his advances. She must be regretting it by now, right? Ha 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 ha. But it feels good to think about it. Patting Jiang Nian on the shoulder, Zhang Lingdong said. Brother, you did the right thing. What's so good about Tang Weiwei, that green tea? I've never liked her. After all these years, she's kept you hanging without giving you a definite answer. What's the point? You should have found another woman a long time ago. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Nian. What on earth is my big brother talking about? Jiang Lingdong did not wait for an answer and reached out to Su Xiaoyu. Good boy, I'm your uncle, come give your uncle a hug. Su Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. Uncle? Jiang Lingdong, well, I'm your father's older brother. He looked at Su Xiaoyu, his mouth almost splitting to the roots of his ears. Su Xiaoyu was overjoyed to hear that he was his father's brother. He quickly held out his hand and jumped into Jiang Lingdong's arms. He gave Jiang Lingdong a kiss. Hello, uncle. Jiang Lingdong couldn't stop smiling. Hello, baby. Such a good baby, even better than in the photos. He really is. So cute. He didn't want to give him back to Zhang Nian. Zhang Nian. What the hell is going on? Can someone please tell his big brother what's going on? Please hurry up and update. Please give it 5 stars. Please give me a free little gift. I'm going to make my debut soon. I'm so nervous. Chapter 26 Su Xiaoyu, adults nowadays are so hard to please. Big brother, listen to me. Zhang Nian tried to say something, but Jiang Lingdong interrupted him as soon as he opened his mouth. Shoo. Brother, don't say anything. Hurry up and lead the way home. Didn't you just buy groceries? I'm starving. Jiang Nian, but brother. Jiang Lingdong kicked Jiang Nian in the butt. No buts, look at the time, even if you don't care about me, you have to care about the baby, right? By the way, what's your name, baby? Jiang Nian. Jiang Lingdong was not going to let him speak. He had no choice but to shake his head helplessly and lead the way. As soon as Su Xiaoyu heard Jiang Lingdong ask her a question, she said in a baby voice. My name is Xiaoyu. Oh, you're Xiaoyu? How old are you? I'm 3. Jiang Dong talked to Su Xiaoyu as they walked. Jiang Nian got goosebumps from the way he spoke, which was so cute. He remembered that his cousin had always said he wanted to be a macho man. He had even bought a gym membership and worked out for 6 months. Although he hadn't seen much result in those 6 months. But he looked completely different from how he looked now. Once they entered the community, the big and the little couldn't stop talking. Jiang Nian turned his head around, trying to find a chance to explain to Jiang Lingdong. But after several unsuccessful attempts, Jiang Nian simply gave up. Forget it, let's talk about it when we get back. Once they entered the house, Jiang Nian hadn't even spoken yet when Jiang Lingdong took Su Xiaoyu and held her up on the sofa, carefully examining her. The 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment was not big, but it was very warm and welcoming. There were all kinds of children's toys. He nodded with satisfaction, but then he noticed Jiang Nian standing next to him, looking as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. Jiang Lingdong gave Jiang Nian another kick in the butt. What are you daydreaming about? Go cook. Jiang Nian. Big brother is getting more and more violent. But Xiaoyu. I'll take care of Xiaoyu, you don't need to. Jiang Nian had no choice but to go into the kitchen. Jiang Lingdong turned his head and prepared to play with Su Xiaoyu and get closer to her. He had already decided that since it wasn't far from his rented room, he would come every week to visit Xiaoyu. Jiang Lingdong had completely forgotten that in the past, he had found it too much trouble to even go downstairs to take out the trash on the weekends. Su Xiaoyu on the sofa looked up at him for a moment, then sidestepped him and jumped off the sofa with her bare feet, skipping towards the kitchen. Jiang Lingdong quickly stopped her. Hey! Where are you going, Xiaoyu? I'm going to help Dad. Su Xiaoyu brushed Jiang Lingdong's hand away as she ran towards the kitchen. No, just let your father do it. Why don't you keep your uncle company? Sending Jiang Nian to the kitchen was just a way to get the little girl to keep him company. Why did she run off with him? But, after a moment of hesitation, the little girl resolutely shook her head. Uncle, Xiaoyu will come back to play with you later. Xiaoyu has to go and help for a while, otherwise Dad will get too tired. After saying this, She imitated the adults and patted Jiang Lingdong on the head. Big uncle, you're a good boy. Jiang Lingdong? Something felt wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. After doing all this, Su Xiaoyu quickly rushed to the kitchen. Dad, I'm here. The kitchen door was left open, and Zhang Yan, who had witnessed the whole thing, couldn't help but laugh out loud. What a good little fish. At this moment, Jiang Lingdong finally reacted. He rubbed his head and looked at Zhang Yan and Su Xiaoyu. Ha? No, Xiaoyu, are you trying to trick me? Su Xiaoyu, who had just finished preparing the vegetables for cooking, sighed silently and turned her head to say something. Uncle. She felt a little aggrieved. Adults are so hard to please. She's so busy. Zhang Yan couldn't help but laugh. Okay, big brother, let Xiaoyu help, it'll be faster, you watch TV for a while. Zhang Lingdong stayed for a while, and when he saw that Su Xiaoyu looked terrified at being taken out by him, he had to nod. Okay, fine, I'll watch TV. After turning on the TV, Zhang Lingdong still couldn't help looking into the kitchen and found that Su Xiaoyu was really helping out. Zhang Lingdong was full of envy. This little girl is not only cute, but also sensible. She is simply the love of his dreams. Unfortunately, she is not his. Zhang Dong once again had the idea of stealing Su Xiaoyu, but he shook his head desperately to get rid of this criminal thought. He didn't pay any attention to what was being shown on TV, all he kept thinking was, when my future wife gets pregnant, I'll let her come and live at Zhang Yan's house, so she can watch Su Xiaoyu every day. The internet says that the more you look at someone during pregnancy, the more your baby will look like them. He wants a daughter who is so obedient. Lunch was ready soon. Jiang Lingdong had eaten Zhang Yan's cooking before, but after taking a bite, he gave Zhang Yan a silent thumbs up. Not bad, progress. Thanks for the compliment, big brother. Zhang Yan prepared the meal for Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu took a bite and looked up, too. Thanks for the compliment, uncle. The way he spoke in a baby voice and had food all over his mouth once again melted Jiang Lingdong's heart. He cheerfully put down the bowl and chopsticks. Here, little fish, I'll feed you. No, no. The little one shook his head like a rattle, holding his rice bowl in one hand and shielding his spoon with the other. I can eat by myself. Jiang Lingdong just burst out laughing. You can eat by yourself? Afraid that Jiang Lingdong might snatch his rice bowl, Su Xiaoyu nodded like a garlic bulb. I can do it. Zhang Yan also laughed. Big brother, let her eat by herself, just eat yours. Okay. Zhang Lingdong lifted his own rice bowl. But he kept looking at Zhang Yan and Su Xiaoyu. He noticed that although Zhang Yan was eating, his eyes and hands never left Su Xiaoyu for a moment. The little guy was eating in a mess, and it was all thanks to Zhang Yan's care that no one was spilling over. Zhang Lingdong looked on and suddenly thought of something. He couldn't hold back and shouted, Brother. Zhang Yan had just finished wiping Su Xiaoyu's face with a piece of paper after he had eaten a lot of rice. He threw the paper away and looked up. That. Zhang Lingdong hesitated. Zhang Yan, what's wrong, big brother? Zhang Lingdong thought for a while before saying, Forget it, let's eat first and talk about it after. The meal was quickly finished. Zhang Yan went to the kitchen to clean up the dishes. Zhang Lingdong stayed with Su Xiaoyu on the sofa watching cartoons. After just a few minutes, the little one fell asleep in his arms. Zhang Lingdong didn't dare to move, and he waited until Zhang Yan finished tidying up and took Su Xiaoyu back to the room before he let out a sigh of relief. Once the door was closed, Zhang Yan poured Zhang Lingdong a glass of water and sat down. He was going to have a long talk with Zhang Lingdong about this. Brother. As soon as he called out, he heard Zhang Lingdong ask, Where's the mother? Zhang Yan's thoughts were interrupted, and he subconsciously replied, She went to Kyoto. Ha? To work in Kyoto? Yes. So you've been taking care of the child for a few days? Today's the first day. Oh. Zhang Donglong drew out the intonation. After a moment, he seemed to suddenly understand and moved, patting Zhang Yan on the shoulder. Okay, you can take care of it so well on the first day, not bad. Zhang Yan nodded. It's okay, she's relatively obedient. Zhang Lingdong, indeed, but Zhang Yan, I still need to give you a few words of advice. Ha? Why does this sound a bit off? Zhang Yan is a little confused. Zhang Lingdong doesn't give Zhang Yan a chance to speak, and says with deep concern. The child's mother must be having a hard time, and since you're taking care of the child, you must do your best to take good care of it. You can't just go around getting on people's nerves because you're a recent graduate with high expectations. The other person has been raising a child on their own for 3 years, and now they're finally trying to start a career. You should be the one behind her, supporting her. Got it? Jiang Nian? No, wait. What is he talking about? Listen to me. I can probably guess. Jiang Lingdong looked very knowledgeable. A man should be responsible. What do you know? Jiang Nian wailed in his heart. It's not what you think, the mother of the child has nothing to do with me. Bah! Jiang Nian's face turned black. Jiang Nian, don't make me look down on you, okay? Are you still thinking about Tang Weiwei? I already told you that girl is not good enough for you. Now that you have a child, can't you be good to the mother of the child? Big brother. Don't say I didn't tell you. If I find out you are not good to the child or the mother of the child, I, as your older brother, will beat you up. Jiang Lingdong raised his fist. Jiang Nian, big brother. It's okay, don't yell at me. I always help the righteous and not the relatives, that's it. I have things to do this afternoon. She's asleep, you go rest for a while too. I'll come see you guys again some other day. After he finished speaking, Jiang Lingdong stood up directly and walked out. Jiang Nian. When Jiang Lingdong walked to the door, he turned his head back and looked at Jiang Nian. By the way, Jiang Nian, what are you going to tell your parents about the baby? Chapter 27. Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu's mother should have a name, right? Jiang Nian was speechless. What kind of drama had Jiang Lingdong been imagining? And telling his parents? He should let him speak first. Jiang Nian decided to seize this opportunity. Big brother, Jiang Lingdong, okay, I know you haven't made up your mind yet. Don't worry, I'll keep your secret, but it can't be for too long. Xiaoyu and her mother need to have a name. You're 22 years old, that's fine. Jiang Nian. Jiang Lingdong, I'm leaving, bye, don't see me off. Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian was unable to say a word until Jiang Lingdong had gone far away. He returned to his room dejected, determined to find an opportunity to explain to Jiang Lingdong again. Jiang Nian went into the room first to check on Su Xiaoyu and found her sleeping soundly. He then returned to his room, closed his eyes for a while to refresh himself, and prepared to write. He finished early today and would find time in the evening to work on his graduation project. Then there was Jiang Lingdong. He left the house and walked slowly to the bus stop. The whole time, he kept smiling. While laughing, he muttered to himself, I really am a genius. He had basically guessed the whole story of Jiang Nian. In his guess about Jiang Nian was 4 years ago, when he had just graduated from high school, and accidentally had Su Xiaoyu with Xiaoyu's mother. But at that time, Jiang Nian didn't know, and the mother of the child didn't tell him, and left alone. Later, Jiang Nian went to university and continued to pursue Tang Weiwei, his high school crush. He pursued her for 4 years, but Tang Weiwei never agreed to marry him. Recently, as he was about to graduate from university, Xiaoyu's mother came to find Jiang Nian with her son. Jiang Nian suddenly realized his mistake and decided to take responsibility. He abandoned Tang Weiwei and chose to marry Xiaoyu's mother. Xiaoyu's mother is a highly ambitious woman. After she handed Xiaoyu over to Jiang Nian, she went out to start her own business. Jiang Nian became a full-time dad. Tang Weiwei, on the other hand, was furious because Jiang Nian ignored her, so she came to him for help, telling him about Jiang Nian having a child. Tang Weiwei must have thought that, as Jiang Nian's cousin, he would never allow Jiang Nian to do such a ridiculous thing. He would definitely publicize Jiang Nian's shameful deeds and make Jiang Nian feel embarrassed. It would be best to bring Jiang Nian's reputation down. But who is Jiang Lingdong? Although he is sensible, he still stands by Jiang Nian in critical moments. Besides, she, Tang Weiwei, never agreed to be Jiang Nian's girlfriend. Jiang Nian has now just returned to the right path. How can he be considered to have made a mistake? And Su Xiaoyu. Just thinking about that little girl makes Jiang Lingdong can't help but smile. She is so cute and well behaved. She even feels sorry for Jiang Nian and helps him with his work. It goes without saying that Xiaoyu's mother is an excellent girl, otherwise how could she have brought up Xiaoyu so well? Jiang Nian has suffered for so many years, and it's about time things turned around for the better. Thinking about this, Jiang Lingdong quickly took out his phone. This afternoon, Xiaoyu has been playing with her the whole time, so I'm sure Tang Weiwei is going crazy with worry, right? He had to see what mischief this green tea, Tang Weiwei, had been up to. An hour ago. Tang Weiwei was sitting in a restaurant on the snack street outside Zhongbei University, waiting for Li Xiaoyu to arrive. She had already ordered. When Li Xiaoyu arrived, she was a little shocked. Weiwei, didn't you say you didn't want to eat today? Why did you suddenly order so much? There are 5 dishes, can the two of us finish them? Or is there a handsome guy treating? Li Xiaoyu said this while looking around. This kind of thing has happened before. Tang Weiwei is pretty, and many guys have taken her out to dinner, and Li Xiaoyu has tagged along a few times. Of course, most of the time Jiang Nian has paid, and she's used to it. But today, Jiang Nian seems to have ignored Tang Weiwei. Have they made up so quickly? Li Xiaoyu can't believe it. Tang Weiwei gestures for her to sit down. Today, I'm treating. Ah. Li Xiaoyu was even more shocked. Vicky, what's wrong with you? You're in such a good mood? Jiang Nian has already apologized to you? As soon as she had finished speaking, Li Xiaoyu realized that she had said the wrong thing. She quickly lowered her head. What I meant was. She hadn't even found an excuse when she heard Tang Weiwei say, it should be soon, right? Ah. Li Xiaoyu was at a loss for words. She didn't quite understand what Tang Weiwei meant. Tang Weiwei said, just wait a little longer. Jiang Nian should apologize to me later. Let's eat first. Oh, okay. Li Xiaoyu picked up her chopsticks. Anyway, no matter who pays, she doesn't need to pay, so she might as well eat. Tang Weiwei ate while looking at the messages on her phone. She was waiting. Waiting for a message from Zhang Lingdong or Jiang Nian. She looked at the time. It had been 20 minutes since Zhang Lingdong had left Zhongshuo community. Presumably Jiang Nian had already met Jiang Dong by now. Or perhaps he had already started to scold Jiang Nian. More likely, Jiang Nian's family already knew about this and was scolding Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian must be at a loss for words. In the end, he would have to call her to help him out. At that time, she would just casually flirt with Jiang Nian and help him out. In that case, Jiang Nian would definitely be obedient. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Tang Weiwei even has the energy to eat. However, 20 minutes have passed and her phone is still very quiet. Tang Weiwei is a little anxious. Maybe Jiang Nian is still scolding her, she comforts herself. Another 10 minutes pass and Tang Weiwei feels like she's already full, but there's still no news. She's a little panicked and takes out her phone to check. Li Xiaoyu, on the other side, is also almost done eating. But seeing that Tang Weiwei had no intention of leaving, she had no choice but to pick up her chopsticks and pick at her food. Weiwei, has Jiang Nian sent a message yet? No, I was just checking the time. Tang Weiwei made an excuse to cover her embarrassment. Oh. Li Xiaoyu nodded doubtfully. Tang Weiwei, hurry up and eat your vegetables, what are you doing? Li Xiaoyu, but I. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Tang Weiwei put a mouthful of food on her plate. Don't waste it, eat it all. Li Xiaoyu, okay, fine. She wanted to refuse, but felt embarrassed, so she nodded and reluctantly started eating. 10 minutes passed, but still no news. Tang Weiwei was getting a little irritated. Li Xiaoyu finally finished eating her plate. She looked up, ready to say something, when she heard Tang Weiwei say, Li Xiaoyu, what are you eating so fast for? Eat slower. With that, she filled Li Xiaoyu's plate again. Eat slower. Li Xiaoyu. Although she didn't want to, the look on Tang Weiwei's face told her that it was best not to provoke her right now. 50 minutes had passed. Tang Weiwei finally couldn't hold back any longer. She decided to take out her phone and send a message to Jiang Lingdong. Tang Weiwei, brother, have you seen Jiang Nian? After sending the message, she put the phone aside and waited for Jiang Lingdong's reply. She waited for another 10 minutes. Li Xiaoyu really couldn't eat anymore. She burped while saying, Weiwei, are we done? Can we go? If they didn't leave soon, she was going to throw up. Wait a little longer. Eat some more. Without looking at her, Tang Weiwei lifted the unfinished food and poured it directly onto Li Xiaoyu's plate. Ah! Li Xiaoyu covered her stomach, her tears about to fall. Weiwei. At that moment, Tang Weiwei suddenly shouted in surprise. He's replied. On the screen was a message from Zhang Lingdong. Are you there? Tang Weiwei ignored Li Xiaoyu and began to reply to Jiang Lingdong's message. Tang Weiwei, yes, brother, how is it? After Tang Weiwei had sent the message, she saw that the dialog box kept displaying that the other party was typing. After typing for a while, no message came in. Tang Weiwei was a little anxious, so she sent another message. Tang Weiwei, brother? As soon as the message was sent, she saw that Jiang Lingdong had sent a long message. Jiang Lingdong, what brother? Who's your brother? Tang Weiwei, are you related to our Jiang Nian? No, right? Why are you calling him so affectionately? I'm Jiang Nian's brother. And, don't do things like snitching on people in the future, it's annoying. But I still want to thank you this time. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have known that I have such a cute little niece. You don't even know. Never mind, you don't need to know. Anyway, Jiang Nian has nothing to do with you from now on. No, Jiang Nian originally had nothing to do with you, and you never even agreed to go out with him. Anyway, don't bother Jiang Nian anymore, he's finally living a good life. I'm warning you. Tang Weiwei, you'd better remember this, or I won't let you off the hook. I'm not someone who appreciates beauty and pities weakness. If I find out that you're interfering in Jiang Nian's family affairs again, I'll, Okay, that's it, young lady. Have a nice graduation. Tang Weiwei? She's gone crazy. What's going on? What's going on? What on earth is Jiang Lingdong sending? Did he send it to the wrong person? Why did he say such a load of nonsense to her? She's Tang Weiwei. She's Jiang Nian's favorite Tang Weiwei. Last time, when she met Jiang Lingdong with Jiang Nian, he was polite and said that this younger sister-in-law was really nice. Why has it come to this? When has she, Tang Weiwei, ever been spoken to in such an unpleasant way? No. Never. Tang Weiwei was so angry that tears were about to fall. She didn't see that Li Xiaoyu, who was covering her stomach, had been watching her from across the room. She held back for a while, but she couldn't hold back any longer and asked. Vivi, did Jiang Nian send you an apology essay? That's great, can we go now? From her angle, all she could see was a large green patch on Tang Weiwei's face, which made her feel uneasy. She no longer cared whether Tang Weiwei would forgive Jiang Nian, she just wanted to get out of there quickly. She never wanted to come to this shop again. Chapter 28 Su Wanyin, Big Brother? Me? As soon as Li Xiaoyu had finished speaking, she saw Tang Weiwei flinging her phone down on the table like a madwoman. She stood up in anger, not even bothering to maintain her appearance. Go, leave now. After saying that, she picked up her bag and stormed out the door in a rage. Li Xiaoyu sensed that something was wrong, and she hurriedly followed. Vivi, wait. But Tang Vivi seemed to have not seen her and kept walking further and further away. You haven't settled the bill yet. Li Xiaoyu wanted to cry but couldn't. She had to turn around, cover her stomach and settle the bill with a heavy heart. 3 p.m., Kyoto High-Speed Railway Station. A woman in a hat and sunglasses stood at the exit. She was wearing casual clothes, but she still couldn't hide her hot body, attracting the sideways glances of countless people. The woman had to pull down the brim of her hat. She finally looked up when she saw Mu Ling coming out, and waved at her. Mu Ling quickly came over pushing her suitcase. Een. Shoo. Su Wanyin quickly made a gesture to shush. Keep your voice down, I can hear you. Ha, I didn't think you'd come to pick me up in person. I told my boss this morning that you were coming today, and she gave me the afternoon off. The car is over there, let's go. Mu Ling nodded. The two got into the car, and Mu Ling drove. Su Wanyin sat in the passenger seat. After listening to Mu Ling talk about Su Xiaoyu and the new nanny for a while, Su Wanyin was a little surprised. Are college students nowadays really that reliable? Well, pretty reliable. I even asked him to send me a video of Xiaoyu every day, and I'll forward it to you every day. Su Wanyin nodded. Muling, you're the best. Muling rolled her eyes. I'm older than you. Call me sister. Su Wanyin, but I have a child, and you don't even have a boyfriend. Muling. In this matter, she really can't compare to Su Wanyin, so she simply changed the subject. Wanyin, there's something I want to discuss with you. Su Wanyin was curious. What is it? Muling, it's about the path you want to take in the future. Didn't we plan to become a celebrity with a large following? Just like those celebrities nowadays, we need to get a large number of followers, but yesterday, I had a chat with that college student nanny, and he told me a lot, and I suddenly felt that we are actually more suited to the path of a talented artist. Su Wanyin was stunned. What did he say? Mu Ling told Su Wanin what Zhang Nian had said. Su Wanin was shocked. She remembered that 4 years ago, when she first entered the entertainment industry, she actually wanted to go the strength route. That was her dream since she was a child. So, she released songs in a completely different style from the then popular ones, and also participated in a web drama that she thought was very good, even if it was just a supporting role. As it turned out, her idea was correct. Later, because she got pregnant, she chose to quit. When she returned, the entertainment industry was very different from before. There are fewer and fewer true powerhouses, and the stars who are now popular basically rely on their appearance. When she made her comeback, she discussed it with Mu Ling. The fastest and most effective way is to go with the flow. Her appearance is not bad, as long as she is slightly packaged, given some exposure, and acts in a few more TV dramas, she will definitely become popular. However, in Su Wanyan's heart, she has always been a little resentful. Mu Ling has done so much for her, and she didn't want to hurt her feelings, so she didn't say anything. She never thought that someone would actually agree with her. Seeing that Su Wanyin was silent, Mu Ling became a little worried. If you don't agree, that's fine. After all, this path is difficult, and the money isn't much. No, I agree. Before Mu Ling could finish speaking, Su Wanyin interrupted her. We have to try. No matter how difficult it is, I want to try. Mu Ling smiled. Okay, I'll go talk to the manager later, and we'll work hard together. Good. Su Wanyin nodded. The two chatted for a while, and Mu Ling fell asleep. Su Wanyin was bored and opened her phone. She happened to come across a novel on the app, and she couldn't help but quickly open it. Sure enough, it hadn't been updated yet. She sighed in disappointment, opened the comments section, and tried to hurry up the update. But then she remembered that yesterday she had spoken up for the author, telling him to take a break. Su Wanyin silently withdrew her hand from the comments section, and on the page for urging an update, clicked the button to hurry up the update again and again, still not feeling satisfied. She clicked on the page for sending gifts, and found it empty. No one had sent the author a gift yet. Su Wanyin quickly sent 5 symbols to hurry up the update, and was satisfied. I'm sure the author will know what I mean when he sees the urgent update button. After all, I'm the first reader to send him a gift. Yining, what are you doing? Next to her, Mu Ling, who had just woken up, saw Yining tapping away with a smile on her face, and suddenly had a bad feeling. You're not surfing the internet again, are you? What did you comment on? Show me. As an artist who is about to make a comeback, Mu Ling has high expectations of Yining. After all, in her eyes, Su Wanyin is bound to become a big hit. In the future, any of her messages could become black material that is exploited by others. Such a thing must not happen. As she spoke, Mu Ling was about to grab Su Wanyin's phone. But before she could touch it, Su Wanyin quickly retracted her phone. No, it's nothing, I didn't post a comment. Really? Mu Ling didn't believe her at all. Su Wanyin gave a flattering smile. Really, I swear, I was just reading a novel, I didn't do anything. A novel? You haven't changed your hobby? Are those overbearing CEOs that interesting? Mu Ling rolled her eyes. It's not an overbearing CEO, it's a cultivation novel. Isn't my cousin Lin Shi an editor? She signed a book and gave it to me. It looked pretty good, so I supported it. Lin Shi? Mu Ling had a vague recollection of her cousin Su Wanyin. Okay, go ahead and read it, but remember, you can't interact with the people above you. Okay, I got it. Su Wanyin nodded. The two of them were already downstairs in the dormitory when they spoke. Mu Ling and Su Wanyin shared a room. As soon as they entered the dormitory, Mu Ling started tidying up. Su Wanyin sat bored on the edge of the bed, swiping her phone. Why hasn't the author updated yet? Can't you see I need to hurry up and update? Isn't that enough? Upon thinking of this, Su Wanyin clicked on the gift sending interface again and sent 5 hurry-up symbols. To Jiangbei City. Zhang Nian was writing furiously. It had to be said, children have good sleep quality. It was already past 3 o'clock, and Xiaoyu had not yet woken up. This created an excellent opportunity for Zhang Nian's work. In those 3 hours, he had already finished 4 chapters of 8,000 words. Zhang Nian stretched comfortably, checked for typos, and opened the background. The background of the orange novel has a timer function. He planned to schedule the 3 chapters to be updated today, and save the remaining chapter as a draft. However, as soon as he opened the background, he found that he had a gift reminder. Zhang Nian clicked on the interactive interface. Upon seeing it, 10 reminders to update the novel fell from the sky in perfect order. The rewards were from users who like Xiaoyu the most. Although this book has many readers and many people have given it good reviews, this is still the first reward he has received, probably because Zhang Nian has never asked for gifts and rarely interacts with readers. The feeling is like suddenly picking up money on the street, which is very happy. Zhang Nian decided right away that for these 10 rewards, he would have to write more and earlier today. So, Zhang Nian went straight back to the background, opened Create New Chapter, and started updating. After updating 3 chapters in one go, Zhang Nian still wasn't satisfied. He simply updated the last chapter as well. After finishing, he clicked on the author's words and started typing. Thanks to my big brother's favorite fish for the reward of the prompt, today I'll work my liver out and update 4 chapters. After typing, he simply clicked OK and uploaded the update. After doing all this, he contentedly flopped down in his chair. Kyoto. After tidying up, Nuling directly sprawled on the bed and fell asleep. According to her, she needed to recuperate and rest well to meet the challenges of the next 3 months. Suwanin was bored and was swiping through her phone. The novel hadn't been updated, and the videos on Douyin were getting more and more boring. She was about to fall asleep too. Suwanin yawned and prepared to take a break too. Just then, her phone suddenly received a push message. Suwanin glanced at it and found that it was from Orange Novel. The work you are chasing, Zhu Xian, has been updated. Suwanin immediately perked up. This author is quite understanding. She quickly clicked to read it carefully. She finished reading 4 chapters in one go, and Suwanin was still not satisfied. However, after reading the author's words, Suwanin narrowed her eyes with amusement. Love big brother Xiaoyu the most? Me? Chapter 29. Sister, is that you in the comment section who loves little fish the most? Suwanin couldn't help but laugh out loud. She never thought that one day she would become someone's big brother. Suwanin didn't plan to explain. After all, if she was mistaken for a man, no one would know that the trumpet was hers. But did this author add more chapters because he saw her present? For a moment, Suwanin had the feeling that she was the top big brother in the live broadcast room. She had to admit that it felt pretty good to be named by the author. Suwanin liked the author's comment and then posted the first comment. Favorite little fish, you're welcome, author, keep it up. Tomorrow, after you finish posting these, Suwanin put her phone away. Zhang Nian slumped for a while before deciding to get up and go see Su Xiaoyu. He found that the little guy had not yet woken up, so he touched her head a little worriedly. There was no fever, her breathing was steady, and apart from the traces of saliva at the corners of her mouth, there was nothing wrong with her. It seemed that she was really still asleep. Zhang Nian couldn't help but feel, this little guy can really sleep. He took out a tissue and wiped the saliva off the little guy, then got up and prepared to leave. Just then, his arm was suddenly pulled. Zhang Nian turned his head and saw Su Xiaoyu stretching out 2 chubby hands and hugging his arm with all her might. Her eyes were not open, but her little frown was locked in place, as if she had had a nightmare. She murmured softly, Daddy, don't go. Don't leave Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu will be good. Xiaoyu will be good. Zhang Nian felt a little sad as he listened. Children from single-parent families, no matter how strong they are, will have a vulnerable side. This little girl misses her father. He dared not move again, and let Su Xiaoyu hold him tightly as he threw the ball of paper into the trash can from a distance. Then, with his other hand, he gently patted Su Xiaoyu on the shoulder to lull her to sleep. Soon, the little one was back in dreamland. Zhang Nian tried to pull his hand back. But as soon as he moved, the little one followed with a whimper. Zhang Nian had to give up on the idea and leaned against the bed, letting the little one hold onto his hand. He picked up his phone and wanted to see if there was any news. As soon as he looked, he saw the comment from his favorite fish. Zhang Nian glanced down at Su Xiaoyu in his arms and couldn't help but smile. Xiaoyu really is worth loving. He quickly gave his favorite fish a like and then replied. Nian Nian has fish, I'll try my best. Kyoto. Tangerine Fiction Headquarters. Lin Shi came out of a meeting and saw Zhang Nian's update. She was a little puzzled. Why was the update so early today? After catching up on the updates, she saw the comment below. Lin Shi once again fell into deep thought. Favorite little fish? How did this sound so similar to the name her sister had given her? And she had even given a reward? Wasn't she not allowed to comment online? Lin Shi thought for a moment and decided to send Su Wanyin a message. Lin Shi, sis, is that you in the comments section of Zhu Xian who likes fish the most? Su Wanyin woke up at 5 p.m. Mu Ling also woke up. She yawned and went to the bathroom. Wanyin, I'm going to take a shower first, you clean up too. We'll go out to eat later, I'm hungry. Okay. Su Wanyin picked up her phone and looked for a place to eat. She was startled when she saw a message from Lin Shi, and instantly came to her senses. She must never let Lin Shi know that she had a trumpet. If she told Mu Ling, it would be disastrous. Su Wanyin, it's not me. How could it be me? But the name does sound a bit like mine. In a moment, she received a reply. Lin Shi, oh, it's not you, then I'm relieved. Su Wanyin, well, it's not me. Lin Shi, okay, then. You go ahead, Wanyin, I'm going to find Nienda, I have something to do. Su Wanyin, Niendi? Lin Shi, it's year after year there are fish, Nienda. Su Wanyin, oh, go ahead then. By the way, tell him to update more often. Lin Shi, Zhongxiu Community. Su Xiaoyu finally woke up. Yawning, she called out drowsily, Daddy. Zhang Yan, who had fallen asleep by the bedside at some point, opened his eyes in a daze. Seeing his little sleepy head, he let out a laugh. Xiaoyu's awake? Ha! Before he could finish his sentence, a tingling sensation came from his arm, and Zhang Yan couldn't help but let out a gasp. Su Xiaoyu, who had been still and confused, hurriedly stood up as soon as she heard this voice. She anxiously reached for Zhang Yan's arm. Dad, what's wrong? Hiss. Don't touch. Zhang Yan had just wanted to warn her, but it was too late. He let out another gasp. He had to admit, his arm that had been numb from the pillow was really quite refreshing. Zhang Yan somewhat admired those men who, after getting a girlfriend, slept with their girlfriends every day. And vowed that he would never do that in the future. Seeing Zhang Yan's growing pain, Su Xiaoyu suddenly burst into tears. Dad! Daddy, where does it hurt? Did I hurt you when I hugged you? I'm sorry, Daddy, don't be angry. Zhang Yan panicked when he heard this voice. He had just been dreaming about his father and now, upon waking, he was apologizing carefully. This little girl almost never felt safe. She was careful and tried hard to maintain her relationship with her father. It was so heartbreaking. For a moment, Zhang Yan could not feel the pain in his arm. He turned around and gently hugged Su Xiaoyu. Good girl, Daddy's not angry. The little one in his arms softly choked, really not angry? Xiaoyu will never sleep with her arms around Daddy's neck again. Zhang Yan's eyes filled with pain. Well, I'm Daddy, how could I be angry? Xiaoyu can hug Daddy a lot, Daddy lets Xiaoyu hug him. Su Xiaoyu threw herself into Zhang Yan's arms and hugged him tightly. She held him for 10 whole minutes before letting go. She raised her hand and wiped away a tear. Daddy, what time is it? Let's go outside and play. When she turned 3, her favorite thing to do was to have her father play with her. Before, she often saw other fathers playing with their babies. Su Xiaoyu was envious. Now she had a father. And she wants to show it off. Zhang Yan patted her head and looked at the time. Xiaoyu, it's already past 5. Let's clean up, have dinner, and then go out to play, okay? After dinner, we can take a walk to digest. Is it that late already? Su Xiaoyu tilted her little head, as if pondering something. After a moment, she nodded, okay, I'll listen to you. Zhang Yan picked up Su Xiaoyu and combed her hair. Then he took her to wash her face. While she was in the bathroom, Zhang Yan opened his phone. He had just noticed that Shi Chen had sent him a message on Penguin, but he was too busy to read it carefully. Shi Chen, is Nienda there? I have something to discuss with you. Shi Chen, are you there? Zhang Yan, what's up? What's the matter? Shi Chen, oh, big guy, you're finally there. It's like this, I had a meeting this afternoon and I think your book is definitely going to be a hit. After 100,000 words, it's definitely going to skyrocket, so I was thinking that you could set up a fan group. Zhang Yan, a fan group? What's that for? Shi Chen, it's to manage your fans. You'll definitely have a lot of fans by then. This is a way to cultivate fans, which will also be helpful for your future new books. Don't worry, you don't need to do anything, just hang out as the group leader. You don't need to say anything either, just set up a few administrators and let them help you manage it. Jiang Nian, okay, but I don't seem to have many readers right now, do I? Shi Chen, it's okay, just set it up and take care of it first. There will definitely be more and more in the future. Jiang Nian, okay, I'll set it up later. Shi Qing, okay. After sending these messages, Jiang Nian opened the Orange Novel app and found that there were many more comments in the comment section. Before he had a chance to read them, he heard Su Xiaoyu shouting through the door. Daddy, you need to wipe my bottom, Xiaoyu has finished pooing. Jiang Nian's face suddenly revealed a subtle expression. This little girl actually doesn't know how to wipe her bottom? He knocked on the door with a smile and entered the bathroom. The little girl had long since forgotten her worries when she first woke up and was sitting on the toilet waiting for Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian was full of shame. He tore off a piece of paper and walked over to her with a smile. Xiaoyu, shall daddy teach you how to wipe your bottom? She is still young now, so he can wipe her bottom for her. But when she gets older, he won't be able to. He has to teach her. Su Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. Okay, daddy, I will learn well. Jiang Nian handed Su Xiaoyu the paper. Here, lift up your bottom first. Su Xiaoyu did as he was told. Is that right, Dad? Yes, then you hold the paper and stretch your arms out, like this. To teach Su Xiaoyu, Jiang Nian squatted down and made the action of wiping his bottom. The little one stared intently. After a while, she suddenly understood. I know, Dad. After shouting, she began to pass her chubby little hands backwards, trying to reach her little bottom. But I don't know if it was because her arms were too short or the angle was wrong. The little one exerted her best effort, but she couldn't reach it no matter what. At this moment, Jiang Nian's phone rang. He picked up the phone and glanced at it, not seeing Su Xiaoyu's pained expression. On the phone was a new message from Shi Chen. Shi Qing, right, Nian De, have you decided on an administrator yet? The administrator must be loyal to you. Jiang Nian, I haven't decided yet. Shi Qing, I see. I just went to your comment section and I think that person favorite fish is good, he's cute, and he rewards you. The main thing is that he actually speaks up for you in the comment section. You know, most people are just scolding you and urging you to update. Why don't you contact him and give it a try? Favorite fish? Jiang Nian thought back to the tone of his comments and the impatient emojis. This person is indeed quite suitable. Jiang Nian, okay, I'll ask around later. Shi Chen, that's settled then. You're busy, I'm off work. Jiang Nian, okay. After returning the call, Jiang Nian asked as he put away his phone. Xiaoyu, are you done yet? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sudden cry of oops. Then, he felt Su Xiaoyu fall onto him. Chapter 30. Hello, Jiang Nian, I'm Xiaoyu's mother. Jiang Nian was startled, and he quickly embraced Su Xiaoyu. He didn't even care that his phone had fallen to the ground. The little one was still naked. In this embrace, Jiang Nian's hand happened to rest on her plump bottom. Su Xiaoyu hurriedly rubbed herself forward. Ah! Daddy, Xiaoyu hasn't wiped her bottom yet. Jiang Nian. His hand was in a difficult position. Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu, Daddy, Xiaoyu didn't mean it. Xiaoyu really can't reach it. Su Xiaoyu deliberately rubbed her bottom against Jiang Nian's hand, then cheerfully handed him the paper. Here, Daddy, you wiped Xiaoyu's bottom for her. Jiang Nian. At this very moment. He thought to himself, if this little troublemaker had been a brat, the raised hand would definitely have landed on his bottom without hesitation. What a pity. This is a little girl. And she is a little girl who knows how to act cute and deliberately cause trouble. Jiang Nian could only sigh, took the tissue, and said softly. Come on, stick out your bottom, you little idiot. The little idiot Su Xiaoyu obediently pouted her bottom. Her little head, with two pigtails, was almost touching the ground, and her bottom was higher than her head. Jiang Nian was afraid that she would fall, so he held her with one hand while carefully wiping her bottom with the other. Afterwards, Jiang Nian stood up and washed his hands carefully. After doing all this, Jiang Nian finally didn't dislike himself. He turned around, ready to pick up his phone and give Su Xiaoyu a good scolding for being a troublemaker. But as soon as he turned his head, he saw the little one holding his phone in his hands, standing in front of him like a little treasure, his big, innocent eyes wide open, his little mouth pursed, looking at him earnestly. Dad, the phone. Dad, Xiaoyu has picked it up for you. Is Xiaoyu a good boy? This face begging for praise instantly made Zhang Nian lose his temper. He had to take the phone and stroke Su Xiaoyu's little face. Good boy. Xiaoyu is the best baby. Su Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. Let's go, Dad. The good boy is going to help you cook. After all the fuss, it was already 6 o'clock. It was indeed time to cook. Zhang Nian nodded. Okay, let's go. In a while, their upstairs neighborly Hohat will come to their house for dinner. Seeing the little guy skipping and running to the kitchen, Zhang Nian couldn't help but smile. In his previous life, he always watched videos of men becoming effeminate after having a daughter. They were all tortured by their daughters and were happy about it. In the past, Zhang Nian didn't understand, it's just a little girl, what's the big deal? But now, he completely understands that feeling. Zhang Nian couldn't help but take out his phone and shoot a video. Thinking of the task Mu Ling had previously assigned to him, he casually sent the video to her. Zhang Nian, Sister Mu Ling, Su Xiaoyu has just got up and is now going to help me cook. After sending it, Zhang Nian put his phone away and followed Su Xiaoyu into the kitchen. Kyoto. After Su Wanning finished replying to Lin Shi's message, she started looking through her phone to see what was nearby. Halfway through, she heard Mu Ling's phone ring. Her phone was casually thrown on the table, and at this time Su Wanning was sitting on a stool next to the table. She happened to be able to see the message on the phone screen. It was a WeChat message. Mu Ling's phone was not locked. She immediately saw the message from someone named Zhang Nian. Sister Mu Ling, Xiaoyu has just got up and is now going to help me cook. Huh? Xiaoyu? Thinking back to what Mu Ling said this afternoon, Su Wanning probably understood. This was sent by Xiaoyu's nanny. Presumably, she was reporting on Xiaoyu's situation to Mu Ling. But, this nanny is called Zhang Nian? Isn't that a man's name? Do young people nowadays all have such names? I have to say, it's quite interesting. In Su Wanyin's mind, the image of a young girl with short, androgynous hair immediately appeared. She was trying hard to take care of Su Xiaoyu, but then getting half killed by him. Just thinking about it made her laugh. Su Wanyin really couldn't hold back her laughter. After laughing for a while, she looked down at her phone again. After confirming the place to meet for dinner, Mu Ling had not yet come out. Su Wanyin picked up Mu Ling's phone again. She remembered Mu Ling saying that the nanny would send her a video of Su Xiaoyu every day. There were 2 messages from Mu Ling on the screen, but she could only see the text. The last message must be a video, right? As soon as she thought this, Su Wanyin could no longer sit still. She hadn't seen Su Xiaoyu for almost 2 days, and she had never been separated from her for so long before. Su Wanyin took Mu Ling's phone, closed her eyes and silently recited. I will only read this message, I will never read your private messages, Mu Ling, you won't blame me, will you? No, you definitely won't. After she had finished reciting the mantra, Su Wanyin carefully opened Mu Ling's phone and directly opened WeChat, the interface where Zhang Nian had sent a message. Sure enough, she saw that the last message was a video. She opened the video and saw the little guy skipping and running towards the kitchen. She was still wearing a little skirt and was singing while running. La la. La 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 la. The singing had no tune at all. But Su Wanyin couldn't help but break into an anti-smile. Her little fish, indeed, is so cute. Isn't she the cutest little goose in the world? Hugging her phone, Su Wanyin gave Su Xiaoyu's screen a kiss. After the kiss, she wasn't satisfied, so she forwarded the message to herself, hugging her phone as she watched it again and again. As she watched, Su Wanyin couldn't help but sigh with sadness. Little fish, I won't be able to keep you company for the next 3 months. Will you blame me? I really love you very much. 2 videos a day is really not enough. How can I ease my longing? But Mu Ling is so busy, and I don't want to trouble her by asking for more videos. As she thought about this, Su Wanyin suddenly had an idea. She took Mu Ling's phone again and opened Zhang Nian's WeChat account. After seeing his WeChat ID, Su Wanyin opened her own phone. Add as friend. Enter WeChat ID. Search. Add. Verify message, hello Zhang Nian, I'm Su Xiaoyu's mother. In this way, she can ask this university student to send videos of her daughter in the future. Su Wanxin happily puts down her phone and waits for a reply. Zhongxiu Garden. Jiang Nian takes Su Xiaoyu and steams the rice, then starts preparing the side dishes. The little one is busy picking vegetables. He is working very hard. As a result, Jiang Nian didn't hear his phone ring. When all the side dishes were ready, Jiang Nian heard a knock at the door. He wanted to run and open the door, but Su Xiaoyu got there first. I'll go, and opened the door. Li Hohat was standing in the doorway with a bag of fruit and an unknown object. Chapter 31. Li Hohat is here. When she saw her, Su Xiaoyu opened his arms wide and was about to give her a hug. Auntie Hua, you're here. However, before she could hug her, Li Hohat dodged. Li Hohat held her hands high, as if she was afraid that the things in her hands would touch Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, don't hug me yet. Su Xiaoyu withdrew her arms and asked with confusion. What's wrong, Auntie Hua? Auntie Hua, the bag you're holding is torn and there's water inside. If I hug you, it will stain your pretty flower dress. Isn't your father, your brother, taking care of you? Li Hohat looked into the house in puzzlement. Jiang Nian had just come out of the kitchen. Sister Hua, you're here? Come inside. No rush, I'll go downstairs and throw this away. You take the fruit for now. She lifted the bag in her right hand. Jiang Nian saw that the bag was dripping with drops of water, and inside, there was a strong tofu smell. Judging from the look of it, there were quite a few caddies. Jiang Nian is puzzled. Throw it? Why throw it? Li Hohat says, I don't want to throw it, but it's what's left over from today's sales. I have this problem, I don't sell stale tofu, because it's not fresh. But it's not appropriate for me to take it home. What if people get used to not buying it during the day and waiting for it at night? That would affect my business. So if I can't sell it all, I'll clean it up a bit and put it on the roadside at night. Whoever sees it and takes it back takes it back. I've really had enough of it, I don't want it anymore. Li Hohat has been selling tofu for 20 years. When she first started, she would take any unsold tofu home for her family to eat. As a result, her family ate tofu for all 3 meals. She almost threw up. Now, when she makes tofu, she makes less according to the market situation. But she can't guarantee that she will sell it all every day, like today. Jiang Nian nodded, I see. That's reasonable. After all, if you're too nice, people will take you for granted. Well, I bought these fruits for Xiaoyu, so you take them. Jiang Nian accepted them with embarrassment and said. Sister Hua, you're really too polite. Ha? Don't get close to me, I still have to eat the food you cook. I also have to supervise you, in case something goes wrong with Xiaoyu, I'll have to call Mu Ling to replace you. But Li Hohat didn't say this last sentence, and she changed the subject. Is it ready? It's being made now, it'll be ready soon. Li Hohat also smelled the aroma of the rice, and nodded. Okay, then wait for me for a moment. With that, she was about to go downstairs. Jiang Nian thought for a moment, and stopped her. Sister Hua, wait a minute, how about you sell me this tofu? Li Hohat was taken aback. Huh? Sell it to you? Didn't you buy tofu at lunch? Not enough to eat? Jiang Nian, no, there's enough. It's just a pity to throw it away. Sell it to me, I just want to eat stinky tofu, I'll make it in a while. Jiang Nian was talking and talking, his mouth watering. Li Hohat was stunned again. What? Jiang Nian, it's been a long time since I ate it, I've been busy, and I've recently taken care of Xiaoyu and have some free time, so I thought I'd make some myself. Li Hohat, no, I'm asking you, what are you going to make? Stinky tofu? Stinky? She looked incredulous. Jiang Nian was also stunned. Why is Sister Hua looking at him like that, as if she's never eaten stinky tofu before? Or is she teasing him? Well, yeah, it's fine, I can just not give it to Xiaoyu, I'll eat it myself. I can also make some hairy tofu or fermented tofu and put it away, it can be stored for a long time, so there's no need to waste it. Although he didn't understand why children shouldn't eat stinky tofu. But judging from Li Hohat's expression, that seemed to be what she meant. Su Xiaoyu, who was looking up at Jiang Nian, suddenly refused. Why can't Xiaoyu eat it? Dad, are you going to eat it secretly? It's delicious. Jiang Nian hadn't said anything yet, and Li Hohat asked. Stinky tofu? Fermented tofu? Little brother, what are you talking about? I've never heard of these things. After all, she had been making tofu for 20 years. At the moment, hearing these names, she just felt strange. Jiang Nian? He looked carefully at Li Hohat's expression and found that she didn't seem to be lying. Jiang Nian was dumbfounded. Could it be that she really hadn't eaten them? But how could someone who makes tofu not know about these things? But after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that after he had traveled to this world, he had never eaten these things again. There were almost no night market snacks near Zhongbei University. The hot pot and barbecue were also just some ordinary dishes. Jiang Nian was silent. This is ridiculous, isn't it? Young man, you still haven't explained to me what those are. Li Hohat's words brought Jiang Nian back to reality. He began to explain, they are some snacks made with tofu that need to be fermented first, and after they stink, they are not very appetizing to look at, but they taste especially delicious. Jiang Nian didn't know how to describe the taste, so he just said, I ate it when I was little, and it was the most delicious thing I'd ever tasted. It even smelled better than meat. Li Hohat looked at Jiang Nian in surprise. She never would have guessed that this handsome young man had to eat stinky tofu when he was little. Life must have been very hard for him. No wonder he had come out to work as a nanny. It must have been very difficult for him along the way. Even so, he went to university. Li Hohat silently gave Jiang Nian an extra point in her heart. Well, then, you can have the tofu, but I don't want any money. It was unsellable anyway, so just let me buy you a meal. He's so pitiful, I'd rather not take any money. But it's still necessary to go in and have a look. At least we need to know if this young man can take care of the fish. That's not going to happen. Jiang Nian was about to refuse, but then he saw Li Hohat shove the tofu into his hands and pick him up, walking towards the house. Cut the crap, you haven't even started cooking yet, have you? Hurry up, I'm starving. Jiang Nian had no choice but to go inside. After putting away the fruit and tofu, he started cooking. Li Hohat held Xiaoyu and walked around the living room twice. Seeing the clean and tidy house, she couldn't help but nod. This young man is quite clean. She silently added points to Jiang Nian's score in her heart once again. At this moment, the sound of the stove being lit and oil being poured could already be heard in the kitchen. Li Hohat thought for a moment, and then walked towards the kitchen with Su Xiaoyu in her arms. As she walked, she asked, Su Xiaoyu, does your brother really know how to cook? She has met quite a few university students, and not to mention others, just take her eldest sister's only son. He graduated 2 years ago, but so far he can only cook instant noodles. If there's no one at home, he goes out to eat. He doesn't know how to do anything. In his words, youth is about having fun, and housework is not something he can do. Su Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. Dad's cooking is delicious. Auntie Hua, you'll definitely like it. Li Hohat couldn't believe it, really?